Chapter 1944. Zhang Feng blurted out without thinking. There was no problem with the hot air balloons now. As long as they continued to produce them, they just had to keep up with the rest. However, Ma Zhou did not think so. His teacher had just returned and stayed for a short while. Why was he leaving again? Thus, he tried to persuade him to stay. Teacher, the problem of the hot air balloons has not been solved yet. Are you not coming back? Zhang Feng smiled faintly as if he had seen through Ma Zhou's thoughts. There is no problem with the hot air balloons now. Continue to produce them according to what I said today. It will be of great use in the future. As for the future, I will come to see you often. Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun looked at each other. Seeing that the latter did not speak, he could only say, "Yes, teacher." Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at Cheng Chumo. What about you guys? Go back to the Zhang mansion. I'm not going back. I want to follow you. Cheng Chumo immediately interrupted and said aggressively, "If you leave, who will we ask for the heavy armor?" He had already thought it through. He had made such a great contribution this time. If this kid did not give him the heavy armor, he would follow him all the time, even if it meant eating. Obviously, Zhang Sun Chong had the same idea. He frowned and said, "That's right. Don't even think about running away. Unless you give it to us, we will follow you all the time. We will eat and drink your Zhang family's food." Du Gohe did not have such thoughts. However, these two guys had such an attitude. He felt that it was not good enough if he did not say anything. Thus he curled his lips and said reluctantly, "Yes, I will follow you too. Not for anything else but for Iron Bull and Buggy." As soon as he said this, two burning eyes looked over. It was Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sun. In fact, the two of them did not expect this guy to be so determined. Now, it seemed that he was really a good brother. However, Zhang Feng was bitter. He smiled bitterly. "You guys are really sticky candy. I can't get rid of you even if I want to. All right then, I am going to the academy. You guys can come if you want." After that, he looked up to the sky and sighed. He turned and walked toward the academy. Cheng Chumo and the others looked at each other and naturally followed closely behind. Now that things had come to this, they naturally could not let this kid go. Zhang Feng walked in front and glanced back from time to time. He found that these guys were really following him. He had a big headache and couldn't help but speed up, trying to get rid of these annoying guys. However, how could Cheng Chumo and the others fall for this? Seeing Zhang Feng quicken his pace, he hurriedly chased after him. Zhang Feng returned to the academy in silence. Some students greeted him, but he was not in the mood. He hurried back to his residence and bolted the door, ignoring everyone. Cheng Chumo and the others hurried and finally arrived at the residence. They were panting heavily, and without saying anything, they went up and called out, "Feng Zi, open the door. Don't think that you'll be fine if you hide inside. If you have the ability to make a promise, then you have the ability to give me something." Zhang Feng was irritated by the loud shouts. He lit up a cigarette and smoked silently. He thought to himself that this could not go on. It was better to go to the workshop tomorrow morning to find something for these guys to play with. Otherwise, it would not be good for them to keep pestering him. Just as he was thinking, the shouting outside grew louder. Zhang Feng could not stand it anymore. He threw away the cigarette butt in his hand and shouted at the door, "Stop King quarreling. If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow." After that, he turned over and got into bed angrily. He did not even take off his clothes. He stuffed the blanket over his head and pretended not to hear the voices outside. Outside the door, following Zhang Feng's shouting, Cheng Chumo waved his hand and signaled Zhang Sun and the others to shut up. Zhang Sun was also smart. He quickly stopped and looked at Cheng Chumo impatiently. "Tainyo, what did Fengzi just say? Did you hear it?" Cheng Chumo did not answer. He put his ear on the door as if he was listening for something. After a while, he looked at Zhang Sun Chong and said seriously, "Fengzi should be saying that he will give us the things tomorrow and asked us to find a place to sleep first." Zhang Sun frowned as if he did not believe it. Because he knew Fengzi well. How could this guy let go so easily? But he did not hear it clearly, so he looked at Du Go. "Debing, did you hear what Fengzi said just now?" Du Go raised his eyebrows and smiled as if he was the most reliable. I heard Feng Zi say that if you guys continue to quarrel, he would break your legs. That's all. Zhang Sun frowned again. According to Feng Zi's personality, it was very likely that he would say something like that. But these two guys each said something different. Who should he listen to? He said with some doubt. Can you two be sure? What did Feng Zi say? Cheng Chimo looked at Du Go and was puzzled. Could this guy be right? Actually, he was just guessing, so he was not sure. But no matter what Feng Zi said, he would not leave. Chapter 1945. Thus he made up his mind. No matter what this bastard says, we have to give him the thing. We'll wait here today. Anyway, it's already dark and he can't go out. Tomorrow morning, we'll ask him for the thing. What do you think? Zhang Sun looked at the dark sky and seemed to have made a decision. He nodded. That's right. It's already dark and we can't go down the mountain. We'll wait here for this kid and ask him for the thing tomorrow. Dugo felt that he had boarded a pirate ship, but it seemed like he couldn't get off now. He could only nod reluctantly. After making up their minds, the three of them didn't say much. They found an empty space near the door and sat down. Time passed by bit by bit. The fog started to rise and the air was moist, making people feel cold. They didn't know what was going on tonight. Perhaps the heavens were looking at these guys. It didn't snow, but layers of fog passed through, making people shiver from the cold. Cheng Chimo and the other two also seemed to feel the cold. They hugged each other tightly to keep each other warm. However, it didn't seem to be of much use. They were still shivering and their lips were a little blue. They wanted to sleep, but the cold seeped into their bones, making it impossible for them to sleep. Cheng Chimo opened his blue lips and said with a trembling voice, Brothers, why don't we start a fire? Fire? Zhang Suan's eyes lit up. It was so cold now. The only way was to start a fire. He blurted out, Let's go and find firewood. After saying that, the two of them supported each other and ran away. Dugo was a little slow on the uptake and hurriedly followed. The academy had basically been cleaned up, so it was difficult to find firewood. However, these guys had found some dried grass and branches from somewhere, and they were all green. After striking flint for a long time, they finally started a fire. They huddled together and cupped their hands. They felt waves of warmth and were satisfied. Finally, they snuggled together again. However, it was much better this time. There was no coldness. Soon, the three of them hugged each other and fell asleep. Just like that, the night passed. The next day, the sun slowly rose, and the golden sunlight shone on their faces. Cheng Chimo was the first to open his eyes. He felt something strange in front of his chest. He glanced at it and found that it was Zhang Sun who put his hand on his chest. He quickly pushed it away and shouted, Insect, what the hell are you doing? With this roar, Zhang Sun Chong was startled. He suddenly sat up and looked around. Who? Cheng Chimo looked at Zhang Sun angrily and slapped him. Mother asterisk cur, it's me. Zhang Sun covered his face and looked at Cheng Chimo with an aggrieved expression. Iron Bull, why the F***ck did you hit me? Cheng Chimo was stunned. Could it be that this fellow had forgotten everything that had happened just now? He sighed and thought that the heavens were unfair. Then, he looked at Zhang Sun and tried to comfort him. Insect, you were having a seizure. Lao Tzu hit you to wake you up. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and quickly said, Let's go and find Feng Zi. Zhang Sun was still thinking about what had happened just now. Was he having a seizure? How was that possible? However, when he heard Feng Zi, he immediately threw this matter to the back of his mind and said to Cheng Chimo, Iron Bull, wait for me. After saying that, he was about to leave when he found someone hugging his leg. He looked down and saw that it was Du Go. This guy's eyes were closed and he was still drooling. He was obviously still sleeping. Zhang Sun was furious. He raised his other leg and kicked him. You dog, wake up quickly. Lao Tzu and the others are going to do something important. You're still sleeping? Du Go's body curled up in pain and he instantly woke up. He said angrily, That dog kicked Lao Tzu. When Zhang Sun saw that Du Go was awake, he didn't care whether he was in pain or not. He grabbed him and ran towards Zhang Feng's door. Just as he reached the door, he saw Cheng Chimo knock the door open and rush in. Zhang Sun Chong also hurriedly followed. When they reached the bed, they all stopped in their tracks. They saw that Zhang Feng's eyes were closed and he was snoring. It was obvious that he was still sleeping soundly. Cheng Chimo couldn't stand it. Lao Tzu was freezing outside, and you were sleeping inside? Therefore he lifted the blanket and shouted, "Feng Zi, get up quickly." Zhang Sun didn't hesitate. He pulled Zhang Feng's arm and shook it. He shouted, "Feng Zi. Feng Zi." Dugo was still in pain, but when he saw Zhang Feng and heard the shout, he seemed to wake up a lot. Even the pain lessened. Why? There was someone more pitiful than him. Zhang Feng was stimulated by the noise and finally couldn't stand it. He opened his eyes and stared at everyone. "Are you looking for death? You want to come in when Lao Tzu is sleeping?" Zhang Sun laughed and let go of Zhang Feng's right arm. "Feng Zi, we had no choice. It was too cold outside, so we came in to avoid the cold." "Yes, Feng Zi, to avoid the cold." Cheng Chimo smiled awkwardly and deliberately shivered. "You don't know how cold it was outside your door last night." Chapter 1946. What? Zhang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. "You guys stayed outside for the whole night? The weather was so cold these few days, and these guys actually stayed outside for the whole night? Were they looking for death?" Cheng Chimo didn't think much of it and patted his chest. "It's just one night. With my physique, there's naturally no problem, but De Bing is in trouble. Look, De Bing's legs are frozen." As he spoke, he pulled Dugo over and said with a smile, "Come, walk a few steps for Feng Zi, see if he's frozen." Dugo looked aggrieved and Cheng Chimo walked a few steps, and it looked like it was really the case. Zhang Feng looked at Dugo in confusion. How was this King frostbite? This was clearly from being beaten up. However, these guys said that they stayed outside for the whole night, and even said it so seriously, it didn't look like it was fake. Moreover, these guys had some white frost on their heads, and it didn't look like it was fake. Now he was convinced. These guys really didn't care about their lives for the heavy armor. Forget it, he'd better find something to send them off. Thinking about it, he glanced at everyone and said, all right, we'll go find it later, okay?" Cheng Chimo's face lit up, and he hurriedly said, Okay, then we... Don't be happy too early." Zhang Feng immediately interrupted and waved his hand. "The thing shouldn't be made yet. We can't be sure if we can find it." Now he had to give them a heads up, or else these guys would definitely not let it go later. Sure enough, his words instantly made everyone's hearts turn cold, as if they were splashed with cold water. However, Cheng Chimo didn't seem to take it to heart, and said casually, All right, what's with all this nonsense? We'll know when we get there." Zhang Feng nodded and didn't say much, turning around and getting off the bed, walking towards the door. As he walked, he said, "Let's go eat something first, we'll go find it later." After that, he didn't care about their reactions and walked straight to the cafeteria. In fact, Zhang Sun, Chong, and the others were already hungry. When they left Zhang Mansion yesterday, they didn't eat a single bite. When they arrived at the research institute, they were dragged to be lab rats. Their stomachs were already numb. This was especially true for Cheng Chimo. This guy had a huge appetite. Usually, he would not be full without some food. Yesterday, he was already hungry when he was doing the experiment. However, in the end, his stomach no longer felt hungry, so he did not feel hungry anymore. Now that he heard about eating, it was as if his primitive desire was awakened. His eyes began to turn green. Without waiting for Zhang Feng's instructions, they rushed to the cafeteria one after another. "Boss, give me your braised meat, roasted chicken, roasted duck, and steamed buns." Cheng Chimo randomly found a seat, waved his hand and shouted at the boss. When the boss heard this, he realized that this wasn't a meal. This was clearly a robbery. Just as he was about to step forward to speak, he saw Zhang Feng walk in from the door. He quickly went up to him and said with a smile, "Director, you're here. What would you like to eat today?" Zhang Feng did not immediately reply. Instead, he glanced at Cheng Chimo and the others and winked at the boss. "Give them all the food they ordered. Put it on my tab." He heard Cheng Chimo's roar before he entered the door. Although these guys were a little overbearing, they were still his brothers. Since they came to the academy, he could not treat them badly. Besides, this was his own fault, so there was nothing to say. The boss looked deeply at Cheng Chimo, nodded and left. Soon, the food was served one by one. Chung Chumo's eyes turned green when he saw this. He threw the chopsticks aside, grabbed the food with his hands and stuffed it into his mouth. He said while stuffing, "Fengzi, you're so kind. You know I'm hungry." Zhang Feng looked at Chung Chumo with disdain. Like Lao Tzu, like son. This guy ate the same way as old Cheng, directly holding the food in his hands. However, he could not say this. He smiled and said, "Well, eat as much as you want." In his heart he thought, "I hope you don't bother Lao Tzu when you're full." Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go were somewhat educated. At first, they ate slowly with chopsticks. Later, perhaps they were not satisfied with this way of eating, or perhaps they were envious of Chung Chumo, so they directly stuffed their hands into their mouths. However, these two guys usually did not have a big appetite. How could they eat so much food? Moreover, after being hungry, they started to vomit. Seeing this, Zhang Feng had no appetite at all. He had no choice but to open another table to avoid being tormented by these fellows. The meal was finally over. Chung Chumo patted his round belly, looking very satisfied. "Fengzi, thank you for your hospitality this time. Next time we go to Chang'an, I'll entertain you. Now, should we go find something?" Zhang Feng glanced at Chung Chumo unhappily. "Wipe the oil on your mouth first." After that, he turned and left. Chung Chumo rolled up his sleeves and casually wiped his mouth. He hurriedly chased after him. "Fengzi, wait for me." Chapter 1947. When Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go saw this, they hurriedly chased after him, afraid that the duck in their mouths would fly away. The group walked towards the workshop and arrived in a short while. Before they entered the cave, they felt waves of heat. Chung Chumo felt that the oil on his body was about to be squeezed dry. He opened the hole and glanced inside. "Fengzi, why is it so hot in here?" "You think it's hot?" Zhang Feng glanced behind and smiled. "You don't have to come if you don't think it's hot. I didn't force you to come." After he finished speaking, he walked into the cave. Zhang Sun Chong glanced at Chung Chumo and smiled. "Tainyo, are you defeated? I told you not to speak when you shouldn't. Are you happy now?" After he finished speaking, he walked into the cave as well. Du Go didn't say anything and followed Zhang Sun into the cave. Chung Chumo was stunned. Did he say something wrong? He only said one sentence of truth? Shaking his head, he could only walk in. The cave was very dry. As soon as they entered the cave, they smelled saltpeter mixed with the smell of various metals. This was the unique smell of the workshop and was also a symbol of the workshop. As they walked further in, they heard the sound of metal colliding. It was like a musical movement, singing and dancing for the workers inside. The deeper they went, the higher the temperature. They felt that their clothes were about to be dried by the heat. Finally, the group passed through the tunnel and their eyes suddenly opened up. This was like a small world. The surrounding walls had all been mined, chiseled into an oval-shaped world. There were many small holes in the middle, and an oil lamp was placed in each hole, illuminating the entire mine very clearly. Below, a group of workers were holding metal hammers and hammering some kind of weapon. From time to time, they would put the weapon in the furnace to quench it. Then they would take it out and put it in the water. Then they would examine it carefully. Just like that, they repeatedly hammered, quenched, and quenched. They kept repeating the same process. Behind this group of people, there was a round table, and around the table sat 3 to 5 big men. Their upper bodies were naked, and there was a cup of turbid liquid in front of them. It looked like some kind of tea, and under these cups, there were some papers with all kinds of pictures drawn on them. A burly man picked up the cup in his hand and was about to drink when he inadvertently glanced at the cave entrance. As if he saw something, he suddenly stood up and shouted, "Dean!" This roar immediately alarmed everyone. "Dean, it's the Dean! The Dean is back!" Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked towards the entrance of the cave. Immediately, they were overjoyed and cried out in surprise. Zhang Feng smiled and raised his right hand to greet everyone. "Thank you for your hard work." After saying that, he slowly walked down. As he walked, he felt that something was wrong. When he looked back, why did Chung Chumo and the others disappear? He quickly turned his head and looked around the cave. He saw Chung Chumo and the other two surrounding the weapon next to the furnace. They seemed to be ready to take it. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth curled up. Now that these fellows were interested in weapons, they might forget about the heavy armor later. However, he couldn't act so indifferent, or else these fellows would really think that they could take anything. Thus, he hurriedly stepped forward and shouted, "Stop, what are you doing?" Clang! Chung Chumo was shocked and the Mitsubishi military knife in his hand fell to the ground. He turned to look at Zhang Feng and said angrily, "Fengzi, what are you doing? You scared me." After saying that, he picked up the Mitsubishi military knife in his hand and looked at it excitedly. How could Zhang Feng let him take it so easily? He went forward and snatched it. "Iron Bull, the things in here are treasures. You can't touch them." Cheng Chumo's mouth twitched. He was a little unhappy. What treasures? It's not like Lao Tzu hasn't seen them before. As soon as he said that, a cry of surprise sounded. "What's this?" Zhang Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw Zhang Sun playing with a gun. He quickly went forward, but this time he didn't stop the others from admiring it. Instead, he smiled proudly. "This is a gun. You guys haven't seen it before, right?" These people had never seen a gun before. It could perfectly attract their attention. As expected, Chung Chumo and Du Go's eyes were all attracted. They looked at the slender thing in a daze. Zhang Feng crossed his arms and said proudly, "This is a good thing that I just developed. Most people haven't seen it before. As long as you have this thing, 1 against 10 won't be a problem. You guys are lucky today. Take it and have a look." He wasn't worried that these guys would be in any danger because this gun was just a gun barrel. It was just a model. There was nothing else installed on it, so it couldn't hurt people. However, Chung Chumo and the other two didn't know that. They only heard that 1 against 10 and instantly became very interested in this thing. They kept playing with it in their hands and kept laughing. However, they couldn't laugh anymore. Chapter 1948. This was because they had discovered a problem. This thing was so thin and long. How could it fight against 10 people at once? Was it supposed to stab the enemy to death? That was obviously impossible. They kept trying it in their hands, but it didn't work no matter how hard they tried. Thus, Chung Chumo looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled expression. "Feng, how do you use this thing? Are you trying to fool us?" Zhang Feng's expression changed. He was a little dissatisfied. "Why would I fool you? What's the use of it? Seriously. Then why don't you show us how to use it?" Chung Chumo handed the gun to Zhang Feng as if it was a matter of course. Zhang Feng obviously couldn't let these guys look down on him. But this gun had nothing. How could it be used? But seeing the doubtful eyes of these guys, he still took the gun. Just as he was about to explain, a shout came from not far away. "Dean!" Zhang Feng was delighted. He naturally knew that it was Arkinon's voice. His savior was here. He turned around and saw Arkinon standing in front of him. He looked at Zhang Feng with a surprised expression. "Dean, when did you come back?" Zhang Feng smiled. "I just came back a few days ago." Arkinon looked around at Zhang Feng and smiled. "It's good that you're not injured. We were worried sick when you went missing. Many of our brothers were even preparing to go down the mountain to look for you." "Haha." Zhang Feng smiled and glanced at the people in the cave. "Brothers, thank you for your hard work." Then, he looked at Arkinon. "Thank you for your hard work. How's the thing I asked you to research going?" Before he left, he had asked Arkinon to complete the gun. This time, he was looking for something for Chung Chumo and the others. He was also checking on Arkinon's homework. Arkinon smiled. "Dean, the thing you asked us to do last time is still being researched. But it can be used now." "Really?" Zhang Feng was pleasantly surprised. He had just explained the principle of continuous firing to Arkinon. He didn't expect him to figure it out so quickly. How could he not be happy? If it could be mass-produced in the future, the army of the Tang dynasty would definitely be stronger. Arkinon smiled and replied, "Yes, Dean." Speaking up to this point, his tone was a little low. "It's just that it's just been researched, so it can't be mass-produced." "Don't worry." Zhang Feng patted Arkinon's shoulder and smiled. "Let's go take a look." Just as he was about to leave, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Fengzi, where are you going?" Zhang Feng frowned, thinking that it was these unlucky stars again. However, he still turned his head and smiled. "I'm going to take a look at the weapons I'm researching." "Where are you going?" As soon as he finished speaking, Arkinon pointed at Chung Chumo and the others and asked, "Dean, Why did you bring outsiders here? Usually, the workshop was isolated from the outside world and no one would come in. There were also some precautions inside. Firstly, it was to prevent people from stealing. Secondly, it was also dangerous inside. There were all kinds of weapons, so it was better to prevent people from stealing and other dangerous situations. Zhang Feng naturally knew about this, but he didn't care because Iron Bull and the others were his people. Therefore, he looked at Arcanon and smiled. They are my people. Arcanon nodded and didn't say anything. Since the dean had said so, he didn't want to interrupt. However, Chung Chumo seemed to be a little dissatisfied. He waved the gun in his hand and asked, "How do you use this thing?" Zhang Feng took the gun and threw it aside. He smiled and said, "This is just a small thing. I'll take you to see the world later." Then he looked at Arcanon and said, "Let's go and see your thing." Chung Chumo and the others were confused. They had been here before, but they didn't know what was inside. What did he mean by the world? Although they were curious, they still followed. The group walked into another cave. There were all kinds of weapons here. There were Mitsubishi army knives, and some strangely shaped weapons. This attracted the eyes of Chung Chumo and the others. So this was what Fengzi meant by the world. Compared to the outside world, this was indeed the world. There were so many weapons here. The three of them couldn't suppress their excitement anymore. They ran to their favorite weapons. Zhang Sun Chong picked up a Mitsubishi army knife and started to play with it seriously. Du Go chose a Tang saber and waved it around in the air. It was as if he was a great general. Cheng Chumo was a little different. He picked up a gun and gestured in front of his chest. He still didn't know how to use it, but he was interested in this thing. He saw from Fengzi's eyes that this thing was not ordinary. Also, wasn't there a saying that the weirder the weapon, the faster it died? This thing was so weird. Maybe it was good for killing people. Thinking about this, he held the gun and looked at Zhang Feng. "Fengzi, can you tell me how to use this thing now?" Zhang Feng didn't answer. Instead, he turned to Arcanon and asked seriously, "Are these new things you researched?" Chapter 1949. Algernon nodded and glanced at the gun in Cheng Chumo's hand. "According to what you said last time, I've improved all of these guns. They can now fire continuously, but only 5 times. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up with surprise. 5 times is already very good. Indeed, with the current technology, being able to fire continuously was already a good achievement. Moreover, it wasn't easy to achieve. Hearing the dean's praise, Algernon was excited. "Thank you, Dean. I will definitely work hard in the future and strive to fire more continuously." Zhang Feng nodded. "We'll talk about this later. For now, let's go out and see how effective the guns are." Algernon was naturally happy and nodded in agreement. The happiest person was Chung Chumo. He hadn't let go of the gun since he'd been holding it. He had always wanted to test it. Now that Fengzi had spoken, he was naturally overjoyed. He quickly said, "Fengzi, where are we going to test it?" As he spoke, he kept fiddling with the gun, as if he wanted to show off his prowess immediately. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly grabbed the gun. He was a little angry. This thing can't be aimed at people. If it accidentally fires, it will kill people. Chung Chumo scratched his head and looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled expression. "It's that good? You're not bragging, are you?" "Bragging your ass." Zhang Feng picked up the gun and rebuked Chung Chumo. He said angrily, "Does Lao Tzu look like he's joking with you?" After saying this, he didn't wait for Algernon's reaction. He turned to Zhang Sun and the other two and said, "Hey, you two, stop fooling around. Let's talk when we get out." Zhang Sun and the other two had no choice but to stop what they were doing and look at Zhang Feng with disappointment. Zhang Feng turned to Algernon and smiled. "Get the guns and this and this. As long as it's empty, move it to the back of the mountain. Let's go practice." Algernon nodded, turned around, and walked out of the door. After a while, a few big men came in. They first greeted Zhang Feng, then went to carry all kinds of weapons. Zhang Feng didn't say much. He turned around and walked towards the door. Chung Chumo and the others quickly followed him. At the back of the mountain, various weapons were placed on the ground. Chung Chumo still chose his favorite gun. He waved it majestically and said, "Fengzi, can we begin now?" Zhang Feng ignored him. He turned to look at Arcannon and said, "Just like before, put up 3 signs with circles on them." Algernon nodded and whispered a few words to the people around him. A moment later, the sign was set up. Zhang Feng turned his head and looked at Cheng Chumo and the others. "Weren't you interested in the gun just now? Now that I've prepared everything for you, choose one for yourselves and get ready." After that, he looked at Algernon and said, "Teach these guys how to use it." In fact, he didn't want Cheng Chumo to play with guns. After all, these guys didn't hold back. However, when he thought about the heavy armor, he had to bear with it. Now that these guys were interested in the gun, they might forget about the heavy armor later. Sure enough, the moment Zhang Sun Chong and the others got their hands on the guns, they couldn't bear to put them down, as if they were their own treasures. Coupled with Algernon's teaching, their interest was greatly increased, and they all raised their guns to try it out. Zhang Feng didn't want to be outdone. Algernon had just modified the gun, so he had to try it out. He picked up the gun and loaded a few bullets. Then, he aimed at the target and narrowed his eyes. He aligned the gun with the gun's muzzle and the bull's eye. This time, he felt better than last time. The straight line was much clearer, and the gun was thicker than last time. It was obvious that some other material had been added. As for what it was, he didn't know. He would have to ask Algernon later. Without thinking too much, he put his finger on the trigger and pulled lightly. Immediately, a tongue of flame shot out and the target shook slightly. "Why is there no smoke this time?" Zhang Feng put the gun in front of him and looked at it with a strange expression. He remembered that the last time he tested it, there was smoke. But this time, there was no smoke. In other words, it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. In this way, it would greatly reduce the danger to those who used the gun. In the past, when those who used the gun fired, there would be a lot of smoke. No matter where they were, they would be discovered by the enemy and their whereabouts would be exposed. But now, without smoke, those who used the gun would not be easily discovered by the enemy. Of course, it was inevitable that there would be noise. But in general, it was much safer this way. In this case, wouldn't it be possible to secretly kill the enemy? Or even create a batch of guns specifically for killing the enemy? As he was thinking, there was a sound not far away. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Feng turned around. It was Cheng Chumo and the others who were practicing with the gun. Algernon was teaching them from the side. However, it didn't seem to be ideal. The 3 of them didn't hit a single point. Chapter 1950. Zhang Feng patted Arcannon's shoulder and smiled. "Arcannon, how did you modify the gun this time? Why is there no smoke? And it's a lot heavier than before." Arcannon glanced at the gun in Zhang Feng's hand and smiled. "Director, this time we added a thin layer of steel to the pipe. That's why it's so heavy. As for why there's no smoke, I think it's because of this thin layer of steel. After repeated experiments we were able to make it." Zhang Feng suddenly understood. Steel could quickly lower the temperature of a bullet, especially something that could rapidly produce intense heat. It was often effective. However, using it often would still consume it. Therefore, he reminded Arcannon, "Your idea this time is very good. Science is about repeated experiments, failure, success, and so on. However, the effect of the thin layer of steel this time is not permanent. It can only be considered semi-permanent because it consumes very quickly. In the future, you can continue to experiment and see if there are any other materials that can replace it." "Yes, Director." Arcannon nodded. In fact, he also knew that this thing was not permanent. However, it was not a problem to use it now because the smoke was not a big problem for now. Just as the 2 of them were talking, the sound of gunfire came from the side. Then came the sound of complaints. "What the hell is this? It looks powerful, but why can't we hit it? Yeah, we can't even hit it. What's the point of playing?" Needless to say, the people complaining were Cheng Chumo and the others. Zhang Feng turned to Cheng Chumo and found it funny. "How can you not blame others for not hitting it?" Hearing this, Cheng Chumo was not happy. He threw the gun to the side and said, "Just now I thought that this thing was very powerful, but now it seems that it is not even worth mentioning. Fengzi, you have to find us something else." "Not powerful?" Zhang Feng smiled and bent down to pick up the gun on the ground. He waved it around. "You guys have eyes but can't see. How dare you say this thing is not powerful? Lao Tzu will show you today." After saying that, he raised the gun and pointed it at the target. With a snap of his fingers, the steel ball shot out and the target shook violently. Cheng Chumo's disdainful expression froze, because he saw a thumb-sized hole on the target. White smoke was still rising from the hole, and there was no sloppiness at all as the hole was directly pierced through. Zhang Sunchong and Du Go were also stunned. Just now, none of them had hit the target. They had always thought that this thing was useless. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. This thing had easily pierced through the wooden planks, and it wasn't damaged at all. If it hit a person, then, wouldn't his flesh be torn apart? At this moment, they immediately changed their view of the blunderbuss. This was a divine weapon, a sharp weapon for killing. Zhang Sunchong could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. He quickly went forward and grabbed the gun. With a face full of excitement he said, "Fengzi, quickly teach me how to use this thing. Why can't I hit it, but you can?" That's right. Fengzi, tell us quickly." Cheng Chumo also rushed in front of Zhang Feng, his face full of anticipation. Zhang Feng waved his hand impatiently. "Didn't you guys just say that this thing is useless? Why are you saying that it's powerful now?" Du Go chuckled, feeling a little embarrassed. "Fengzi, that was just then, but now is now. We've seen you display your invincible might, and right now, our admiration for you is like a torrential river. Don't tell me you want to refuse?" The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. This guy had some martial arts, and even knew how to flatter people. But why did it feel like he had heard these words before? It wasn't bad. Thinking about this, he raised his head and said proudly, "Seeing that you guys respect me, I'll reluctantly teach you guys a few moves." Du Go frowned. He thought to himself, "You really think you're something?" However, he still had a smile on his face. "Fengzi, hurry up. Don't dawdle here." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Du Go and placed the gun on his shoulder. He then looked at the crowd and said, "Watch carefully. I'll show you once." With that, he squinted his eyes and looked at the crosshair. He aimed at the target and pulled the trigger. A burst of flame spewed out, and the target shook. Cheng Chumo's eyes widened in disbelief, because he had fired more than 5 times, but none of them had hit. How did Fengzi hit the target with just one shot? This was a bit amazing. Could this guy be a sharpshooter? Zhang Sun and Du Go also looked at Zhang Feng with a strange expression. The two of them had just fired and deeply understood how difficult it was to hit this thing. Even the aiming finger was shaking non-stop, but Madman actually hit the target with every shot? Could this guy be a freak? Actually, Zhang Feng also didn't think that he could hit it. Just now, instead of saying that he was demonstrating, it was more accurate to say that he was angered. They actually said that the gun wasn't powerful? Now that he hit it, it was a bit hard to believe. Actually, his hitting was closely related to his previous practice. Previously, every time Algernon improved, he would call him over to experiment. Over time, this kind of effect had been achieved, but he didn't know it. Chapter 1951. Cheng Chumo looked at the target, then turned to look at Zhang Feng. He said in surprise, "Fengzi, you're so good." Although he didn't want to admit it, he still said it subconsciously. Zhang Feng naturally liked to hear these words. He smiled and said, "Of course. You can be like me if you practice more." After saying that, he handed the gun to Cheng Chumo and let him practice. Cheng Chumo took the gun and was overjoyed. It was as if he had mastered the trick. Zhang Sun had other thoughts in his mind. Since the gun was so powerful, it would definitely injure or kill people if it hit them. It would be a little scary if this thing leaked out. What if it hit him? What should he do? He didn't even dare to think about it. It would be perfect if he had a piece of armor that could defend against it. Thinking about it, he looked at Zhang Feng and asked expectantly, "Fengzi, your gun is so powerful. Is there anything that can restrain it? For example, armor or something like that?" Something that could restrain it? Zhang Feng frowned. He didn't think so much when he was researching this thing. And he didn't need it. However, this fellow's words reminded him of something. If he needed to defend himself in the future, or if the gun leaked out, it would be bad for him. With that thought in mind, he looked at Alkinnon and asked with a serious expression, "Alkinnon, have you ever thought about this?" Alkinnon naturally heard Zhang Suan's words. He thought for a moment and said, Dean, have you forgotten? You made something like armor and made it into a special combat suit. It's bulletproof. But I don't know if the improved gun can defend against it. Zhang Feng seemed to remember something. He had made a special combat suit before, but it had been a long time. He didn't know how effective it was against guns. Thinking of this, he quickly asked, Arcanon, do you still have a special combat suit? Yes. Arcanon nodded. The dean left a lot of them in the workshop. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and immediately said, take out all the special combat suits immediately. Let's test them and see if they can defend against the firearms this time. Algernon nodded. He turned around and said a few words to the big man beside him. The big man turned around and walked into the cave. After a while, he came back with a pile of clothes that looked like armor. Zhang Feng knew that this was the special combat uniform from back then. He hurriedly went forward to take one and weighed it in his hand. It seemed to weigh about a few kilograms, and the inside was very thick. It was all steel plates. He handed the special combat suit to Arcanon and said seriously, Arcanon, tie the special combat suit to the tree. Right now, the special combat uniform was still in its previous configuration. It was hard to say if it could defend against the current firearms. Before the results of the experiment were out, they definitely couldn't experiment on humans. Tying them to a tree was the safest method. Arcanon understood. He led his men to tie the special combat suit to the tree. Seeing this, Zhang Feng looked at Cheng Chimo and the others. He smiled and said, now I'll give you a chance to practice shooting. Let's see who can hit the clothes on the tree. There's no reward for hitting it? Cheng Chimo asked shamelessly. How dare you ask? Zhang Feng looked at Cheng Chimo unhappily and snorted. I let you hit it so you can practice. You want to ask me for something? If you don't want to hit it, Lao Tzu will find some people. Anyway, there's no shortage of people here. Hit. 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 I didn't say I'm not hitting. Cheng Chimo laughed and hurriedly gave Zhang Sun and the others a look. Zhang Sun and the others were smart. They all raised their firearms and started to fire according to what Arcanon had taught them. Bang bang bang. A few shots were fired, but none of them hit. Instead, the birds in the forest were scared and flew away. Zhang Feng saw this and curled his lips. He raised the gun in his hand and shouted, Get out of the way for Lao Tzu. I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. Watch Lao Tzu. Everyone had no choice but to give way. Zhang Feng aimed slightly and raised his gun. The flame spurted out and the tree shook slightly. It seemed that he had hit it. He hurriedly raised his gun and walked to the tree. He saw that half of the special combat suit had been pierced and half of the steel ball had sunk in. Arcanon also walked over. He frowned and said, Director, this special combat suit is a bit useless. It's been pierced. Zhang Feng did not answer. He took off the special combat suit and studied it carefully. Soon, he found a problem. Although there was a steel plate inside, it could not achieve the effect of cushioning. Moreover, steel plate and steel ball were both very hard materials. When they collided with each other, one of them would definitely be damaged. However, if there was no steel plate, what could be used to block the gun? After all, modern bulletproof vests were also made of steel plate. However, there were also some nylon, organic fibers, resins and so on. Nylon and organic fibers were not available. Chapter 1952. But resin. There was resin. Every tree would secrete it, and there were more pine trees, which were more suitable for making bulletproof vests. As long as he put it in his special combat suit, it might work wonders. Although it was winter and there wasn't much resin, as long as there was, it would be enough for an experiment. After making up his mind, he turned to Arcanon and asked excitedly, Do you have any resin here? Resin? Arcanon was stunned. He didn't understand why the director was asking this. He didn't know what it was used for. But he couldn't ignore the director's question. He said, Director, we don't have resin in the cave because we don't usually use it. But there should be some on the mountain. There are a lot of pine trees. Okay, gather some people immediately. Zhang Feng interrupted him and said excitedly, Remember, the more the better. Arcanon was even more confused. He asked doubtfully, Director, you're not going to make resin, are you? What's the use of it? Zhang Feng waved his hand and didn't intend to explain. Don't worry about that. It'll be useful later. Go gather some people and get some basins to store the resin. He couldn't guarantee whether it would be useful or not since the experiment hadn't been completed yet. He had to wait until it was done. Otherwise, he would ruin his reputation. Seeing that the director didn't want to explain, Arkanon went to gather the people. Soon, there were a lot of people standing on the mountain. There were at least 100 of them, and every 2 of them held an iron basin. Zhang Feng glanced at them and said seriously, "You must be curious about why I called you here. Now, I'll tell you that there's a big project for you to do, and that is to scrape resin. Scrape resin from all the trees on the mountain and put each resin into a basin. I'll need it later." Everyone looked at each other in dismay, but no one said anything. It wasn't that they doubted the director. After all, they spent a lot of time in the cave and had little contact with the outside world. They didn't know what the resin was for. Also, the director's great image was deeply imprinted in their minds. They wouldn't question it, and they didn't dare to. However, he was a little puzzled. Why didn't they make a good weapon? Why did they go up the mountain to scrape resin? Seeing this, Zhang Feng continued, "I know that everyone may have some doubts in their hearts, but don't worry. When the resin is scraped off, I will definitely tell everyone why." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone nodded and walked towards the forest with the weapons in their hands. In their hearts, the dean was lofty and omnipotent. Since the dean had given them instructions, they just had to do as they were told. The dean must have his uses. Seeing that everyone had gone to work, Zhang Feng turned to look at Cheng Chumo and the others. "You guys go too. Don't stay idle." Cheng Chumo was not happy. With a bitter face he said, "Why? We're not coolies, are we? There's strength in numbers." Zhang Feng smiled and glanced at the forest. "Look, everyone has gone to work. Don't you feel embarrassed to be here? Also, when I make the things later, I will definitely give you some benefits." He knew that these guys wouldn't do anything without benefits. When he made the new special combat uniform later, they would definitely ask for it. In that case, it was better to let these guys work first. Moreover, as long as he promised them benefits, they would be more eager than the other. As expected, Cheng Chumo's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Really? Wait a minute. I want the best." After that, he rushed into the forest with a tang knife. Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go naturally didn't want to be left behind. They picked up a tang knife and chased after him. "Tainyo, wait for me." Zhang Feng turned to look at Arkanon and said, "The special combat uniforms I asked you to make before were all made of steel plates, right?" "Yes." Arkanon nodded and thought for a while. "Director, is there something wrong with them?" Zhang Feng took out a cigarette from his waist and lit it. He took a deep puff and then looked at Arkanon seriously. "Actually, we were wrong before. Think about it. Steel balls are made of steel, and steel plates are also made of steel. What will happen when the two collide?" Arkanon lowered his head and pondered. Zhang Feng took a puff of his cigarette and continued, "The speed of the steel ball is very fast, we all know this. The moment it is fired from the barrel of the gun, it will produce an extremely high temperature. If it suddenly hits a wooden board, it can easily penetrate it because wooden boards are not strong. This is very easy to understand, but what about steel plate? They are made of the same material. The moment they come into contact, they will produce a higher temperature. That's why the experiment just now failed and the special combat uniform was penetrated. Do you understand?" Arkanon nodded as if he didn't fully understand. He asked with some doubt, "Then as you said, steel plates are useless, right?" No. Chapter 1953. Zhang Feng shook the cigarette between his fingers and said seriously, "The steel plate is not useless. It's just that it's not very effective when it collides with the steel balls. However, we still have to use the steel plate." Alkinnon nodded again, but this time he seemed to have understood something. He quickly said, "So you're going to use resin to mix it in?" Zhang Feng smiled with satisfaction. "Yes, resin has a softening effect, especially when it has a tendency to flow under the influence of external forces. When you punch it, you won't be able to exert any force at all. For example, if a steel ball moves very fast and can cause great damage to anything, it may not be the same for resin. First of all, resin is neither soft nor hard. When you hit it, it will immediately break down the strength of the steel ball. Secondly, even if the steel ball is strong and breaks the resin will still be like what I said just now, breaking down the strength of a steel ball. Moreover, there is a steel plate behind the resin. In this way, the safety factor of the special combat suit can be greatly improved. Alkinnon nodded and lowered his head to digest what the director had said. Don't rush. Take it slow. Zhang Feng smiled and said, I just thought of this thing. You'll know the effect when it's done. As soon as he finished speaking, Chung Chimo and the others ran over with a basin in their hands. Inside the basin was a yellow, sticky substance. It was the resin. Alkinnon looked at the basin and frowned. Director, is this the resin you were talking about? Although he had seen resin hanging on trees before, he had never seen such a large basin. Moreover, it was collected. It looked a little strange. Zhang Feng nodded with satisfaction. That's right. This is the resin I was talking about. Then he looked at Chung Chimo. What tree's resin is this? Every tree's resin had a different effect and usage, so it had to be distinguished. Chung Chimo scratched his head and looked at Zhang Sun. What kind of resin is this? Pine resin. Zhang Sun rolled his eyes at Chung Chimo. Oh yes, it's pine resin. Chung Chimo quickly looked at Zhang Feng and smiled. It's pine resin. Zhang Feng nodded and said to Arkanon, when the others come back, tell them to bring the resin to the cave. We'll go back and do the experiment first. With that, he led Chung Chimo into the cave. Arkanon gave a few orders to his subordinates and hurriedly followed. Inside the cave, Zhang Feng looked at the resin in Chung Chimo's hand and said, pour all the resin into the furnace. The resin had just been scraped off, and there were still many impurities. It needed to be quenched at a high temperature to obtain the final essence. Although some of it would be lost, it had to be done for better effect. Moreover, the resin would turn into a liquid after high temperature, which was more suitable to be added to the special combat suit. However, Arkanon didn't know this. He asked worriedly, Director, will it all evaporate if it's poured into the furnace? Zhang Feng shook his head and said, No, it won't. The resin is not a liquid, nor is it a solid. It's semi-solid. It will only be quenched if it's put in the furnace, but the temperature can't be too high. Lower the temperature to 60 degrees first. Arkanon nodded and asked his subordinates to operate the furnace. After a while, the furnace's temperature was lowered. Zhang Feng looked at Chung Chimo and the others and said, Now pour the resin into the furnace and see what happens. Chung Chimo curled his lips and glanced at the furnace. He felt the heat before he even got close. How could he pour it? He looked at Zhang Feng reluctantly, but Zhang Feng gave him a cold look. He had to carry the basin into the furnace and pour the resin into it despite the intense heat. However, the resin didn't seem to want to go down. It was lying on the bottom of the basin. Chung Chimo had to dig with his hands. After a long time, he finally got the resin into the furnace one by one. Soon, there was a crackling sound in the furnace, like firecrackers. Chung Chimo looked at the furnace in surprise and stammered, Fengzi, what's going on? Zhang Feng didn't answer. Instead, he leaned forward to take a look. He saw that the resin was rolling in the furnace and constantly making noises. In a few moments, it turned into a liquid, just like water. However, the color didn't change. It was still yellow. He turned around and glanced at the others. He smiled and said, It's okay. It's just the resin rolling in there. It'll be fine in a while. Let's sit down and have a rest. After that, he didn't care about the others' reactions. He walked to the round table and sat down. Arkanon glanced at the furnace and came to Zhang Feng. Director, how long will it take to quench it? Zhang Feng frowned. In fact, he didn't know. This was the first time he had experimented with this thing. How could he know? He could only say, I don't know. It'll be fine after the noise stops. Chapter 1954. Then he seemed to think of something and added, Go and prepare some steel plates and steel bars. We'll need them later. Alkinnon nodded. He didn't say much and gave his men some orders. As for Chung Chimo and the others, although they were curious, they couldn't see anything. They just sat aside and waited quietly. Time passed bit by bit. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the crackling sound inside the furnace stopped. Zhang Feng stood up abruptly and went forward to take a look. The resin had changed color and was completely transparent. There were no impurities at all. He hurriedly said to the worker next to him, Pour the resin out quickly. Alkinnon had already prepared a basin. The resin was as clear as water. However, unlike water, the resin was slightly thicker and gave off a faint smell of flowers and plants. Chung Chumo looked at the resin and smiled. This thing was yellow just now. Now it's white. How amazing. Zhang Feng didn't pay any attention to this guy's nonsense. Instead, he looked at Alkinnon and said solemnly, "Take out the steel plate and put it in the resin. You must soak it in." Alkinnon nodded. He also understood the importance of this matter. He hurriedly took out the steel plates and put them in the resin without saying anything. Soon, the resin covered the steel plates. Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "Take it out quickly. Otherwise, the resin will dry up." Alkinnon hurriedly took out a steel bar and put it in the resin. He tried to pick up the steel plates, but they were too heavy. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pick them up. Zhang Feng was anxious. He hurriedly waved to Chung Chumo and said, "Tai Nyo, come and help. Otherwise, it will be over soon." Chung Chumo didn't intend to help at first, but seeing Feng Zi so anxious, he went forward. He was strong. He took the steel bar and picked up the steel plates with a little force. Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "Put the steel plates aside to dry." "Okay." Chung Chumo nodded his head and put the steel plate aside before giving up. Zhang Feng squatted down and looked at the steel plate. It seemed to be coated with a thin film. It was wet, slippery, and elastic. He immediately understood that the experiment was a success. He quickly turned to Alkinnon and said with a look of surprise, "Continue to put in the steel plate until all the resin is used up." Alkinnon nodded and put down the steel plates beside him. He repeated the process until all the steel plates were covered with resin. Alkinnon and Chung Chumo did not stop until all the steel plates were covered with resin. Zhang Feng glanced at the neatly arranged steel plates. There were about 50 of them, which was enough to make 20 special combat suits. Thinking about it, he turned to Alkinnon and asked, "How much resin do we have left?" Alkinnon thought for a moment and replied, "About 5 more pots." Zhang Feng nodded. "Pour all the resin into the furnace. Then take out the cloth for the special combat suit. Let's start." The cloth for the special combat suit was different from the traditional ones. It was soaked in plant sap to increase the fiber of the cloth. It could also dye the special combat suit and conceal it. Alkinnon said a few words to his subordinates and they quickly brought the cloth over. Zhang Feng touched the cloth. It was indeed stronger. He looked at Chung Chumo and the others. "Don't just stand there. Come and help." Then he handed the other end of the cloth to Chung Chumo. He cut along the thread and a large piece of cloth was cut off. "Cover the steel plate with this cloth." Zhang Feng handed the cloth to Chung Chumo and ordered. Chung Chumo nodded and covered the steel plate with the cloth. Then he looked at Zhang Feng. "Now what?" "Put the steel plate in the pot." Zhang Feng pointed at the pot beside him. Then he looked at Alkinnon and said seriously, "Pour the resin out of the furnace onto the cloth." Alkinnon nodded and ordered the workers to pour the resin onto the cloth. In an instant, the cloth shrank and covered the steel plate perfectly. There was no gap. The surface of the cloth was covered with a layer of resin. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. Alkinnon looked at the steel plate. Then he looked at Zhang Feng with a strange expression. "Director, it's done." Zhang Feng crossed his arms and looked at the steel plate seriously. He thought for a moment and said, "Were there any other steps to make the special combat suit?" Alkinnon shook his head. "No. Just put 2 steel plates and it took shape. Then it's done." Zhang Feng nodded slightly and said seriously, "Now we just have to wait for the resin to cool down. Then we can start the experiment." After he finished speaking, he casually found a stool and sat down. He took out a cigarette from his waist, lit it with a lighter, and started smoking with a satisfied expression. Seeing this, Chung Chumo and the others also came over and said with a smile, "Feng Zi, give us one too." Chapter 1955. They hadn't smoked since they came to the academy. Now that they saw Feng Zi smoking, they craved for it. Zhang Feng also understood that these guys were probably addicted to smoking. He smiled and took out 3 cigarettes from his waist and threw them to the 3 of them. Chung Chumo took out a lighter from his waist. The 3 of them huddled together like a group of drug addicts. Of course, Algernon didn't have such hobbies. He squatted in front of the steel plate and felt that the temperature was about right. He touched it with his hand. As expected, the temperature had dropped. He quickly turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Director, the temperature has dropped." Hearing this, Zhang Feng threw away the cigarette in his hand and stood up abruptly. He touched the steel plate and couldn't help smiling. "It's not as fast as this thing." Then he looked at Algernon and said, "Take it out and get ready for the experiment." Algernon nodded, picked up the special combat suit and walked out of the door. Cheng Chumo hurried to follow him. At the back of the mountain, Zhang Feng looked at the special combat suit in Algernon's hand and said with a smile, "Tie it to the tree. Let's start." Algernon nodded and tied the special combat suit to the tree. "Now I'll give you a chance. Shoot that suit. How about it?" Zhang Feng turned to Cheng Chumo and the others and smiled. Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sun looked at each other and didn't say anything. They knew that it was a practice and there was no harm in it. So they took out their guns and started to aim. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots, the tree only shook a little. It seemed that only one of the shots hit the target. Zhang Feng didn't care who hit the tree. He strode forward and saw a steel ball scattered on the ground. The special combat suit on the tree only had some marks, but it didn't crack. He quickly took off his special combat uniform and checked it in his hands. Sure enough, the effect was much better than before. There were only some marks left, and there was no damage at all. Arcanon also bent down and looked at it carefully. He said in surprise, "Director, your method is really effective. This special combat suit not only blocked the steel balls, but also didn't get hurt." Zhang Feng nodded and stroked the marks on the special combat uniform. He smiled and said, "This method needs to be widely promoted." At this point he frowned. "It's just that the resin alone isn't good enough. If you have other things in the future, you can try adding a little more." Algernon nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something. "This special combat suit is so effective. I wonder how it will look on a human. Wearing it on a human body?" Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows. He hadn't tested this yet, so he didn't know what would happen. He had already tested it on a tree, but humans and trees were different after all. If someone, with that in mind, he turned to look at Cheng Chumo and the others. Cheng Chumo only felt his body tremble, and a wave of coldness hit him in an instant. Because he felt that Feng Zi's gaze was somewhat malicious. It was similar to the gaze he had when he went to Shangzhou last time. He quickly took 2 steps back and said with a trembling voice, "Feng Zi, what do you want to do?" Zhang Feng stood up and chuckled. "Nothing much. It's just like an experiment. I wonder which one of you is willing to sacrifice yourself for science?" Sacrifice himself? Hearing this, Zhang Sun felt a chill. He still remembered that Feng Zi had almost killed him when he said this last time. Now he was asking him to sacrifice himself? Wasn't that asking him to die? He quickly shook his head. "No, no, no. I'll leave such a great thing to you." Zhang Feng's face changed slightly, but he still smiled. "Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Just one of you put on the special combat suit and stand there. Nothing will happen." Sure enough, it was like this. Dugo's legs were a little weak. Just now, he had already guessed that this Feng Zi was crazy. He wanted him to be the target. If he didn't pay attention and missed, wouldn't he die? He had personally used the gun just now. Although he didn't hit the target, he could see the power. If he hit a fatal spot, he would definitely die. How could he go? He quickly waved his hand. "No, no, no, I'm not going." Zhang Feng's face completely changed. He frowned and said angrily, "You bastards, when we went up the mountain, all of you ran faster than me and insisted on some benefits. Now I'm asking you to do an experiment and you're refusing. Are you itching for a beating again?" Cheng Chumo's face was bitter. When they went up the mountain, they didn't say that they were going to do such a deadly experiment. Why was he blamed now? He quickly explained, "Feng Zi, you're wrong. You didn't say it when we went up the mountain. Now that we're here, you don't admit it. How can there be people like you?" "Yes, Feng Zi, you're not kind." Zhang Sun hugged Cheng Chumo, his legs trembling. Dugo also had a look of reluctance. He hugged Zhang Sun and shouted at Zhang Feng, "Feng Zi, you're a little unreasonable. We're people, not trees. If you want to do an experiment, are there not enough trees for you to shoot?" Chapter 1956. How can a tree be the same? Zhang Feng roared in annoyance. He knew that these guys were afraid, and what he said made sense. Trees could be used for experiments, but the effects of trees and humans were different. Even if these guys didn't want to do the experiment, they still had to find other people to do the experiment. There was no difference at all. He thought for a while and put on a smile. I know you guys are afraid. How about this? Whoever wants to do the experiment, I'll give him the special combat uniform later. You guys can see that it's not dangerous at all. Look, isn't the special combat uniform fine? Special combat uniform? Cheng Chumo was stunned. He really wanted this thing. After all, there was no man who didn't like this kind of thing. However, it was a little uncomfortable to be hit by a gun. However, after thinking about it, what Fengzi said made sense. There was no danger when it was tied to a tree. If it was tied to a human, it probably wouldn't be dangerous, right? Thinking about it, he probed. Is what you said true? Is it really not dangerous to hit a human? Before Zhang Feng could answer, Zhang Sun took it. He looked at Cheng Chumo nervously. Iron Bull, are you crazy? You dare to try this thing? Do you want to die? Cheng Chumo gave Zhang Sun a look. Then, he put his left hand on Zhang Sun's shoulder and his right hand on Du Go's shoulder. They formed a circle and said softly, You guys don't understand. Lao Tzu saw it just now. This special combat uniform is really powerful. Later, we'll talk to Fengzi about the conditions. We'll get this thing. Also, think about it, would Fengzi hurt us? After all, we're brothers. When Zhang Sun and Du Go heard this, they felt that it made sense. They said, Okay, you can try it later. They were still a little scared. Since Iron Bull wanted to die, they would let him have it. Cheng Chumo rolled his eyes at Zhang Sun. Okay, don't be jealous later. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Feng's voice came. What are you guys discussing? All right. Cheng Chumo quickly responded and turned to look at Zhang Feng. Fengzi, is what you said true? Is that thing really not dangerous? Although he was a little shaken, he still wanted to confirm it. After all, this thing hitting a body was not the same as hitting a tree. Zhang Feng saw that this guy was a little moved and smiled. Of course I made it myself. Don't you trust me? Cheng Chumo gave him a look of disdain, as if to say, Of course I don't trust you. Of course, he wouldn't say that out loud. Therefore he said, Fengzi, it's not that I don't trust you, but this thing is dangerous. You have to? At this point, he glanced at the gun on the ground, the meaning of which was self-evident. Zhang Feng naturally knew what Cheng Chumo meant. He just wanted the gun. This thing was so powerful. What if it hurt someone? In addition, this guy was a troublemaker. Moreover, the gun hadn't been released yet. Once it was released, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. With all these reasons combined, he couldn't give it to him. He immediately refused. No, this thing is different from other things. I can't give it to you. You can choose other weapons. Other weapons? Cheng Chumo frowned and glanced at the other weapons on the ground. The Mitsubishi Army knife. He had played with it before. There was nothing good about it. The Tang knife was no good either. The Mo knife was even worse. After looking around for a while, he still couldn't find a single one that caught his eye. He frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, Fengzi, are you trying to send me off with these toys? None of them caught my eye. I just want your gun. Are you going to give it to me or not? If you give it to me, Lao Tzu will immediately wear it and stand neatly for you. You can fight however you want, as long as you leave some descendants for the Chen family. Zhang Feng was stumped. The gun was so powerful. It was absolutely impossible to give it to this guy. Otherwise, Chang'an City would be turned upside down in less than 3 days. The entire Chen family would be finished. However, if he didn't give the gun, he wouldn't be interested in the other things. What should he do? Should he make a composite bow for this guy? A composite bow and a gun had the same effect. Moreover, for Iron Bull, a composite bow was better than a gun. He just didn't know if this guy could accept it. With that thought, he looked at Cheng Chumo and said with a smile, Iron Bull, it's not that I don't want to give you the gun, but this thing is too powerful. If you take it, what if it goes off and you kill someone? What if you kill a noble? What about the Chen family? Hearing this, Cheng Chumo fell silent. It wasn't Zhang Feng's words that convinced him. It was because he remembered something. If he brought the gun home, the heartless old Chung would definitely confiscate it. Moreover, old Chung had a group of brothers, such as Uncle Yuchi and Uncle Chin. They were all famous people. If they saw that he had such a treasure, wouldn't they snatch it? Chapter 1957. But this gun was so good. How could he let it go? After thinking about it, he still wasn't willing to give up, so he said, "Then what do you mean? You're not giving it to me?" "I didn't say that I'm not giving it to you." Zhang Feng waved his hand and looked at Chung Chumo with a smile that wasn't a smile. "I'm planning to give you something else. Think about it, if you take the gun, I'm afraid you'll get yourself into trouble." Chung Chumo fell silent again. Actually, he wasn't afraid of getting himself into trouble. His father was Lu Guogong. Who would dare to touch him? He was just afraid that the gun wouldn't fall into his hands. That would be King tragic. Thus, he could only ask, "What's the other thing you were talking about?" Zhang Feng saw that this guy was interested and felt that there was a chance. He quickly said, "It's a type of bow, I call it a composite bow." Before he could finish, Chung Chumo gave him a look of disdain. "I was wondering what it was, but it turned out to be a bow and arrow. What a stupid name. What composite bow? Bah, Lao Tzu has a lot of them at home. If you want one, Lao Tzu can give it to you." Zhang Feng was unhappy when he heard this and immediately retorted, "Don't King look down on Lao Tzu's bow and arrow. Lao Tzu's bow and arrow isn't something that trash like yours can compare to. Listen carefully, Lao Tzu's bow and arrow requires at least 200 dan of strength to draw. Every arrow can pierce through stone and gold, and has a range of 3 li. Its power is even more powerful than a gun." Of course, this was a bit exaggerated, but it was to attract Chung Chumo's attention. Exaggerating a bit would have a miraculous effect. As expected, Chung Chumo was stunned. What the hell? 200 dan of strength to draw? One arrow could pierce through stone and gold? And the range was around 4 li? Then wouldn't it be around 1,500 meters? If he could get a bow like this, it would be a wonderful thing. Moreover, what Fengzi said made sense. Even if he obtained the gun, he might not be able to enjoy it. Perhaps that unscrupulous old Chung would snatch it away. After thinking for a while, he probed, "Is the bow you mentioned real?" "Of course it's true." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Chung Chumo and snapped, "Are you being reasonable? If you don't come, Lao Tzu will find someone else." "Come." Just as Chung Chumo was about to agree, Zhang Sun couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed Chung Chumo and laughed. "Brother Tainyo, you were in the limelight just now. Why don't you give this bow to me?" Dugo also laughed and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Brother Tainyo, let us have this thing." Chung Chumo's expression changed. He looked at Zhang Sun and Dugo with dissatisfaction. When Lao Tzu went to negotiate, the two of you were like dead people. Now King jumped out? And you want Lao Tzu's godly bow? Dream on. He waved his hand and hit the two of them to the side. He said angrily, "Get lost you two. Did you go eat just now?" After saying that, he walked towards Zhang Feng with a smile. It was a stark contrast to his disdainful attitude just now. Zhang Sun and Dugo were unhappy. How could they let go of such a good thing? They strode forward and hugged Zhang Feng. They cried, "Fengzi, we will also be your target. Give us one of your godly bow." Zhang Feng laughed. Just now, the two of them were on the same side as Chung Chumo. Now they changed their attitude so quickly? And they were still acting shamelessly? If he didn't give it to them, the two of them definitely wouldn't give up. If he gave it to them, Iron Bull probably wouldn't be willing. After thinking about it, he decided to give it to them. He couldn't let these guys drag him down. He shook his legs and said helplessly, "Are you guys bored? Isn't it just a bow? I'll give it to you." Anyway, the bow hadn't been made yet. When the time came, he would make more. Moreover, these two guys' physiques weren't suitable for using a bow. They were just enjoying the novelty. However, Zhang Sun felt different. He thought that the bow was awesome. He jumped 8 feet high and said with a smile, "Fengzi, let's start. Use the gun to hit me. Hit me first. Hit me first." Chung Chumo pushed Zhang Sun away. He was a little dissatisfied. Looking at these guys fighting to be the first, Zhang Feng wanted to laugh. Just now, they were all unwilling, and now they were fighting to be beaten? He suspected that these guys were a little perverted. He smiled and waved his hand. One by one. Don't rush. Iron Bull came first. Let Iron Bull eat the bullet first. Chung Chumo snorted and pushed Zhang Sun away. He raised his head high as if he was showing off. When he came in front of Zhang Feng, he immediately changed his expression and said with a smile, "Fengzi, how do we start?" Zhang Feng handed the special combat uniform to Chung Chumo and smiled. "Put on this uniform and wait under the tree." After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and reminded him, "It's best to close your eyes. Otherwise, you'll be scared." Chung Chumo didn't think too much. He put on the special combat uniform and strode to the tree. Now, he only remembered the bough. Everything else had been thrown to the back of his mind. Chapter 1958. After standing still, he shouted excitedly at Zhang Feng, "Fengzi, you can start now. Hurry up." Zhang Feng nodded. He picked up the gun and placed it on his shoulder, ready to aim. When he saw Chung Chumo's face, he couldn't help but feel nervous. In the past he had shot a lot of targets, but this was his first time hitting a person. If he missed, then Tai Nyo's life would be gone. However, there was no problem with shooting targets just now. There shouldn't be any problem with shooting people now, right? He tried to comfort himself, but his palms were still sweating. On the other side, Chung Chumo couldn't help but ask when he saw that Zhang Feng hadn't fired yet. "Fengzi, what are you waiting for? Hurry up." Chung Chumo's words pulled Zhang Feng back from his deep thoughts. He looked carefully, wiped the sweat on his hands, and decided to shoot. There was no way to be nervous. No one had shot anyone before, and he was the same. This time it was for science. Even if he missed Iron Bull, it was a sacrifice for science. Moreover, he shouldn't miss. Thinking, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the crosshairs and the special combat uniform. He deliberately didn't look at Chung Chumo's face so that he wouldn't be nervous. Sure enough, this method had some effect. His palms weren't sweating anymore. He focused and gently pulled the trigger. A burst of flame spewed out. Chung Chumo screamed and fell back. Zhang Feng was taken aback. He had clearly taken aim. Why did this guy fall to the ground? He quickly stepped forward and picked up Chung Chumo. He glanced around and didn't find any external injuries. Could it be an internal injury? He quickly reached out and checked around, but still didn't find any injuries. Wasn't this thing knocked out by the shock? Thinking of this, he quickly shook Chung Chumo and shouted, "Iron Bull, don't die, Iron Bull." Zhang Sun also rushed over. When he saw Chung Chumo lying on the ground, his expression changed. He couldn't help shouting, Tai Nyo, what happened to you?" As they spoke, the two of them imitated Zhang Feng and kept shaking Chung Chumo, trying to shake Chung Chumo awake. Chung Chumo didn't know if it was the shaking of the crowd or if he wasn't injured at all. He suddenly sat up, which scared the crowd and made them step back. Zhang Feng pointed at Chung Chumo and asked in a trembling voice, "Iron Bull, what happened to you just now?" Chung Chumo didn't answer immediately. Instead, he rubbed his head as if trying to recall something. After a while he said, "I think I was hit just now." "Nonsense. Would you be lying down if I didn't hit you?" Zhang Feng suddenly stood up and stared at Chung Chumo. "Lao Tzu is asking why you fainted?" Zhang Sun and Du Go also nodded. They were scared by this guy just now, and their legs were still weak. Chung Chumo ignored the crowd and rubbed the back of his head because he felt a little uncomfortable. When he touched it, he felt a sharp pain. He screamed, "Ah, Lao Tzu's head." Zhang Feng hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed the back of Chung Chumo's head to take a closer look. It turned out that this fellow had a big bump on his head. It looked like he had bumped into something, but in such an open space, where could he have bumped into? Zhang Feng curiously turned his head to take a look. A tree behind him immediately attracted his attention. The bark on the tree was gone. He instantly understood that Iron Bull had crashed into a tree. He quickly turned his head and said, "Iron Bull, King hit a tree." Chung Chumo's face was full of question marks. He couldn't believe it. How did he hit a tree? Although he didn't want to believe it, he still turned his head to look. He saw that there were still marks on the tree. He could tell at a glance that he hit it. He suddenly jumped up, pointed at the tree and shouted, "How the *CK did I hit a tree?" Zhang Sun also reacted at this time. He quickly got up and looked at the back of Chung Chumo's head. then looked at the tree. He couldn't help but laugh. Iron Bull, King thought you were dead. So you just hit a tree. Cheng Chumo couldn't stand this guy's ridicule. He slapped Zhang Xuan's head and said angrily, King are the same now. Zhang Sun was still in a good mood. After being hit, he naturally wasn't happy. He jumped up and wanted to fight back. Zhang Feng saw that the situation was not right and quickly reached out to stop him. Don't hit him. Do you still want the bow? After saying that, he didn't care about the other's reaction. He looked at Cheng Chumo and said, Iron Bull, take off your clothes and let me see. Cheng Chumo said, Oh. He unwillingly stared at Zhang Sun and took off his clothes. Zhang Feng took the clothes and saw that there was no damage. It was almost the same as before. However, he had already guessed this result. After all, Iron Bull was completely fine. If there was a problem with the special combat uniform, this guy might really be lying here. Thinking of this, he looked at Zhang Sun and smiled. Bug, it's your turn. Come, put on your clothes. Zhang Sun waved his hand and took 2 steps back. He smiled and said, Feng, didn't Iron Bull already try it? I don't think it's necessary. Chapter 1959. When he saw Iron Bull's appearance just now, he was already a little scared. After all, lying on the ground was not a good feeling, and he did not want to experience it again. However, Zhang Feng did not agree. He stared at Zhang Sun and shouted, Damn it, weren't you very enthusiastic just now? Why are you so scared now? Are you still a man? He did not want to force this guy to go, but this guy had already agreed. It was too unreliable to go back on his word now. Besides, it was always good to have one more person to do the experiment. What could Iron Bull alone prove? It could only prove that this guy had a good physique, and the advantages of the special combat suit were not fully reflected. Zhang Sun did not know what Zhang Feng was thinking. He looked bitterly at Cheng Chumo, but he did not expect that the latter would directly look back at him with a contemptuous look. This immediately aroused his competitive spirit. Therefore, he turned to Zhang Feng and said with a stern face, Fengzi, give me the thing. Lao Tzu does not believe it. Zhang Feng had been waiting for this sentence. He quickly handed over the special combat suit and said with a smile, Come on, find a place to stand. Don't stand against a tree. Cheng Chumo blushed when he heard this. After all, anyone could tell that he was talking about him. Zhang Sun took the special combat suit and glanced at Cheng Chumo with a dissatisfied face. Then, he put it on and found an open space to stand. He shouted, Fengzi, I'm ready. Let's start. Zhang Feng nodded, took a few steps back, and put the gun on his shoulder. This time, he was not as nervous as before. After all, he had some experience. He aimed at Zhang Xuan's special combat suit and raised his hand to shoot. Bang! Bang! Zhang Sun obviously took 2 steps back, but he did not fall down this time. He touched the special combat suit in front of him and did not feel anything unusual. He shouted, Fengzi, it's okay. Hearing the sound, Zhang Feng was also delighted. He hurriedly strode forward and checked carefully. Indeed, he did not find any new injuries. This was enough to prove that there was no problem with his special combat uniform. Even a skinny person like Zhang Sun Chong could defend against firearms wearing it. He smiled and said, Bug, you don't feel uncomfortable, do you? Although he didn't seem to have any problems on the surface, he still had to ask. Otherwise, what would he do if he suffered internal injuries in the future? Na Chengxiang thought of Zhang Xuan's nonchalant look. He took off his special combat uniform and said with a smile, No problem. Zhang Feng nodded. He just needed to make sure that this guy was fine. Then he looked at Du Go. De Bing, it's your turn now. Du Go was originally afraid. But seeing that Zhang Sun Chong was fine, he thought that he would be fine too. He took the special combat uniform from Zhang Sun Chong's hand and smiled at Zhang Feng. No problem, come on. After saying that, he stood at the position where Zhang Sun Chong was standing just now. His face was full of righteousness, as if he was going to sacrifice himself for science. Zhang Feng nodded and took 2 steps back. Then, he aimed and pulled the trigger. A burst of flame spewed out. Du Go took 2 steps back and touched the special combat uniform in front of him. Seeing that there was no problem, he shouted, Fengzi, I'm fine too. Zhang Feng hurriedly went forward and checked. Sure enough, there was no injury at all. It could be said that it was lucky if there was no injury during the experiment. However, if there were 2 or 3 people and there was no injury, then it was definitely due to the special combat uniform. Thinking of this, he handed the special combat uniform in his hand to Arcanon and said with a serious face, "From now on, all the special combat uniforms will be made according to this method." Arcanon also saw the effect of the uniform just now. Naturally, he didn't dare to be negligent. He nodded and said, "Yes, Director." Cheng Chumo jumped up. He remembered that Fengzi had promised to give him a composite bow. Now that the experiment was done, he naturally couldn't let it go. "Fengzi, what about the bow you mentioned just now? When will you give it to me?" "Yes, when will you give it to me?" Zhang Sunchong also asked loudly. He was beaten back a few steps just now. He couldn't just let it go. Zhang Feng naturally knew what these guys were thinking. He smiled and said, "We'll do it when we get back. Don't worry." "You haven't done it yet?" Du Go exclaimed. He thought that the bow and arrows were ready. Who would have thought that they hadn't done it yet? "What the hell are you shouting for?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Du Go. "Lao Tzu didn't say that he wouldn't give it to you. We'll do it when we get back." It was a good thing that these guys were interested in the composite bow. At least they wouldn't pester him for heavy armor and light cavalry. At worst, he could make some to whet their appetites. Cheng Chumo and the others were a little unhappy when they heard that they hadn't done it yet. However, when they heard that they were going to do it immediately, they couldn't help but be excited. Okay. Fengzi, hurry up." Zhang Feng nodded. He called Arcanon and the others and walked into the cave. Cheng Chumo and the others naturally followed closely behind. Chapter 1960. As soon as they returned to the cave, Cheng Chumo couldn't wait to urge Zhang Feng. "Fengzi, can we start now? What can we do for you?" Zhang Feng didn't answer. He turned to Arcanon and said, "Go and prepare some tuber wood and some ox horns. It's best if they're white. If you can't find any, find some cyan ones. Also, some ox tendons, deer gelatin, horse gelatin, fish gelatin, rhinoceros gelatin, cow gelatin, and other 5 kinds of gelatin." Hearing this, Arcanon frowned. At first, he didn't think it was difficult. Tuber wood was easy to find. After all, they were on the mountain and there were countless woods. But as he listened, he felt that something was wrong. Why were there ox horns? Wasn't this a little difficult? Ox horns were on the head of an ox. If you wanted ox horns, you had to kill the ox. But this was the Tang dynasty. Killing an ox for no reason was punishable by death. Putting that aside, where could he find ox tendons, deer gelatin, horse gelatin, rhinoceros gelatin, and cow gelatin? You couldn't buy them on the market. Only the royal family had them. This stumped him, and he asked a little worriedly, "Dean, of all the things you mentioned, only Tuamu is easy to find. The others are not easy to find. For example, cow horns, cow tendons, deer glue, horse glue, and rhinoceros glue. These things may not be available on the market." Zhang Feng frowned. At first, he didn't think too much. He just wanted to tell them the materials of the composite bow. After all, to make a good composite bow, he needed these materials. Of course, it wasn't just for the promise to Cheng Chumo and the others. He also wanted to make a breakthrough and research new weapons. But Arkinon's words completely dampened his enthusiasm. Were these things really so hard to get? He wasn't willing to give up. He asked tentatively, "Go and find them on the market. If you can't find them..." He lowered his head and pondered. Ox horns were the best. If they couldn't find them, then they could only use ox horns. For beef tendons, he could only use sheep tendon, deer gelatin was replaced with sheep gelatin, horse gelatin was replaced with donkey gelatin, rhino gelatin was replaced with dog gelatin. In any case, he had to collect all 5 types of glue. Otherwise, the bowstring of the composite bow would not last long, and its power would be greatly reduced. After making up his mind, he looked at Arcanon and continued, "Try your best to buy all the things I mentioned just now, no matter how much they cost. If you really don't have any, buy lamb tendons, sheep's gelatin, deer gelatin, dog gelatin, fish gelatin, rat gelatin, but the effect will be greatly reduced." Seeing that the dean had relented, Arcanon finally heaved a sigh of relief. Cheng Chumo, on the other hand, couldn't hold it in any longer. He jumped up high and said, No, how can we change the materials? Wouldn't the power of Lao Tzu's godly bow be greatly reduced? He couldn't accept it. Why would he change the materials if he didn't have them? This composite bow belonged to Lao Tzu, and he definitely couldn't accept its power being reduced. Zhang Sunchong was the same. When he heard that the composite bow's power would be greatly reduced, he shouted, "No, we can't change it." Mother Ker, did Lao Tzu make it, or did you make it? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Zhang Feng glared at them, and his voice was even louder than the two of them. He shouted, "Where do you expect Arcanon to get these materials? Lao Tzu made it for you, and you're already doing him a favor. Why are you still making a fuss here? If you continue to make a fuss, get lost from Lao Tzu." Cheng Chumo was unhappy when he heard this. This godly bow was made for me. How can it have nothing to do with me? Besides, if Arcanon can't find it, can't Lao Tzu find it? He remembered that there was a warehouse at home, and there were many things given by the palace. It shouldn't be difficult to find things like horns and tendons. Zhang Sunchong saw Cheng Chumo's attitude and said eagerly, "Yes, if you can't find these things, we can find them. But we definitely can't reduce the power of the godly bow." Zhang Feng suddenly understood. Why didn't he think of this earlier? These guys were all businessmen, and it wasn't difficult for them to get these strange materials. For others, this might be a crime punishable by death, but for these notorious rich kids, they could easily find a pile of these materials at home. Moreover, this composite bow was made for them, so they would work even harder. But these guys were so confident now, but when they got home, they might not have the guts to do so. After all, these materials were very valuable. What if they didn't dare to do it when they got home? No, he had to provoke them. Thinking about this, he deliberately put on an embarrassed expression. "I understand what you're saying, but these things are very valuable. If I go home to take them, I'm afraid I'll be hung up and beaten." Beaten? Cheng Chumo glared at him, his nostrils pointing at the sky. Who the F***ck dares to beat Lao Tzu? Zhang Feng rejoiced in his heart. He had taken the bait. However, he still put on a worried expression. If that's the case, come back soon. Chapter 1961. He knew old Cheng's temper. If Iron Bull went back and asked for something so valuable, old Cheng would definitely not give it to him. Iron Bull was also a person who refused to admit defeat. Who knew what he would do? Cheng Chumo ignored Zhang Feng's strange concern. He turned to Zhang Sun and Du Go and snorted, "Bug, what do you think? Go home and find the materials?" Zhang Sun Chong naturally agreed. He wasn't afraid that Zhang Sun Wuji would beat him up, because he was the only son in the family. His father was afraid that he would melt in his mouth and dote on him. Moreover, his mother doted on him a lot, so what did he want that she wouldn't give him? A mere bull's horn was still a piece of cake for him. However, Du Go was not so lucky. His father was relatively strict. It would not be easy to get the materials. However, thinking that the power of the divine bow would be greatly reduced, he seemed to muster up some courage. Moreover, Iron Bull and Bug were ready to go. If he did not go, he would seem like a coward. After thinking about it, he nodded and said, "Let's go back and prepare." After saying that, the three of them glanced at Zhang Feng and turned to walk out of the cave. Go and prepare the logs. The more the better. Zhang Feng saw that this guy had left and said to Arcanon happily. He was not worried that Cheng Chumo and the others would not be able to get the horns and other things back. He understood these guys. As long as they heard that something was beneficial to them, they would be more enthusiastic than anyone else. Arcanon naturally did not dare to be negligent. He called his men and went up the mountain to prepare to cut the logs. Cheng Chumo, on the other hand, was afraid as soon as he came out of the cave. He was regretting that he had impulsively agreed to Zhang Feng's request. How was he going to tell his old man about such valuable materials? If this was known, wouldn't he be beaten to death? What should he do? Thinking about it, he shifted his gaze to Zhang Sun and Du Go. His eyes turned as if he had thought of something. He revealed a malicious look and said, "I say, brothers, you should know about my family situation. I, Lao Tzu, am usually very fierce. You should have seen it, right?" Okay. Zhang Sun replied indifferently before turning to chat with Du Go. It was as if he did not care about Cheng Chumo's words. In fact, He had already guessed the gist of it. This brat just wanted to complain and then ask for more materials. Humph. No way. Chung Chumo saw that Zhang's son could not be bothered with him, so he turned and ran in front of Du Go. Grinning, he said, "De Bing, I'll tell you the truth. That old Ching of mine definitely won't allow me to take anything. Help me." "Stop." Du Go waved his hand and quickly took 2 steps back. With a look of disdain, he looked at Chung Chumo and said, "Then why didn't you say so earlier? Now you're begging us? No way." Zhang's son Chong nodded his head and hugged Du Go as if they were on the same side. "That's right. Since you didn't mention it just now, don't think about it now. Think of a way yourself." After saying that, he pulled Du Go and ran towards the foot of the mountain. In any case, he was not afraid of not being able to get it. As for Tai Nyo, he was on his own. However, this made Chung Chumo extremely anxious. When he saw the 2 running away, he quickly chased after them. "Wait for Lao Tzu." Zhang's son Chong ran extremely fast. Chung Chumo could not catch up and could only find a carriage to return home. Before he reached the door, his heart was in his throat. He was afraid that he would run into that fierce old Ching of his family. Thus, he stood far away and observed for a long time. When he saw that there was no trace of old Cheng at the door, he felt relieved and walked towards the door. When he saw a servant standing at the door, he quickly ran up and carefully glanced inside the residence. When he saw that there was no one, he asked softly, "Is my father in the residence?" The servant knew that the young master was afraid of the old master, and could understand his thoughts. He leaned over to Chung Chumo's ear and replied, "Young master, the old master just came back from court. He's probably resting now." When he heard this, Chung Chumo's heart sank. If old Chang was not at home, he might be able to beg his mother. But now that old Chang was at home, what could he do? Go back like this? No, if he went back empty-handed, he would definitely be laughed at by Feng Zi and Gu. Lao Tzu was a dignified playboy of Chang'an. How could he endure this? But how could he get past old Cheng? Could he steal it? It seemed that there was only one way now. Old Cheng might not find out. Besides, even if old Cheng found out, he could just live in the academy in the future and wait for old Cheng's anger to subside. Thinking of this, he tiptoed towards the storeroom. But at this moment, a loud shout came from behind him. "Stop." He was very familiar with this voice. It was old Cheng. His first thought was to turn around and run. He could not let old Cheng catch him, or he would be beaten to death. However, on second thought, he had not stolen anything yet. He felt more strength in his body. He straightened his back, turned to look at old Cheng, and said with a smile, "Father, you!" Before he could finish his words, he felt a big slap coming towards him. Then his vision turned black, and his face burned. He took 2 steps back before he could steady himself. He was stunned. Why did his father hit him? He had not stolen anything yet, had he? Chapter 1962. Could it be that his father saw something? Thinking of this, his legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. "Father, I haven't." "Don't give Lao Tzu excuses." Chung Yaojin strode forward and grabbed Chung Chumo's shoulder. He slapped him again and roared, "Lao Tzu thought you died outside? You still know to come back? Do you know how long Lao Tzu has been out looking for you? You heartless dog, Lao Tzu will beat you to death." After saying this, he slapped Chung Chumo's face again. He scolded him as he slapped him. He felt that the anger that had been accumulating in his heart for a long time had finally exploded. In fact, he couldn't be blamed. Anyone would be angry if this happened to them. Thinking about it, the Chung family only had one son. The huge Ching family was counting on this guy to carry on the family line. In the end, this dog went to Shangzhou with Zhang Feng? What kind of place was Shangzhou? It was the border and there were Turks stationed there. If something happened, what would happen to the Cheng family? What would happen to such a huge family business? And the most important thing was that this bastard didn't even inform him when he came back. Instead, he went to fool around with Zhang Feng. That brat Zhang Feng had some talent, but he was full of evil tricks. This trip to Shangzhou was probably planned by this brat. He also wanted to find Zhang Feng to settle the score. However, when he thought about how Li Erlang didn't make a fuss about it and treated Zhang Feng very well, he thought about it and put it aside. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good to get into trouble. Therefore, He practiced martial arts at home and vented the anger in his heart. Coincidentally, this dog, Iron Bull, came back. He was still worried about how to vent his anger. Since this kid came to meet him, he naturally couldn't avoid a violent beating. As for Chung Chumo, he could only hold his head and bear it silently. He didn't dare to resist because he knew that the more he resisted, the more excited old Cheng would be and the stronger he would be. When that time came, he wouldn't be able to bear it. He only felt his cheeks burning, as if they weren't his own. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Chung Yaojin was probably tired. He lifted his hands and threw Chung Chumo to the side. He sat on the ground and panted heavily. As he panted he said, "You dog, Lao Tzu let you go this time. If it was Lao Tzu in the past, he would definitely beat you to a pulp. Now, let's talk about Sheng Zhou." Chung Chumo's face was bruised and swollen from old Cheng's beating. One side of his face was bigger than the other. It was bruised and red, and he was dizzy. He felt as if there was something on his head, and he couldn't hear old Cheng's words. He was panting like a dead dog. When Chung Yaojin saw that his words were not effective, he raised his eyebrows and kicked him. He roared, "Did you King listen to what Lao Tzu said? Is there something wrong with your ears?" This kick made Chung Chumo quiver. In an instant, he felt a lot sober. He held his cheek and said vaguely, "Father, what did you say just now?" "Lao Tzu is asking you about Sheng Zhou? Why are you King pretending?" Chung Yaojin glared at Chung Chumo angrily. Chung Chumo suddenly understood. It turned out that old Cheng didn't beat him because he wanted to steal something. He wanted to ask about Sheng Zhou. When he thought of Sheng Zhou, he felt as if his body had hardened. There was no other reason. It was because this incident in Sheng Zhou had made the Tang dynasty proud. This time, if his father wanted to ask about Sheng Zhou, he would brag about it. Maybe he would have a chance to talk about the materials later. Thinking of this, he wiped the saliva leaking from the corner of his mouth and tried to squeeze out a smile. However, this smile was uglier than crying, but he didn't realize it at all. He still said, "Father, this time in Shenzhou, we were really awe-inspiring. When I think of it, Feng Zi, Zhang Sun, Chong and Du Go, we were so scared in the sky." *CK, get to the point. Chung Yaojin frowned and was a little angry. He originally wanted to hear something he didn't know, but this guy didn't say anything to the point. "Oh." Chung Chumo nodded repeatedly. He saw that old Cheng's face was not very good, so he didn't dare to be arrogant. He said in a well-behaved manner, "The four of us set off from Chong'an and then went to Shenzhou. Just now, it was Feng Zi who suggested that we go to bomb the Turkic camp. The three of us naturally didn't agree, but Feng Zi forced us to go." "Wait!" Cheng Yaojin waved his hand and was a little confused. "Why didn't you agree to go?" He had been fighting all his life, and he hated those foreign races the most. Every year, they came to the Tang dynasty to burn, kill, and loot. For this reason, he and Yu Qigong had jointly submitted a memorial to ask for troops to be sent to the Turkic kingdom. Unfortunately, they were rejected by Li Erlang because of the lack of provisions. Now that this guy had such a good opportunity to kill the Turkic kingdom, why didn't he agree? Was there shit in his brain? He was now very suspicious. Was this Iron Bull his son? Why didn't he have the ruthlessness he had in the past? No, he had to ask that woman of the Chui family later if she had a lover outside. Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at Chung Chumo, as if he wanted to see something. Chapter 1963. Chung Chumo was chilled by old Cheng's gaze, and he didn't dare to answer. Because he couldn't answer. If he said that he was afraid, then according to old Cheng's temper, he would probably be beaten up again. Chung Yaojin's eyes were sharp, and he sensed something was wrong. He snorted coldly. "Were you King scared at that time?" He knew his son very well. Although he was usually more arrogant than anyone else, as if he had inherited the temperament of the Cheng family, when it came to life and death, he would run faster than anyone else. Of course, he didn't object to his son saving his life. But this time was different. He wasn't in any danger, and he was even killing Turks. Even if he died, he would be fighting for the glory of the Chung clan. At worst, he would just have to work hard for a few more years to give birth to another child. But running away was wrong. This was a King disgrace to the Cheng family and the Tang dynasty. Thinking of this, he raised his foot and kicked out, shouting, What the F***ck are you afraid of? At worst, Lao Tzu will mourn for you after you die. After saying that, he felt that something was wrong, so he quickly changed his words. At worst, he'll be a hero again after 18 years. Chung Chumo was so scared that he stepped back. His fear of old Chung was deeply buried in his bones. If he was kicked again, he would probably be crippled. He quickly begged for mercy. Father, don't hit me. I didn't run away. I went with Fengzi and the others. Hearing this, Chung Yaojin withdrew his foot. His expression softened a little, but he still pretended to be angry. Go on. What happened after that? Chung Chumo nodded and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. I was scared just now, but when I thought about Father's usual teachings, how could he let these Turks kill people on the land of the Tang dynasty? So he and Fengzi dropped explosives on the Turk camp, and it exploded into a sea of fire. Chung Yaojin nodded in satisfaction. Especially when he heard his father's teachings, he felt like a spring breeze in his heart. It seemed like this dog, no, Iron Bull had not forgotten Lao Tzu's teachings. She was still able to remember Lao Tzu's teachings even when she was in danger. He really didn't raise her in vain. Now it seemed that Fengzi was not bad. Although he was a little reckless, he had at least blown up the Turkic camp and wounded Shelly and Tuli, temporarily removing a scourge for the Tang dynasty. The more he looked at Tai Nyo, the more he liked him. He didn't think that he was someone else's son anymore. After all, who would dare to bomb the Turkic camp? Only the Chung family's son would dare to do that. As he thought about it, a smile finally appeared on his face. He said rather proudly, "Come, tell Lao Tzu what teachings he remembered. In the future, Lao Tzu will be treated as a family heirloom and let everyone in the Cheng family know." When Chung Chumo saw that old Cheng's expression had improved, he couldn't help but feel happy. But what was this teaching? He raised his head and thought for a long time. Finally he remembered and hurriedly said, "At that time, I only thought that my father taught me to fight cocks when I was 3 years old, taught me to drink when I was 4 years old, and taught me to give birth when I was 5 years old. I was thinking that if I had died at that time, I wouldn't have been able to play with these things in the future." As Chung Chumo spoke, he smiled proudly because he felt that he had caught old Cheng's appetite. In this way, he might be able to settle the matter of the materials later. However, he didn't know that when he talked about fighting cocks, old Cheng's expression had changed. When he was 5 years old, old Cheng's entire face had darkened. He had never thought that this dog's teachings would be this. These were all things that he had taught his son when he was bored. He treated it as a way to pass the time. He had originally thought that this dog would say something, but in the end, this was it? Could this F***king be a family heirloom? He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Just as he was about to slap him, he saw Chung Chumo turn his head and look at him with a dumbfounded expression. Chung Yaojin's anger seemed to have suddenly dissipated. It wasn't because he was tired, but when he saw the scars on his son's face, he couldn't bear it. He had already been beaten to such a state. If he were to hit him again, he would probably be lying on the bed, right? As he thought about it, he put down his palm and snorted coldly. "Tell your son about these things in the future. Don't mention them in front of Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu is still very angry." Chung Chumo had originally planned to brag about old Cheng, but when he turned his head and saw that old Cheng was about to hit him and put down his hand, he was instantly stunned. Seeing that old Cheng was angry, he was even more confused. He asked, "Father, what are you doing?" "It's nothing. Get lost, get lost." Old Cheng waved his hand and said impatiently, "Don't fool around outside in the future. Otherwise, Lao Tzu will break your legs." Hearing this, Chung Chumo was delighted. He knew that old Chung had let him off by saying this. Since he had let him off, he could go to the storeroom later. He quickly said, "Thank you, father." After saying that, he turned around and ran in the direction of the storeroom. Chang Yaojin frowned when he saw this. According to this kid's personality, if he had just been injured, he would have gone back to the Cui family to complain. Why did he change his personality today? Not only did he not go back to his house, but he also walked in the direction of the storeroom. Chapter 1964. Could it be that this brat wanted to take something from the storeroom? It wasn't impossible. This brat had a criminal record. Perhaps he wanted to do something this time? Was there something strange? Thinking of this, he waved his hand to summon a servant and whispered in his ear,
Follow the young master and see what he's up to.
The servant nodded and followed closely behind Chung Chumo. On the other hand, Chung Chumo walked all the way to the storeroom.
Seeing the guard standing at the door, he straightened his back and assumed the posture of a young master of the Cheng family. You two open the storeroom.
Lao Tzu wants to go in and check. Unexpectedly, the servant didn't open the door.
Instead, he sized up Chung Chumo as if he didn't recognize the person in front of him. You are.
It wasn't that they didn't recognize Chung Chumo, but Chung Chumo's current appearance was difficult to recognize. One side of his face was big and the other side was small. Furthermore, it was completely red. How could they recognize him?
Moreover, this fellow had been wearing the clothes of the Zhang residents ever since he returned from Shangzhou.
This was completely out of place with the Cheng residents. Therefore, the guard asked this question. However, this question angered Chung Chumo. Lao Tzu was a dignified young master of the Duke. How could no one recognize him now? Moreover, he was a guard of the Chang residents. This was simply humiliating. His young master temper exploded. He glared at the guard and scolded, "You dogs don't even recognize Lao Tzu? Lao Tzu is the young master of the Cheng family, Chung Chumo. Do you believe that Lao Tzu will break your legs?" He was so angry that he stomped his feet. He thought to himself, "Old Chung hit Lao Tzu." Lao Tzu still didn't have a place to vent his anger. Now, he's using you guys to vent his anger. Thinking of this, he reached out and prepared to slap them. In the blink of an eye, the guard discovered something. This was the young master. He had been in the Chang residence for many years and naturally knew that the Duke had a bad temper and often hit the young master. Therefore, he was used to all of this. However, he didn't expect the beating to be so fierce this time. Young master's entire face was swollen. No wonder he didn't recognize him just now. Now that young master was angry, he wanted to vent his anger. Hiss! He sucked in a breath of cold air. His mind suddenly flashed with the notorious reputation of the young master. His legs couldn't help but go soft. He quickly knelt down. "Young master, please spare my life." This slave had eyes but failed to see. Chung Chumo coldly snorted as his palm missed. It seemed that he had yet to vent his anger. He kicked the guard's shoulder and scolded, "Lao Tzu can't teach others a lesson, but can't he teach you a lesson? Open the storeroom door immediately." The guard staggered and quickly returned to his original position. His hands trembled slightly as he said, "Young master, this." The storehouse had always been managed by the madam, who was the young master's birth mother. This madam could be said to be the tyrant of the Chang mansion, or even the tyrant of Chang'an. She had once said that no one should open the storehouse without permission. But now, the young master wanted to open the storehouse without permission. Wasn't that courting death? He didn't dare to provoke this. The young master might be fine if he barged in, but he might be beaten. Chung Chumo naturally knew this, but he didn't dare to ask his mother for permission. That guy was more powerful than old Cheng. He might as well barge in. Anyway, his father wasn't angry. The Shangzhou incident had already been reported to the Chang mansion, so it should be fine. Even if there was trouble, it would be this guard. He clenched his fist and continued to threaten, "Now I'll give you two choices. The first is to be beaten to death by me. The second is to open the door. Choose one." The guard quivered and felt a chill run down his back. He knew the young master's notoriety. If he dared to claim second place in Chang'an, no one dared to claim first place. Now that he said he wanted to beat him to death, it didn't seem like he was lying. But if he opened the door, how could he get past the madam? She was someone who was more troublesome than the young master. What should he do? Just as he was vexed, an idea came to his mind. If he fainted and the young master took the key, it shouldn't have anything to do with him, right? After thinking it over, this method was the safest and the best. After making up his mind, he took a bunch of keys from his waist and threw them on the ground. "I don't know anything." With that, he closed his eyes as if he was really in a coma. Chung Chumo smiled. This guy was really clever. Did he really think he could pretend to be in a coma and everything would be fine? But he didn't expose him. He picked up the keys and looked around. Seeing that no one was around, he opened the door and walked in quickly. Chung Chumo thought that no one saw all this, but he didn't expect that a pair of eyes in the distance saw everything clearly. This person was the servant sent by Cheng Yaojin just now. Seeing that the young master didn't come out,
He strode to Chang Yaojin. Master, the young master entered the storeroom. What?
Chang Yaojin exclaimed and quickly asked, what did this dog enter the storeroom for? The storeroom had always been in charge of the tigress. This dog dared to enter without orders? Usually, even he didn't dare to go in. Wasn't he courting death by going in now?
The servant shook his head. I don't know.
Chapter 1965. Chang Yaojin frowned. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong, so he strode toward the storeroom. As soon as he entered, he saw Chang Chumo rummaging through the box. His expression changed, and he scolded softly. You dog, what are you doing? He didn't dare to raise his voice now. If the tigress found out, then his son would be finished. Originally, he didn't want to get involved in this matter, but Tai Niu had gone to Shangzhou and won glory for the Cheng family. How could he bear to see him being trampled by the tigress? That was why he came over and planned to save Tai Niu. When Chang Chumo saw old Cheng coming over, he was first shocked and then afraid. He was afraid that old Cheng would attack him again. But now, it seemed that old Cheng wasn't as angry as before. He instantly understood and went up to him with a smile. Father, I'm looking for a few things. Just pretend that you didn't see it.
T. Chang Yaojin shook off Cheng Chumo's hand that was trying to beg for mercy.
He glared at him.
Don't you King know that this storeroom belongs to that old mother? When the servant behind him heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched.
He also knew that the master was afraid of the madam and was dissatisfied, but he didn't expect him to say it so openly. However, this was the master's family matter, so he didn't dare to interfere. He could only tug at the master's sleeve.
Why the *CK are you talking about, Lao Tzu?
Chang Yaojin turned around abruptly with a dissatisfied expression.
However, he saw the servant give him a look.
He seemed to realize something and turned to look at Chang Chumo.
He changed his words and said, Don't you know that this storeroom is under your mother's control?
Do you want to die? Hurry up and go out with Lao Tzu.
No, this thing is very important. I won't leave until I find it.
Cheng Chumo refused flatly. He was not worried that old Cheng would hit him now because he could see that old Cheng had already calmed down. Moreover, he had actually heard the word tigress just now, but he chose to ignore it because he also knew old Cheng's difficulties. He was bullied by his mother every day. Not only old Cheng, but even he was the same. If old Cheng did not agree now, then he would tell his mother that old Cheng had called her a tigress. Chang Yaojin didn't know what Cheng Chumo was thinking. He wanted to pull this dog out of the warehouse, but this guy didn't want to go out. He wanted to find something, and he looked like he wasn't afraid of a tigress. This aroused his curiosity, so he asked, What are you looking for? Could it be more important than your life?
What about your mother?
Don't you know what your mother is like?
Of course I know what my mother is like. Cheng Chumo's mouth revealed a trace of a malicious smile. But with you here, of course I'm not afraid.
Chang Yaojin was stunned. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He quickly asked, What the *CK do you mean? Cheng Chumo chuckled as if he wasn't afraid of others hearing him.
He said at the top of his voice, You know that I entered the warehouse just now, right?
Otherwise, why would you come so quickly? And you just called my mother tigress. Hearing this, Chang Yaojin's heart skipped a beat. He quickly went forward to cover Cheng Chumo's mouth and said softly, Keep your *King voice down. Are you afraid that others won't hear you? After saying that, he deliberately stuck his head out and glanced at the door a few times, afraid that outsiders would hear him. He had no choice. Ever since he married this woman from the Chui family, he couldn't control her. Now, he was even more afraid. If it weren't for saving his son, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. But he didn't expect that he would be dragged into this bastard's boat as soon as he arrived. It was only now that he realized it. What if the tigress found out? He glared at Cheng Chumo unwillingly. He still didn't want to let go of his hand. Bastard, what do you mean? Also, what are you looking for?
Woo-woo.
Cheng Chumo's face turned red. He quickly pointed at the big hand on his mouth. Cheng Chumo realized that he was still covering his son. He glared at Cheng Chumo and said, Bastard, if you dare to play any tricks, Lao Tzu will beat you to death. After saying that, he gently let go of his hand. Cheng Chumo gasped for oxygen. He almost suffocated to death. Finally he felt better.
He glanced at Chang Yaojin and said with a smile, "Father, I'm looking for cow horns and cow glue."
Cow horns? Cow glue?
Chang Yaojin frowned and was somewhat puzzled. What was the use of these things?
Weren't they just for viewing and eating?
Could it be that this bastard wanted to maintain his health? Even if he wanted to maintain his health, there was no need to steal from the warehouse. He asked curiously, "What are you looking for these things for?"
To eat.
Chang Chumo shook his head and waved his hand to dismiss the servants. He then leaned over to Chang Yaojin's ear and said, "Fengzi recently made a bow and arrow. He needs these things." Chang Yaojin was even more puzzled.
Didn't Fengzi already make a bow and arrow? Why did he want to make one now? Also, what was the use of cow glue for the bow and arrow?
Chang Chumo didn't notice Chang Yaojin's puzzled expression. Instead, he continued. He said that his bow and arrow needs 200 stones of strength to draw. It can also split gold and stone and take people's lives from 1,000 miles away.
Chapter 1966. Hearing this, Chang Yaojin's eyes widened. What kind of bow would require 200 stones of strength to draw? Wasn't this King terrifying? Some soldiers didn't even have the strength of 200 stones. What was there to split gold and stone? Killing someone from 1,000 miles away? This was even more impossible. Even the military's bows couldn't reach this level. Could it be that Zhang Feng's bow was so powerful? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He now believed that Zhang Feng was bragging and tricking his foolish son into coming back to steal. Yes, that must be it. Thinking about this, he grabbed Ching Chumo's shoulder and said seriously, "Tai Nyo, did that bastard Zhang Feng trick you into coming back to steal?" He decided that as long as his son said yes, he would go up to Mount Shao to teach Zhang Feng a lesson. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't beat him up, but it shouldn't be a problem to teach him a lesson. He looked at his son expectantly, hoping that he would tell the truth. However, the result was something he never expected. Chang Chumo shook off Chang Yaojin's hand and said expectantly, "Of course not. Fengzi didn't need to trick me. It was me." Speaking of this, his face turned red. At that time, Fengzi wanted to make a divine bow, but he didn't have enough materials. He said that he would use other materials instead, but the effect would be greatly reduced. Thus, Zhang Sun and I rushed over, and Dugo agreed to help him find the materials. "What?" Chang Yaojin exclaimed and looked at Chang Chumo angrily. "So it was you who came back to steal? What's the use of that damn bow? Aren't you afraid of being tricked by Fengzi?" "I won't." Chang Chumo waved his hand and didn't care. "Father, think about it. Fengzi made so many good things before, such as the Mitsubishi Army knife, the hot air balloon, and so on. Isn't it normal to make a divine bow now?" Chang Yaojin narrowed his eyes, clearly thinking about these words. Indeed, Zhang Feng had made many good things before, such as the Mitsubishi Army knife, which was still used in the military. Basically, the things that this kid made were all good. This time, it should be the same, right? Moreover, seeing how Tai Nyo was so confident, it was more likely. Taking these things wouldn't cause the Cheng family too much loss, so why not just go along with it this time? Maybe he could make something good? Thinking of this, he grabbed Cheng Chumo and stared at him, revealing a smile that made people feel that he was up to no good. "Boy, I will pretend that I didn't see what happened just now. You can look for whatever you want, but when you go up the mountain later, you have to take me with you. I want to see what kind of bullshit bow you are talking about." Then what if Mother finds out? Cheng Chumo looked at Chang Yaojin timidly. He said that he wasn't afraid, but when he thought of his mother, he was still afraid. Moreover, Chang Yaojin didn't mention this just now. Now that he suddenly mentioned it, he was a little caught off guard. Chang Yaojin didn't care about this because he already had a plan in mind. He waved his hand and said, "When we go up the mountain later, your mother won't know anything. Besides, even if she knows, she won't go up the mountain to look for Lao Tzu." In fact, he had already thought it through. When he went up the mountain with Tai Nyo, even if the tigress found out, she wouldn't go up the mountain to look for him. Taking a step back, even if they went down the mountain, he could push all the blame to Tai Nyo and say that Tai Nyo opened the warehouse privately. Who would know? Guards? Would he dare to say it? At most, Tai Nyo would be beaten up, and then he would come out to plead for mercy. This was simply perfect. Chang Chumo had no idea that he had been tricked by his father. He still thought that old Chang had boarded his pirate ship.
He smiled and said, "Father is right."
"Then let's start looking now?" "No, no, no." Chang Yaojin shook his head and pointed at Chang Chumo. "You're the one who's looking. I'll keep watch outside for you. Otherwise, what if someone comes in?" He now wanted to get rid of himself. As long as he didn't look for things with Tai Nyo, even if someone found out, the tigress couldn't do anything to him. Of course, Ching Chumo wasn't stupid. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. However, he couldn't tell. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Chang Yaojin's back and the door was closed. He was a little disappointed, but when he thought of the divine bow, he immediately became spirited again. He couldn't care less. He rolled up his sleeves and began to search the boxes one by one. After about half an hour, he finally found cow glue, cow horns, donkey glue, and other things. He was so happy that he almost jumped up. He hurriedly opened the door and was about to go out when a fat head blocked his way. It was Chang Yaojin. Chang Chumo chuckled and waved the cow glue in his hand. "Father, I found something." Chang Yaojin was delighted. He turned his head and looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he snatched the cow glue and other things. "This thing is precious. Lao Tzu will keep it for you first." Chapter 1967. How could Chang Chumo agree?
This was something he had found himself. Just as he was about to ask for it, he saw that old Chang had already slipped out of the door.
He became anxious.
"Father, wait for me."
As he spoke, he had already started chasing after Chang Yaojin.
As soon as he caught up, he hurriedly stretched out his hand and said, "Father, I found this."
"How can you snatch it?" Who was Chang Yaojin? What had he not snatched before? How could he relent now?
He put the beef glue and the other things in his arms and glanced at Chang Chumo.
"We'll talk later. Let's go out first, or your mother will catch us." His words were naturally to coax Chang Chumo. Now it was best to leave. When the time came, how could he return it to his silly son? However, Chang Chumo took it seriously. He thought that old Chang was afraid of his mother, so he kept the beef tendons and the other things in his arms. Therefore, he believed it without a doubt. He followed old Chang's footsteps and ran out of the door. The two of them were very fast and arrived at the gate of the manor in a moment. They didn't know if old Chang had arranged it in advance, but there were already 2 good horses waiting here. The father and son mounted the high horses together and rushed to Shao Mountain. The moment they left, waves of women's curses came from the Chang residence. The voice was loud and clear, sharp but not lacking in spirit. However, every sentence was related to Chang Yaojin and the ancestors of the Chang family. On the other hand, the father and son did not stop cursing along the way. Chang Chumo asked for the beef glue and the other things back because he thought that he had brought them here. How could he give them to others, not even his own father? Besides, what if Fengzi went back on his word? Chang Yaojin, on the other hand, cursed Chang Chumo for being unfilial. He still had to fight with Lao Tzu for this little thing. In any case, he had made up his mind not to give it to his silly son. It wasn't that he wanted to snatch it, but he wanted to see if Fengzi's divine bow was as awesome as Chang Chumo said. When the time came, he would decide whether to give it to him or not. Otherwise, what if he lost money? He wouldn't be able to explain it to the tigress when he returned. After sprinting all the way, the father and son finally arrived at the smithy. The temperature inside made Chang Yaojin unbearably hot. He wanted to turn around and leave several times, but when he thought of the divine bow, he stopped. He opened his clothes and dried his belly. He kept wiping the sweat on his forehead with his clothes. While wiping, he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Fengzi, why is your damn place still so hot? When will the temperature drop?" Zhang Feng smiled and pointed at the furnace in front of him. "The high temperature here is mainly due to these furnaces. However, there is nothing we can do about it. If the temperature drops, where will the weapons be refined? In the end, we still have to start another furnace, right?" Chang Yaojin curled his lips. He knew that Zhang Feng's words made sense, but he couldn't refute them. He could only change the topic. "Then tell me about that divine bow of yours. I heard from Iron Bull that your divine bow is very powerful and can cut through gold and stone. Because of that, this dog talked about it the whole way in front of Lao Tzu and even went home to steal something." "Stealing?" Zhang Feng was stunned. "So Iron Bull went home to steal something?" Lao Tzu didn't instruct him. Could it be that old Cheng thought that Lao Tzu instructed Iron Bull to do it? Thinking of this, he quickly looked at Chang Chumo. The latter also felt his burning gaze. He blushed and gave Zhang Feng a look. He signaled that he had been caught. Zhang Feng instantly understood. So this dog was caught by old Cheng for stealing. No wonder old Cheng followed him. It seemed that old Cheng was suspicious of him. Thinking of this, he quickly looked at Chang Yaojin and explained, "Old Cheng, I didn't instruct him to do this." "I know." Chang Yaojin waved his hand with a look of indifference. "Iron Bull already told me. He wanted to go home to steal." Hearing this, Zhang Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't suspect that he had instigated Iron Bull, it was fine. Although he wasn't afraid of old Cheng, it wouldn't be good for his reputation if word got out. Back then, Lao Tzu had worked so hard to make a name for himself. He couldn't let this old guy ruin it. Just as he was about to explain, Chang Yaojin spoke again. "How is your divine bow? Lao Tzu has already prepared the materials. Tell me." As he spoke, he opened his wet clothes. A stench of sweat wafted over. Cow glue, cow horns, and other things appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Zhang Feng's eyes were green. Even though the stench of sweat spread throughout the cave, he didn't seem to feel it. He stared fixedly at the cow glue, unwilling to look away. Cheng Yaojin saw all of this. He chuckled and rolled up the cow glue again, as if he was deliberately whetting everyone's appetite. "How is it? Isn't this the best cow glue and cow horns?" Zhang Feng felt that he hadn't seen enough, but the cow glue had already disappeared in front of his eyes. He rolled his eyes at old Cheng and said unhappily, "Yes, it's good stuff." Chang Yaojin raised his head so high that he could see the hair on his nose. It was only because he now had the capital that he said arrogantly, "Tell me about your divine bow." Chapter 1968. Zhang Feng smiled, thinking that old Cheng would admit defeat. He deliberately coughed twice and said with a smile, "My bow is called a composite bow. I told Iron Bull before that if the material is good, that is, if it is made of something like cow glue, it will have at least 200 stones of strength. If it is pulled, it will be able to pierce gold and break stone." He hadn't made it yet. What he said was just speculation, but it shouldn't be too far off. But in Chang Yaojin's ears, it was a little different. Although he had heard Iron Bull mention it once before, now that he heard Zhang Feng say it, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. If this thing was real, then he had to make one in advance. Thinking of this, he looked at Zhang Feng and said with a smile, "Fengzi, when will you start making it?" Zhang Feng glanced at the entrance of the cave. "Aren't we waiting for Buggy and Big Pancake? They haven't brought their materials yet." Hearing the materials, Chang Yaojin quickly spread the clothes in front of Zhang Feng and said hurriedly, "What do you think of these materials?" A smell of sweat came. Zhang Feng quickly covered his nose, but he felt that it was not good. In order to care about old Cheng's face, he had to put down his hand and carefully check the materials. He just looked at it from a distance and didn't see it clearly. Now he had to take a good look. The raw materials would directly affect the finished product, so he couldn't be careless. Even if he didn't need these things, there would be some satisfaction in making them. Moreover, they might be used in the army in the future. He twisted a ball of cow glue with his hand and looked at it carefully. It was yellow with white, and white with red. At first glance, it was a high-quality cow glue, but it was covered with old Cheng's sweat. He put down the cow glue in disgust and tried to smile. "This thing is good, but it's not complete. There are only cow horns, cow glue, and donkey glue. These 3 things, so we have to wait for Buggy and the others." "These things aren't enough?" Chang Yaojin asked subconsciously. He didn't know how many materials he needed before. If he knew, he would have moved all the materials from the warehouse. "Of course not." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Chang Yaojin and said snappily, "I told Tainyo very clearly that I want cow horn, cow tendon, deer glue, horse glue, fish glue, rhinoceros glue, and cow glue. A total of 7 materials. This time you brought 3 of them. How are you going to make them?" When Chang Yaojin heard this, he felt that something was wrong. In the beginning, Iron Bull didn't tell him so much. He only said that he wanted cow horns, cow glue, and the like. Why did so many things pop out now? He subconsciously looked at Chang Chumo with a questioning look on his face. Chang Chumo, on the other hand, was startled.
He knew that this was his own fault and hurriedly said, "Father, when I entered the warehouse, I only found these 3 things.
There was nothing else. You can't blame me." Chang Yaojin sighed. This iron bull was really king cow. If there was nothing, he wouldn't tell Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu went out to think of a solution. Now he had to wait for the 2 dogs from Zhang Sun and Du family. Once they arrived, the things that belonged to the Chang family would be shared among the 3 families. How could he not be angry? Thinking of this, he wanted to go up and give this kid a big slap. But when he saw that Feng Zi was still beside him, he held back and gave this kid some face. So, he snorted and turned to Zhang Feng. He smiled and said, "Feng Zi, let's not rush. Come, sit here and have some tea." Now that there was no other way, he could only try to please Feng Zi. As for whether it would be effective, he didn't know. Na Cheng thought that Zhang Feng didn't seem to fall for this. He just waved his hand and said, "You don't have to do this. Wait for Buggy and the others to do it." Hearing these words, Chang Yaojin felt a chill in his heart, and his excitement instantly disappeared. However, he couldn't complain to Feng Zi, so he could only sit at the side and wait for the Zhang Sun family's dog. Cheng Chimo, seeing that old Cheng and Feng Zi didn't say anything, could only find a seat casually, always on guard against old Cheng's smacking. Zhang Feng just smiled and didn't say anything. He took out a cigarette from his waist, silently lit it, and took a deep puff. It was as if cigarettes could send away all his troubles. Everyone was silent like this. After about 15 minutes, there was a burst of excited shouts from the entrance of the cave. "Feng Zi, we're back." Without looking, he knew that it was Zhang Xuan's and Du Go's voices. Zhang Feng was about to get up and go forward, but Na Cheng thought that Chang Yaojin seemed to be a little impatient. He took a few steps forward, tied up the dogs with one hand, and shouted, "You 2 dogs, have you brought the materials?" Zhang Xuan's and Du Go's original plan was to brag in front of Feng Zi. Na Cheng thought that a burly man suddenly appeared in front of them, which scared them. They were about to curse, but when they took a closer look, they saw that it was the master of the Cheng family. Immediately, the 2 of them were so scared that their legs went soft. They said in a trembling voice, "Master Chen, why are you here?" Although they were not afraid of Cheng Chumo, they were afraid of this devil. This was a person who had been on the battlefield and even dared to beat the emperor. They didn't have the guts to shout in front of this master. Even if their father was a high official in the imperial court, they had to bow their heads now. Chapter 1969. Chang Yaojin seemed to enjoy the 2 puppies admitting defeat. His eyes flashed with pride, but it was only for a moment. Soon, he glared at the 2 of them and said, "Lao Tzu just asked if you brought the materials. Did you stuff your ears?" "Big brother Chen, no. Old master Chen." Dugo was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. He was already incoherent and couldn't remember anything about the materials. Luckily, Zhang Sun didn't completely lose his mind. He squeezed the rubber in his arms and said with a trembling voice, "Old Master Chen, it's here." Chang Yaojin glanced at the things in Zhang Sun's arms and was overjoyed. He wanted to snatch them away, but Zhang Sun seemed to be prepared. He pulled back his hand and Chang Yaojin missed. He was furious and stared at Zhang Sun. "Brat, give them to me." Zhang Sun was afraid of Chang Yaojin, but the rubber was something he took from home with great difficulty. How could he give it to someone else so easily? Moreover, this was Feng Zi's territory. He couldn't let this old thing do whatever he wanted. He thought for a while and said with a trembling voice, "I won't." Chang Yaojin was furious. No one had dared to say no to him for so many years. Now it was a junior. He reached out his hand and wanted to slap him. Zhang Xuan's face turned pale. He knew how strong this old guy was. Back then, Tai Nyo was beaten half to death because of a small mistake. If it was him, he didn't even dare to think about it. He quickly turned his head and tried to dodge the slap. Dugo was also frightened. Even though he knew he wasn't the one being hit, he was still worried that the old thing's power would affect him. Therefore, he hugged his head and squatted on the ground. He planned to get up when it was over. However, after squatting on the ground for a long time, he didn't see Zhang Sun scream. Did the Demon King let the bugs go? He was a little puzzled and secretly raised his head to take a look. Zhang Feng strode forward and grabbed Chang Yaojin's right hand that was about to fall. Chang Yaojin was a little annoyed. Who the hell dared to disturb Lao Tzu?
He turned his head and saw that it was Zhang Feng. He immediately put on a smile and said, "Fengzi, why are you here?" Zhang Feng saw that Cheng Yaojin didn't intend to make a move, so he let go of his hand and tried to persuade him. "Old Cheng, can you change your temper? Don't beat people up for no reason. Look at how badly Tai Nyo was beaten up by you. Now you want to beat others up?" Then, without waiting for Cheng Yaojin's reaction, he looked at Zhang Sunchong and Dugo and asked, "Have you brought your things?" Zhang Sunchong and Dugo were quite frightened by Cheng Yaojin, so they could only nod their heads. Zhang Feng glanced at the materials in their arms and didn't ask any questions. He directly took them and walked towards the furnace. As he walked, he said to everyone, "Come here, I need everyone's help." Zhang Sunchong and Dugo glanced at Cheng Yaojin. Seeing that the other party was still a little angry, they strode behind Zhang Feng. As they walked, they felt that something was wrong. There was a fat guy following beside them. Although this guy was fat, one side of his face was big and the other side was small. There were also red patches and green patches. Looking at his body shape, he looked a little like Tai Nyo. Thus, Zhang Sunchong curiously looked at the guy who looked like Tai Nyo and asked, "Are you Tai Nyo?" Cheng Chumo was a little angry. It was fine if the servants couldn't recognize Lao Tzu, but could it be that these guys couldn't recognize him? He was about to curse out loud, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Old Cheng had already bullied these guys, so he could only nod his head. Dugo was shocked. Wasn't this too different from the Tai Nyo from before? Previously, he still looked a little like a human, but now, he didn't look like a human at all. Who the hell hit him? Wasn't this too ruthless? He looked at Tai Nyo with an agitated expression and said with righteous indignation, "Tai Nyo, tell Lao Tzu who hit you. Buggy and I will definitely avenge you." He didn't dare to guarantee anything else, but he still had this bit of backbone. After all, his family had some power. Zhang Sunchong also reacted. He looked at Cheng Chumo with a shocked expression and put on the look of a good brother. "Tai Nyo, who did you say hit you?" Cheng Chumo's heart warmed. As expected of a brother, he didn't befriend him for nothing. He was serious about it, but he didn't know if these guys would dare to hit old Cheng. Thinking about it, he glanced at old Cheng from the corner of his eye and didn't say anything. Anyway, the meaning was very clear. It was old Cheng who hit him. If you have the guts, go ahead. Zhang Sunchong and Dugo had been hanging out with Cheng Chumo all year round, so how could they not know what this guy meant? When they saw that it was old Cheng, their hearts sank. They looked at each other and said with a laugh, "So it was you who fell down. Then you can't blame others. Be careful." Yes, be careful. Cheng Chumo wanted to curse when he heard this. These two dogs had said nice things just now, but now that they saw that it was old Cheng, they were instantly terrified. They were indeed plastic brothers. He snorted coldly and knew that there was no hope for revenge. He quickly walked towards Zhang Feng, hoping to use the divine bow to make up for his psychological trauma. Chapter 1970. Zhang Feng was looking at the materials that the three of them had brought. He spread them out on the table and looked at them carefully. As he looked, he muttered, "This is beef tendon, beef gelatin, horse gelatin, fish gelatin, rhinoceros gelatin." He nodded with satisfaction, but when he saw the horn, he frowned slightly. "It's a pity that this horn isn't white. But a green one is fine too. It shouldn't be too different." Cheng Yaojin was a little anxious. "Fengzi, what's the difference between white and green?" He didn't want to use the materials that he had worked so hard to get to make a useless bow. Zhang Feng picked up the horn and looked at it. Then, he put it on the table and smiled. "It doesn't have much of a difference. The white horn is a little harder, but the green horn isn't bad either. Comparatively speaking, there isn't much of a problem." Cheng Yaojin heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the bow wasn't weakened, it was fine. He hurriedly said, "Can we make it now?" Zhang Feng nodded and looked at Arjunan. "Go and find 5 big pots. Then, pour the beef gelatin, horse gelatin, fish gelatin, rhinoceros gelatin, and deer gelatin into the pots. Add water and a small amount of lime and alkali and cook until the water is dry." Cook until the water is dry? Wouldn't that make the gelatin disappear? Cheng Yaojin looked at Zhang Feng worriedly. "Fengzi, it wasn't easy to find these things. You can't waste them." He didn't know the process of making the bow, but he felt that it was a waste of materials.
Zhang Feng smiled and gave Chang Yaojin a reassuring look.
Don't worry, it won't be a problem. Then, he looked at Arjunon and said, Do as I said.
Arjunon nodded. He didn't have any doubts. After all, whatever the dean said was right. Even if he ate the beef gelatin, he still felt that it was right. So, he handed the beef gelatin and other materials to his subordinates and gave them some instructions. Then he looked at Zhang Feng and said, Dean, I've already given the instructions. How's the Tuoba Mu I asked you to send? Zhang Feng thought of Tuomu and asked. Arcanon pointed outside the cave and said, Dean, the wood is already outside the cave. We are waiting for your order. Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and walked towards the door. Let's go out and take a look. Everyone followed closely behind. They didn't know the production process of the bao, but if they watched today, they might be able to learn something that could be useful in the future. Especially Chang Yaojin, he had the mentality of secretly learning from the beginning. If he learned the production process, he might be able to make one for his subordinates. The group of people came to the outside of the cave, only to see hundreds of logs neatly arranged here. All of them were to a wood. Zhang Feng glanced at them and showed a trace of satisfaction. Then, he looked at Arcanon and said, Go find a few people with saws and cut the wood into 3 types. The first type is 180 centimeters long and 8 centimeters wide. The second type is 150 centimeters long and 5 centimeters wide. The third type is 130 centimeters long and 3 centimeters wide. Zhang Feng kept telling Arcanon, but he didn't notice that Chang Yaojin's eyes flashed with a trace of slyness. Although he didn't know the production process of the bao, he knew that the wood was the main material of the bao. This was common knowledge. And now, what Fengzi was talking about was the production process, the most important one. If he learned all of it, he might be able to make a bao in the future. Originally, he came with the mentality of secretly learning from Fengzi. Now that Fengzi didn't hide anything, it was easier to talk to him. Thinking about it, Chang Yaojin said to Zhang Feng, Fengzi, do you want me to go and help? Zhang Feng looked at Chang Yaojin in disbelief. He knew that this guy usually liked to be sneaky and lazy. Why did he take the initiative to help today? Could it be that he found his conscience? Or did he have other ideas? Cheng Chumo also looked at Chang Yaojin in disbelief. Others didn't understand old Cheng. But how could he not? Usually, he was too lazy to move at home. Why did he want to go and help today? He looked at Chang Yaojin in confusion and was about to ask, but at this time, Zhang Feng spoke. He looked at Chang Yaojin curiously and asked, Old Cheng, what's wrong with you today? Have you changed? Chang Yaojin chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. He purposely put on a naive look so that Zhang Feng wouldn't be able to tell what he was thinking. That's not it. It's just that this old man often doesn't exercise at home, so my bones are a little loose. Seeing you guys exercise now, my hands are itchy. Oh. Zhang Feng looked at Chang Yaojin suspiciously. He still didn't believe it, but since he had already said so, it wasn't good to refuse. Besides, one more person meant one more strength, and they could make it sooner. So he nodded. That's fine. Go and help them. Chang Yaojin nodded, but he didn't immediately go to find the workers. Instead, he turned to Cheng Chumo and frowned. Kid, let's go and saw wood with Lao Tzu. Chapter 1971. 2 people working together was always better than 1. If he didn't remember the process, at least he still had this silly son of his. Unfortunately, Cheng Chumo didn't seem to understand what he meant. With a face full of reluctance he said, Dad, if you want to saw the wood you can go. Why do you have to drag me along? Look at my injuries, why? Cut the F** king crap. Chang Yaojin grabbed Cheng Chumo and didn't wait for him to finish speaking. Like an eagle grabbing a chick, he grabbed a saw and handed it to Cheng Chumo. Quickly saw for Lao Tzu. Cheng Chumo felt a little wronged. He felt that he had offended Tai Sui today. Why did he have to be involved in everything? He also had to be threatened by old Cheng. Most importantly, he didn't dare to resist. He could only pick up the saw and start sawing like the worker next to him. Seeing this, Chang Yaojin laughed in satisfaction. He picked up a saw and patted the worker next to him. Hey brother, how do you use this thing? The worker looked at Chang Yaojin as if he was looking at an idiot. He thought to himself, since you don't know, why are you still pretending? He snorted, turned around, and ignored him.
After being ignored, Chang Yaojin had an awkward expression. He could only watch others sawing while he sawed. Zhang Feng, who was at the side, saw all of this. Just now, he was wondering why old Chang had suddenly changed. Now he understood that this old guy was planning to secretly learn a little and then go back to make it. He had a good plan, but could he learn it? Zhang Xuan's eyes were sharp, so he naturally saw it. He leaned over to Dugo's ear and whispered, "Debing, look, Tainyo and Lao Tzu are going to help. Why don't we go too?" Dugo was a little confused. With a face full of reluctance he said, "They can go, but why do we have to go too?" "Idiot." Zhang Sun flicked Dugo's head and said with some anger, "Didn't you see how cunning old Cheng is? He's obviously trying to steal it. Let's steal it too. We'll definitely benefit from it." Secretly learning? Dugo suddenly understood. No wonder old Cheng looked so strange just now. In the end, it turned out that this old fellow was going to steal it. He finally understood and hurriedly said, "What you said makes sense. Then let's go over?" Zhang Sun nodded his head and looked at Zhang Feng. He put on a smile and said, "Fengzi, can we also go and help?" "You guys are going too?" Zhang Feng said subconsciously. He originally thought that old Chang was the only one who had this idea. It seemed that this bug also had some evil ideas in its heart. It also wanted to secretly learn. However, even if they wanted to secretly learn, they wouldn't be able to learn anything now. One more person would mean more work. After thinking for a while he said, "That's fine too. Let's go." Hearing this, Zhang Sun was so happy that he almost jumped up. It seemed that this fellow Feng Zi still didn't know anything. It was a good opportunity for him to steal some techniques. With this thought, he quickly walked over to Chang Chumo. Dugo naturally didn't want to fall behind. They had clearly agreed on this just now. How could he give up? Thus, the two of them and Chang Chumo started to play together again. Chang Chumo was naturally happy that Zhang Sun had brought these two people here. Just now, he had been forcefully recruited by his father to be a coolie. He had originally been depressed, but now there were two silly boys to accompany him. What a good thing this was. Thinking of this, the saw in his hand began to grind violently. However, this Tuamu seemed to be deliberately going against him. No matter how much strength he used, he didn't move at all. He was a little dissatisfied. He rolled up his sleeves, and the muscles on his chest began to tremble. Only then did Tuamu admit defeat, and slowly began to split. The others were also struggling a little, especially Zhang Sun and Du Go. They were originally high and mighty noblemen. When had they ever done such rough work? They didn't even know how to use the saw. After asking Chang Chumo for a while, they finally understood the mystery behind it. Only then did they slowly begin to saw. However, after just a while, large blisters appeared on their hands, and they cried out in pain. This caused Cheng Yaojin to laugh at them. He was originally a soldier, and killing enemies on the battlefield wasn't a problem, let alone this small piece of wood. Although there was a little problem just now, it didn't affect the results at all. After a while, he finished sawing several pieces of wood. He picked up the wood and looked at Zhang Feng with a proud expression. "Fengzi, how is it? Is this enough?" Zhang Feng had just lit up a cigarette and was about to take a few puffs to relieve his nerves when his gaze was attracted by this guy. He thought to himself, "Isn't it just sawing a few pieces of wood? What's there to show off?" As he thought this, he still smiled. "Not bad, not bad. Keep up the good work." As the saying goes, if you want a good ox to plow the land, you need to encourage it. Old Cheng was obviously such a person. If you didn't say a few nice words, he might just quit after hearing it. Of course, this was only under normal circumstances. Now, if he wanted to secretly learn from him, he would still work hard, but there was no lack of encouragement. Chapter 1972. As expected, Chang Yaojin was very pleased when he heard this. He glanced at the crowd and acted like a leader. He ordered arrogantly, "How is everyone sawing? Put away the wooden sticks in your hands and let Fengzi see if they can be used. Otherwise, his mother will wither later." It had to be said that old Cheng had some leadership skills. He knew to show some to Zhang Feng first. Everyone glanced at Chang Yaojin with disdain and picked up the wooden sticks in front of them. It wasn't that they were afraid of Chang Yaojin. They were all workers in the workshop and didn't know who this person in front of them was.
Why would they be afraid? It was only when they heard this guy mention the dean that they felt that it made sense. Otherwise, who would care what nonsense he was talking about? The wooden sticks were placed in front of Zhang Feng. He glanced at them and gestured a few times with his hands. After confirming that there were no problems, he said, "There are no problems with the wooden sticks. They are basically enough. Everyone, stop what you are doing." When everyone heard this, they stopped their saws and looked at Zhang Feng seriously. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and continued, "Let's continue with the next step. You guys go and find some dry wood." After saying that, he looked at Algernon. "Go and find some silk thread. It must be thick and strong." After saying that, everyone left to do their own work. Cheng Yaojin rubbed his hands and looked at Zhang Feng expectantly.
"Fengzi, what do you need me to do?"
He was prepared to secretly learn. It was a critical moment now, so he naturally didn't want to be idle. Zhang Feng seemed to see through him and smiled. "Why don't you go and pick up some dry wood? We need it later." Pick up dry wood? The corner of Cheng Yaojin's mouth twitched. Lao Tzu was here to secretly learn. Okay? Let Lao Tzu go and pick up firewood? How was that possible? He crossed his arms and pursed his lips. "Isn't there someone else going? I'll wait here." Zhang Feng naturally knew that this guy didn't want to go, so he didn't care so much. He smiled and smoked again. On the other hand, Zhang Sun and the others were a little uncomfortable. They sat together and looked at each other's hands, trying to pick up the bubbles with their saws. It was like a scene where baboons were looking for lice on each other's bodies. Seeing this, Zhang Feng burst into laughter and almost choked on his cigarette. Not long after, Arkanon came back with the thread.
"Dean, I've brought it."
Zhang Feng nodded and asked, "How's the beef gelatin?" "It'll take a while. That thing is too hard to endure. It won't dissolve for a while." Algernon was a little embarrassed. He thought that the workers were not working hard enough. "I'm fine." Zhang Feng waved his hand and took a puff of his cigarette. He didn't mind. "Let it simmer. The longer it simmers, the better. It'll become more viscous." Beef gelatin had to be used as soon as it came out of the pot. Otherwise, it would stick together very quickly, just like glutinous rice. However, beef gelatin was more powerful than glutinous rice. Once it was cold, it would stick together. It couldn't be torn apart. It was comparable to super glue. Arjanon did not know about these things. He had just returned to the cave to take a look. He smiled and said, "The dean is right. I just went back to the cave to take a look. It's still boiling. I think it will take a while." As soon as he finished speaking, the workers came back in twos and threes. They were all holding firewood and piling it next to the sticks. One of them asked, "Dean, what do we do now?" Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd. "Light the firewood, then place the sticks over the fire to form a bow." Wood was relatively hard. If it was broken, it would definitely break. If it was placed over the fire, it would evaporate the water and help form the bow. When Cheng Yaojin heard Zhang Feng's words, he volunteered to run to the front of the crowd to help. Cheng Chumo naturally didn't want to go. How could he, the young master of the Cheng family, stoop to such a dirty thing? However, his father's murderous gaze made him give in. He reluctantly went to help. Zhang Sun was also smart. When he saw old Cheng go, he quickly followed. Anyway, he had made up his mind. As long as old Cheng did something, he would do it. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to learn anything. At most, they would all work for Feng Zi. He wouldn't lose anything anyway. Zhang Feng was naturally happy to see this happen. One more person meant a little more strength. Anyway, he wouldn't lose anything. He wasn't afraid of these people secretly learning from him. After all, it wasn't easy to learn. Therefore, he generously instructed everyone to operate. You start the fire. Old Cheng is strong. Prepare to put the sticks over the fire and make them into a bow. Also, Tainyo, don't have asterisk king lays around here. You go too. Do go. Go and pick up the sticks for them." After everything was arranged, Zhang Feng lit a cigarette and sat down to smoke slowly. He felt that everything had nothing to do with him. Anyway, he had already assigned the task to these guys and told them the method. Whether they could do it well or not was up to these guys. He wasn't worried that these guys would cause trouble. After all, this was all done for them. They wouldn't harm themselves. Chapter 1973. Chang Yaojin was also working with a serious face. Since he had decided to learn from Zhang Heng secretly, he would carry it out to the end. He called out to Chang Chumo.
Ignoring the ashes on his face, he picked up a piece of wood and stirred it over the fire.
With a gentle tug, he tied it with a silk thread. The whole project was completed.
After about a quarter of an hour, he pushed the handle of the bow and considered it a success.
Chang Chumo randomly picked one of them and held it in front of Zhang Feng. He smiled and said, "Fengzi, take a look. Is this okay?" Zhang Feng looked up and saw that Chang Chumo's face was covered with ashes, as if he had just burned charcoal. Combined with his bruised and swollen face, he looked like a fat pig, a black fat pig. This made Zhang Feng laugh. Chang Chumo was puzzled. He looked at Zhang Feng curiously and asked, "Fengzi, what are you laughing at?" "Nothing." Zhang Feng held back his laughter and tried not to look at Chang Chumo's face. Otherwise, he was sure that he would not be able to control himself. He took the bow handle in Chang Chumo's hand and looked at it seriously. The bow handle was the most important step. There could not be any mistakes. Otherwise, it would break with a gentle pull.
After looking at it for a while and making sure that there was no problem, he handed the bow handle back to Chang Chumo.
"It's okay. Are you all done?"
Chang Chumo nodded.
"All done. There are 20 in total. What should we do now?" Zhang Feng stood up and glanced at the bow handles on the ground. He said to everyone, "Take the bow handles. Let's go back to the cave. Remember to put out the fire." After that, he turned and went back to the cave. Everyone quickly picked up the bow handles and followed him. Back in the cave, Zhang Feng first took a look at the rubber. Seeing that it was not ready yet, he called Arkanon to his side and said seriously, "Go and make some pulleys like this." As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper from the table and began to draw with a pen. As he drew, he said, "Remember, this pulley is round. I've already drawn how big it is for you. As for the materials, I'll use steel and rubber. There are 2 types of materials in total. Go and make some with these 2 materials first." Alkinon was a little confused. This was the first time he had seen such a novel thing, and it was even on paper. Logically speaking, he was quite knowledgeable, but after looking at it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what it was or what it could be used for. However, according to the dean's logic, it should be used on bows and arrows. But how was this thing supposed to be used? It had nothing to do with bows and arrows. He was puzzled and asked subconsciously, "Dean, what is this useful for?" Zhang Feng didn't stop until he finished the last stroke.
He handed the drawing to Arkanon and said seriously, "This will be used on the bow later."
On the bow. Arkanon was even more confused. This was just a round thing. How was he going to add it to the bow? With a puzzled look he asked, "Dean, how do you add it?" Zhang Feng didn't want to explain so much. After all, Arkanon didn't need it at all. However, seeing how eager Arkanon was to learn, he still said, "This is called a pulley." "Wait a minute. This will be on both sides of the bow. This will increase the tension of the bow handle." While the two were talking, Chang Yaojin, who was not far away, saw everything. He strode forward and put his hand on Zhang Feng's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Fengzi, what are you talking about?" Zhang Feng took half a step back with a look of disdain. This guy's sweat stink was too strong. It was better to stay away from him, or he would be smoked into bacon.
After standing still, he coughed softly and said, "I'm discussing the bow with Arkanon."
"What's wrong? Do you want to hear it too?" "That's not it." Chang Yaojin naturally wouldn't admit it. After all, it wouldn't be good for his reputation.
He waved his hand and pretended not to care.
"I'm just here to see if there's anything I can help with."
"No, you can go now."
Zhang Feng was a little impatient. It wasn't because of anything else, but because this guy smelled too strong. Just now, he was sweating in the cave, sawing wood outside, and now he was sweating all over again. The smell could be smelled from 3 feet away. However, Chang Yaojin didn't think so. He was like a piece of dog skin plaster.
He pretended not to hear Zhang Feng and still stood beside him.
Zhang Feng saw that it didn't work, but there was no other way. He knew that this guy was here for the blueprint. He could only continue to talk to Arkanon about the pulley. When Chang Yaojin heard this, his ears instantly perked up. However, the more he listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Fengzi seemed to be planning to make a pulley and install it on the bow. What kind of bow and arrow would contain such a strange item? It had never been seen before. Could this Fengzi be up to no good? He thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask, Fengzi, what's this pulley for? Are you really going to install it on the bow? Is it useful? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Cheng Yaojin and said angrily, It's not up to you to judge whether it's useful or not. Since I dare to do this, of course, I'm confident. Chapter 1974. He had guessed that old Cheng would ask this question. After all, this composite bow was too advanced. Many people had thought about it, let alone seen it. It wasn't strange for old Cheng to have such a reaction. It was just that this guy was having a headache. However, Cheng Yaojin didn't seem to realize that he was meddling in other people's business. He continued to ask, Feng, I'm just concerned. We've worked so hard for so long. Naturally, we have to understand the process. Understand the process? Zhang Feng sneered in his heart. This old guy was really good at pretending. He obviously wanted to secretly learn it, but he still made it sound so dignified. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people around, he really wanted to piss this guy awake. After thinking about it, he suppressed the resentment in his heart and said seriously, I told you just now that the pulley is definitely useful. You'll know later. It's useless to say so much to you now. After saying that, he looked at Arcanon and said seriously, Go and make it now. I'll use it later. Arcanon nodded and looked deeply at Cheng Yaojin before leaving. Cheng Yaojin was a little anxious. He had come here to look at the blueprint. Now that the blueprint had been taken away by Alkinon, how could he still look at it? Just as he was about to chase after Alkinon, he was pulled back by Zhang Feng. He said impatiently, Feng, why are you pulling me? Zhang Feng looked at Cheng Yaojin with a smile. Old Cheng, what's the use of chasing after Arcanon? If you want the blueprint, I can give it to you later. Can you not cause trouble? Otherwise, don't blame me if you can't make the bow. Arcanon was now looking for someone to make it. If old Cheng went, he would definitely ruin it. If he delayed, he would definitely cause trouble again. It was better to give him some benefits first. After all, the blueprint was useless. When Cheng Yaojin heard that the blueprint was going to be given to him, he jumped up in excitement. He didn't care about Arcanon anymore and grabbed Zhang Feng excitedly. Feng, this is yours. Don't go back on your word. Zhang Feng nodded. He thought to himself, what can you do with a blueprint? This pulley could only be used in the industrial industry. It had no other uses, so it didn't matter if it was given away. But Cheng Yaojin didn't know that. He thought that he had picked up a treasure and kept thanking Zhang Feng. Cheng Yaojin's body had a strong smell to begin with. As soon as he got close to Zhang Feng, he instantly felt a burst of sour smell assailing his nostrils. He hurriedly found an excuse to escape, found a quiet place to smoke, and ignored this guy. About a quarter of an hour later, Alkinon came over with a few pulleys. Sir, it's done. As he spoke, he handed the pulley to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took the pulley and studied it. Although it was a little different from what he had previously drawn, the difference was not too great. It should be usable. He nodded with satisfaction. This is good. Go and see if the glue is ready. If it is, take it all out. Alkinon took the order and left. After a while, he came back with a basin filled with glue. Sir, it's ready. Take a look. Zhang Feng lowered his head and glanced at it. He put his hand into the basin and stirred it. Then he put it in his mouth. He couldn't help but look satisfied. The taste is not bad. No wonder rich people like to use this stuff. Thinking about it, he said to Alkinon, this stuff is not bad. Get ready. Bring the bow handles, the beef tendons, and everything else. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Yaojin jumped high and said arrogantly, I'll go get the things. As he spoke, he had already picked up a pile of bow handles and placed them in front of Zhang Feng. Alkinon also went to prepare the beef tendons and other things. Not long after, everyone was gathered and everything was ready. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and said seriously, Old Cheng, take the bow handle. When I tell you to loosen the thread, loosen it. Alkinon, apply the beef tendons. Everyone nodded with a serious expression. They knew that this was the most important time and didn't dare to be negligent, especially Cheng Yaojin. He had originally planned to learn,
But now he was even more focused. His eyes were wide open, as if he was ready to spend half his life on this. Zhang Feng checked again to make sure there were no problems. Then he said, "Old Cheng, loosen the thread on the bow handle." Chang Yaojin nodded and tried to loosen the thread. However, it seemed like the thread was against him. He couldn't loosen it no matter how hard he tried. He was a little anxious and used all his strength to pull it off. Luckily, the bow handle wasn't damaged. However, Zhang Feng still rolled his eyes at him.
"Can't you use less strength? If you're strong enough, you can go pick up dung."
After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Chang Yaojin's reaction. He looked at Alkinen and said, "Cut the two ends of the bow handle into 2 slits. It must be big enough for the pulley to fit in." Alkinen finally understood what the dean meant. However, he only knew one part of it and didn't know the other part. It wasn't good to ask now, so he took out a tool and cut the 2 ends of the bow handle.
Chapter 1975.
The others were confused as well, but they knew it was not the time to ask questions. They kept their mouths shut and focused on the bow in Arkinen's hands, trying to figure out the secret behind it. The wood was very hard, and it took Arkinon a lot of effort to separate the 2 ends. He raised the bow with a serious face and said to Zhang Feng, "Director, is this okay?" Zhang Feng looked at it carefully and confirmed that there was no problem.
He said, "No problem. Now put the pulley in. Put the steel pulley in. Remember, put the pulley on both ends."
Arkinon nodded and tried hard to separate the 2 ends, but there was no room for the pulley.
He had no choice but to ask Cheng Chumo for help.
"Brother Iron Bull, please help me."
Cheng Chumo was happy to help. He picked up the pulley and put it in.
However, the hole Arkinon had made was too narrow. He had to use all his strength to put it in. Seeing that all the work was done, Zhang Feng continued, "Now put the beef tendon on both ends of the bow handle.
It must be long.
First, wrap it around the pulley, then around the teeth of the pulley, and finally around the bowstring. The last loop is also the most important one, which is the last bowstring. Therefore, they must complement each other and must not be interrupted midway."
Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be secretly speechless. Beef tendon on the pulley? 3 loops? The bowstring is the last loop? That's too much pressure, isn't it?
No wonder it was said that the bow needed 200 stones of strength to draw.
That's the logic.
Chang Yaojin was an experienced soldier, but this was the first time he had seen a bow like this. The bows in the barracks all had 1 string.
None of them had 3 strings like Feng Zi's.
Although 2 of them were useless, the power of a real bowstring was still very strong.
He was just guessing.
However, based on his experience in the army, the power of the bow must be very strong. The 3 strings alone were not something an ordinary person could draw.
But wasn't it too exhausting? Could it be used? He was confused. "Feng Zi," he asked, "isn't the 3 strings a bit too much? Normally, it can't be used."
He was worried that Iron Bull wouldn't be able to use the bow when the time came. Furthermore, he was preparing to make some for the soldiers.
How could he use them when the pressure was so great?
Unexpectedly, Zhang Feng said, "Old Cheng, you are so strong.
What are you worried about?"
Chang Yaojin smiled awkwardly. He couldn't possibly say that he wanted to steal their skills, so he had to find an excuse. "I'm just worried that Iron Bull and Bug won't be able to use it." Before Zhang Feng could reply, Cheng Chimo jumped out. He seemed to be unable to accept old Cheng's mockery, and looked unconvinced.
"Who said I can't use it? I can use it."
Although he didn't know what his father was planning, he could tell from his father's words that he didn't want to give it to him.
How could he agree to that?
Slap! Chang Yaojin slapped Cheng Chimo on the head and said resentfully, "F***ck off.
What do you know? Lao Tzu and Feng Zi are talking. Is there any place for you to interrupt?"
As he spoke, he slapped Cheng Chimo on the head again. Cheng Chimo was probably scared by the slap. He kept retreating and didn't dare to interrupt. Everyone looked at him sympathetically and mourned for him for 3 seconds. They hoped that there wasn't such a father in heaven. After venting, Chang Yaojin was in a good mood. He looked at Zhang Feng and continued the topic. "Feng Zi, what I meant was that this thing is good. I'm just worried that these puppies won't be able to use it." Zhang Feng didn't quite understand. He said with a smile, "Don't worry.
Didn't I ask you to make 1 8-meter tall, 1 5-meter tall, and 1. 3-meter tall bow handles? Naturally, they won't be able to draw this one. 8-meter tall bow, but there are still 1. 5-meter tall ones. 1. 5-meter tall ones? Chang Yaojin's neck tilted. A 1. 8-meter tall bow was too stressful. A 1. 5-meter tall one should be no problem. Moreover, the soldiers in the military camp should be able to use it. Thinking about it, he picked up the bow handle and gestured. Fengzi, this is 1. 5-meter tall, right?
Zhang Feng nodded.
That's right. This is 1. 5-meter tall.
Iron Bull and the others can use it.
Chang Yaojin was delighted and quickly said, then hurry up and make it. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Cheng Yaojin and said, then what are you waiting for? Put the bowstring on both ends of the bow handle.
Cheng Yaojin said, oh.
He didn't care about Zhang Feng's dissatisfied expression.
He turned to Cheng Chumo and the others and snorted.
Iron Bull, come and pull the tendons. Worm and Debing, come and help. You 3 want to eat ready-made puppies. Don't be idle. Cheng Chumo had already been traumatized by Chang Yaojin's words, and this snort made him shiver. He didn't dare to disobey his father's orders, so he could only obediently go to help. Zhang Sun, Chong, and Dugo didn't plan to help because they knew their own strength. The bowstring was so strong. How could they pull it? Chapter 1976. Wasn't this courting death? However, they were also afraid of old Cheng's abuse of power, so they could only reluctantly step forward to help. Cheng Yaojin's face was full of joy. As he pulled the 2 ends of the bow, he instructed the 3 guys. Come, Tai Nyo, set the bowstring. Buggy, pull this side. Debing, don't just stand there. Pull this side. Make sure it's tight. Although he had never made a bow before, even if he hadn't eaten pork before, hadn't he seen pigs run? He still had a little bit of common sense. He still knew that the bowstring had to be pulled tight. Zhang Sun, Chong and Du Go didn't dare to disobey Chang Yaojin's orders, so they could only use all their strength. However, this was a cow tendon, not a rubber band. How could it be pulled so easily? The 2 of them gritted their teeth. They wished they could use all their strength, but the cow tendon still didn't budge. Alkinen saw that the situation wasn't right and hurriedly went forward to help. Only then did the 2 of them feel better. However, the cow tendon was still a little loose and didn't meet the requirements of the bowstring. Zhang Feng was anxious as he watched from the side. He also hurriedly helped. He even called out to Cheng Chumo, Tai Nyo, are you F***king standing there waiting for death? Come up and help. Tai Nyo had pulled the cow tendon and was just standing there playing with it. He didn't know how to come up and help. This made him want to go up and give him a kick. If it weren't for this critical moment, he might have already gone up to fight. Cheng Chumo was also quite intelligent. When he heard Feng Zi's call and saw that everyone was sweating, he hurriedly came up to help. There was strength in numbers. The cow tendon seemed to be afraid of everyone's strength. It slowly began to submit and tighten. Zhang Feng looked at the cow tendon that was getting thinner and thinner. He suddenly shouted, everyone, stop. Old Cheng will immediately buckle the cow tendon. Hearing this, everyone immediately stopped, but they didn't let go. Chang Yaojin grabbed one end and tied it to one end. His speed was so fast that it made people speechless. Soon, he grabbed the other end and tied it up. Only then did he let out a long breath. As soon as Chang Yaojin put down the bow, Cheng Chumo couldn't wait to pick it up. His mouth kept exclaiming. It seemed that he wanted to test the bowstring. Zhang Feng was about to stop him, but Cheng Chumo's right hand was already on the bowstring. He was about to pull it, but unexpectedly, the bowstring was abnormally tight. No matter how hard he tried, the bowstring didn't move at all. Zhang Feng could only persuade him. Tai Nyo, put it down first. You can't pull it apart now. No. Cheng Chumo flatly refused. He looked at Zhang Feng a little unconvinced. You're looking down on me. I want to pull it apart today. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. Now that the bow had a prototype, of course, he wanted to be the first to try it. In the end, this Feng Zi looked down on him and said that he couldn't pull it apart? Was he laughing at him? He couldn't let this guy look down on him. Thinking about this, he gritted his teeth and used all his strength. This time, it was the same as before. The bowstring still didn't move at all. He was a little suspicious. He was also quite strong. Why couldn't he pull it apart at all? Was Fengzi's bowstring really that awesome? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He quickly turned around. He saw his father looking at him angrily. He was a little scared and said submissively, "Dad, you..." Before he finished speaking, another slap came. Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened. His hand was in the air. "If you can't pull it apart, then don't embarrass Lao Tzu here. Give it to me." As he spoke, Cheng Yaojin grabbed the bow and made a gesture to pull it. Zhang Feng's expression changed. The bow hadn't taken shape yet. It was fine to let Tai Nyo pull it, but if Old Chen also tried, it would definitely break. Thus he hurriedly pulled Cheng Yaojin and shouted, "Old Chen, you can't try. The bow hasn't taken shape yet. It will break." "It's going to break?" Cheng Yaojin quivered. He was a little scared. But after thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong. Tai Nyo was pulling it, so why would it break when he pulled it? Just now, when Tai Nyo pulled it, he didn't say anything. Why was he so talkative when he wanted to pull it? Was there something strange about it? He frowned and asked with a little dissatisfaction, "Fengzi, don't tell me you have a problem with me? Just now, when Tai Nyo pulled it, you didn't break it. Why did you open your mouth when I wanted to pull it?" Zhang Feng was a little helpless. He clearly wanted to open his mouth, but before he could, Tai Nyo had already pulled it. Why did he blame it on him? He said helplessly, "When Tai Nyo pulled it, I already opened my mouth to stop him. It was this guy who didn't listen to me. What can I do?" Cheng Yaojin's eyes turned and recalled the situation just now. Did Fengzi open his mouth? It seemed like he did, right? But this wasn't important anymore. Why did this guy want to stop him? Thinking about it, he asked, "Even if you opened your mouth, why did you stop me? If Tai Nyo can try, why can't Lao Tzu try?" Zhang Feng was a little speechless. "Is Tai Nyo as strong as you? What's more, the bow and arrow have only just been made. With your strength, won't you be crippled?" Chapter 1977. Cheng Yaojin was stunned. There was nothing wrong with what he said. The bow had just been made. If he pulled it, it would be ruined. Was Fengzi praising him for his strength or mocking him for ruining the bow? He thought for a moment but did not say anything. However, he agreed with Fengzi and said, "You're right. With my strength, it will definitely be ruined if I pull it." He then turned to Cheng Chumo and glared at him. "Lao Tzu is so strong, but you can't even pull the bow. What's the use of you?" As he spoke, he slapped Cheng Chumo. The latter screamed in fear, but he did not dare to dodge. He could only look at Zhang Feng for help. Zhang Feng naturally knew what was going on. He didn't want to save Iron Bull, but he still had to make the bow. He had no choice but to persuade him. "Old Chen, that's enough. It's not Iron Bull's fault that the bow can't be drawn. There are still important things that haven't been installed." Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin's interest was piqued. He stopped what he was doing and asked with a smile, "What else do you need to install?" When Zhang Feng saw that Cheng Yaojin had stopped moving, he no longer paid attention to him. Instead, he looked at Arjunon and said with a serious face, "Take out 2 thin steel pipes. They must be so long that they can fit between the handle and the bowstring." Arjunon frowned. He had some doubts, but he did not plan to say anything. He glanced at the bow and made a rough estimation. Then he turned and left. Cheng Yaojin was not satisfied. He asked, "Fengzi, what are you going to do with the steel pipes?" "You'll know in a moment." Zhang Feng did not plan to explain. He waved his hand impatiently. Then he seemed to think of something and continued, "You can't continue to hit Iron Bull." As soon as he said that, Cheng Chumo looked at Zhang Feng as if he was looking at his second parent. If he were a woman, he would have given himself to Zhang Feng. On the other hand, Zhang Sun Chong and the others were not brothers at all. When his father hit him, he didn't even dare to fart. Fengzi was more reliable. Thinking of this, he looked at Fengzi with even more passion and gratitude. However, Zhang Feng's next sentence caused him to be taken aback. "If you want to forge Iron Bull, go home and do it slowly. Don't make the forging workshop bleed." "This?" Cheng Chumo cried. He originally thought that Fengzi had found his conscience. She was going to plead for him. In the end, however, This guy was afraid that old Cheng would beat him up on the mountain. He wanted to cry, but he couldn't.
He couldn't help but shift his gaze to this damned old man.
Chang Yaojin gave Zhang Feng a knowing look and said with a smile, "I understand. I won't hit him anymore. Let's save some face for this kid first." As soon as he finished speaking, Arkanon also came back. He was holding several steel pipes in his hand. They were of different thicknesses and lengths. "Director, I've brought the things back. How do you think I should use them?" Zhang Feng took one of the steel pipes and carefully examined it.
Then, he looked at everyone and said, "Old Cheng, these 2 steel pipes are tied to the 2 auxiliary bowstrings.
The other end is facing the bow handle." Cheng Yaojin was a little dumbfounded. Why were there steel pipes tied to the bowstrings? Although these 2 auxiliary bowstrings were not as powerful as the main bowstring, why were there still steel pipes tied to them?
This was something that had never happened before. He asked in confusion, "Fengzi, what are you doing?
Why do you need to tie steel pipes to them?" "Increasing pressure."
Zhang Feng replied solemnly and looked at the bow and arrow.
"Don't think that there are 3 bowstrings. In fact, they all exert force together, so the pressure will be gathered together. The purpose of this steel pipe is to disperse the pressure. Then, the 3 bowstrings exert force together. The pressure increases, and the power increases at the same time." Everyone felt a headache coming on. Especially Chang Yaojin. He didn't know what pressure was at all. He just wanted Feng Zi to explain the use of the steel pipe and whether it was good or not. In the end, this guy talked a lot and didn't seem to intend to stop. This was a headache. He quickly waved his hand. "Stop, stop, stop. Feng Zi, we don't understand what you're saying." "I didn't expect you to understand in the first place." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Chang Yaojin. He didn't intend to talk about it, but this guy asked. Well then, he would talk about it. Moreover, he wasn't talking to old Cheng, because he knew that this guy wouldn't understand. So, he was talking to old Cheng. This guy still had a righteous look on his face. Zhang Feng said, "These things are too profound. It's fine if you don't understand. Now, let's get to work." After that, he glanced at everyone, and finally his eyes fell on Chang Yaojin. He said, "Old Cheng, tie these 2 steel pipes to the 2 auxiliary bowstrings. The other end faces the bow handle." Cheng Yaojin said, "Oh." He didn't know if it was because he had been taught a lesson or something else. This time, he didn't ask any questions and just started working. Soon, the steel pipes were fixed. He looked at Zhang Feng. "Fengzi, what do we do now?" Chapter 1978. Zhang Feng didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Arjunon and said seriously, "First, apply some cow glue to the end of the bow and fix it. Then, take out the horn and stick it on the bow. Apply deer glue to the outer layer, horse glue to the inner layer, and finally, rhino glue to fix it." Arjunon nodded and called for Chung Chumo and the others to help. Then he started working. This was a huge project, and it was also the last few steps. He couldn't finish it alone. Chung Chumo and the others were happy to help. They all came forward to help. One of them stuck the horn, and the other applied the glue. Soon, the project was completed. "Dean, it's done. What do we do now?" Arjunon asked Zhang Feng with the bow and arrow. "Let me see." Zhang Feng took the bow and arrow, looked at it, and nodded with satisfaction. "There's no problem. Now, we just have to wait for the glue to dry." After that, he glanced at everyone. "We still have to continue. Arjunon, you continue to work with old Cheng and Tiniu. Remember to use a different kind of pulley." "Then what are you going to do?" Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but ask. "Make arrows." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Cheng Yaojin. This guy didn't use his brain at all. How could he make arrows without a bow? Cheng Yaojin suddenly understood. He smiled and said, "Okay, you go." Zhang Feng snorted and turned to Zhang Sun and Du Go. "You two come with me to make the bow and arrow. Don't worry about anything else." After that, he turned and walked out of the cave. Zhang Sun and Du Go looked at each other and followed him out. In fact, the 2 of them were useless here. Old Cheng and Old Chung could basically handle it. With Arjunon's help, there wouldn't be any problem. Outside the cave, Zhang Feng pointed to a pile of leftover log materials and said to Zhang Sun and the other 2,
The two of you, cut all of these wood into long strips, about the size of a pinky finger and the length of an arm. Do you understand? After he finished speaking, he did not receive any response from the two. Zhang Feng turned to look at them. He saw Zhang Sunchong and Du Go standing there in a daze, not knowing what they were doing. Zhang Feng was a little confused. He pushed the two of them and said, "What are you doing?" Zhang Sun was pulled back to reality with a bitter expression. In fact, when he first came out with Zhang Feng, he was very happy. After all, he didn't have to face that demon king Chang Yaojin. It was worth being happy about. But not Chang thought of sawing wood when he came out. He was instantly unhappy. He wanted to reject Feng Zi, but he didn't know what to say, so he just stood there in a daze. It was the same for Du Go. He originally thought that there would be something fun to do, but in the end, all he got was to saw wood. One had to know that there were still a bunch of blisters on his hand when he was sawing wood. Now that he had to saw again, he was very unwilling. So he looked bitterly at Zhang Feng and begged, "Feng Zi, can you change to someone else? Look at my hand, it's full of blisters." As he spoke, he opened his hands and showed them to Zhang Feng. Zhang Sunchong saw this and hurriedly opened his hands. He said with a bitter face, "Feng Zi, change to someone else. I really can't stand it. You two bastards, I asked you to do some work and you're still here talking about conditions?" Zhang Feng frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Do you not want the bow and arrow?" Zhang Sunchong's heart skipped a beat. How could he not want the bow and arrow? It could be said that he wanted it the most. But Feng Zi wanted him to work again. His hands were already blistered. He was a little hesitant and turned to look at Du Go. The latter also looked over. His eyes were very determined, as if he was determined to get it. Zhang Sunchong sighed and could only say, "All right, let's go." As he spoke, he picked up the saw and walked towards the wood. Du Go had already expressed his position just now. Naturally, he was unwilling to give up and followed. Zhang Feng sneered in his heart. In fact, he had already guessed that these guys were unwilling to give up. After all, the bow had already been formed. A few arrows shouldn't be difficult. As for those words, it was just to force these guys. Otherwise, with these guys' temperaments, they would definitely not be willing to do it. Sure enough, these guys were working very hard now. Zhang Feng took out a cigarette from his waist and slowly lit it. He casually found a stone stall and sat down, watching the free labor in front of him. After about a quarter of an hour, Zhang Sunchong ran to Zhang Feng with a bundle of long strips. "Feng Zi, it's done." "Oh." Zhang Feng stepped on the cigarette butt and glanced at the wooden strips. "Put these wooden strips on the fire and light them up. The process of making the bow handle is the same as before." Zhang Sunchong had a bitter expression on his face. He thought that was it. Who would have thought that he still had to do it? He had no way to refute. He could only pick up the firewood and reenact the scene just now. Fortunately, Du Go was still quite proactive. He had picked up the firewood in advance. The two of them roasted the wooden strips while warming the fire. Needless to say, these two guys were quite efficient. Who knew if they wanted to end this bitter life as soon as possible, or if they wanted to get the bow and arrow? They quickly finished roasting some of the wooden strips. They brought them to Zhang Feng and said excitedly, "Feng Zi, it's done." Chapter 1979. Zhang Feng looked at the two of them with disdain. "Since you're done, let's go back." The rest of the project had to be completed in the cave because the required materials had not been taken out. The group returned to the cave. As Zhang Feng approached, he saw something shocking. Chang Yaojin and the others had made more than one bow. He counted carefully. There were more than 50 bows in total. The corner of his mouth twitched. He hurriedly said, "Why did you make so many bows?" "Dean." Alkinnon stepped forward feeling wronged. "It was old Chen." "Enough." Zhang Feng interrupted. He then looked at Chang Yaojin and said with some dissatisfaction, "Old Chen, this was all your idea, right?" Judging from Alkinnon's reaction, this must have been old Chen's idea. Besides, Alkinnon didn't have the guts to do so. They had just started experimenting with the bows. It was useless to make so many. It was impossible that he didn't know. However, Chang Yaojin didn't think so. He was thinking about how to get more bows and arrows and then send them out. Although he didn't know the power of the bows and arrows, based on his experience, they definitely wouldn't be bad. Therefore,
He made a few more without Fengzi's consent. Alkinen tried to stop him, but how could he stop this devil? In the end, he still wallowed in the mire. He had already prepared the speech for Fengzi's return. Now, he began to speak with assurance. Fengzi, you didn't say how many you were going to make when you left. Besides, making more will only be beneficial. It'll also be beneficial for the experiment later. You! Zhang Feng was so angry that his face turned red. He didn't know how to say it. This guy's words were somewhat irrefutable. At first glance, it sounded quite reasonable. He was about to curse, but he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. He could only say, "Do you know how many materials have been wasted?" You sigh. As he spoke, he let out a long sigh. He felt like he wanted to say something but stopped. It wasn't because he couldn't say it, but he felt that it was useless no matter how much he said. Moreover, old Cheng's personality was like this. Would he listen to anything you said? Sure enough, Cheng Yaojin was still carefree. He put his hand on Zhang Feng's shoulder and said with a smile, "Fengzi, it's just a little more. There's no need for that, no need for that." Zhang Feng shrugged him off with a look of disgust. He didn't want to waste any more time talking to this guy. It would be a waste of saliva anyway. He looked at Arcanon and said, "Go and take out the arrowheads from last time, as well as the arrow feathers." After making bows and arrows last time, there were still some arrowheads and other things left over. This time they could be used. Arcanon accepted the order and gave Cheng Yaojin a resentful look before leaving. Cheng Yaojin played with the bows and arrows as if they were his treasures. He didn't want to put them down. He wasn't afraid that Fengzi would do anything. After all, the bows and arrows had been made. What he needed to do now was to think about how to get them out. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but put on a wretched smile. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Fengzi, now that there are so many bows and arrows, what are you going to do?" "What am I going to do?" Zhang Feng was a little confused. It wasn't because of anything else, but because he was confused about why this guy asked this. This obviously had nothing to do with him. Could it be that he wanted a share of the profits? Thinking about this, he deliberately said in a foreign accent, "Then what do you think we should do? After all, there are so many bows and arrows. It's not good to waste them." Cheng Yaojin was delighted. He had taken the bait, he had taken the bait. Even though he was delighted, he deliberately put on a calm expression. "How about this? We don't know the effects of the bows and arrows yet. When these bows and arrows are finished, let me try this batch first. What do you think?" Zhang Feng suddenly understood. So this was what this old guy was thinking. He wanted to take some home? This wasn't impossible. He could even promote composite bows. In the future he could mass-produce them. Perhaps he could even put them in the military camp. But they hadn't tested them yet. If there were any problems, wouldn't it be a slap in the face? Moreover, this old guy only wanted to benefit from this. He didn't want to give anything. How could this be? He had to at least get some benefits. Thinking about this, he put on a troubled expression. "It's not impossible. It's just that we haven't tested them yet. Let's talk about it after the test. Also, don't you want to take out something?" Cheng Yaojin was stunned. He didn't expect this kid to be so stingy. He wasn't even willing to take out a test product? He even wanted to negotiate? He wanted him to take out something? How could this be? After all, the power of the bows hadn't been tested yet. What if he lost money? He was about to refuse when Arjunon came back. He held a pile of arrows and said with a smile, "Dean, I've brought them back." Zhang Feng checked the arrows and other things, then handed them back to Arjunon. With a serious face he said, "It's the same as last time. But this time, the ends of the arrows and arrows need to be fixed with fish glue." "Why don't you use beef glue? Will fish gelatin work?" Chapter 1980. Cheng Yaojin asked. In his opinion, cow gelatin and deer gelatin were much more precious than fish gelatin. They would definitely be more effective. Unexpectedly, Zhang Feng didn't care at all. He sneered. "What do you know? Fish gelatin is the best. It's also the one with the highest adhesion." Cheng Yaojin curled his lips and didn't say anything. He couldn't find any other reason to refute. So what if he let Fengzi show off? Anyway, his goal was to get the bow and arrows. Zhang Feng didn't say much.
He looked at Arjunon and said, "Start making them now."
After that, he looked at Cheng Chumo and the others and snorted. "You guys, come over and help. Don't just stand there like idiots." Cheng Chumo and the others looked at each other, then reluctantly walked over. They took the arrows and other things from Arjunon and started making them. The arrows themselves weren't as difficult as the bows. They just needed to place the feathers and the arrowheads on the ends and fix them with fish gelatin. This process wasn't difficult at all for them, who had just made bows. In a short while, Arjunon and Cheng Chumo were done. Zhang Feng glanced at the neatly arranged arrows and nodded. "Not bad. Now we just need to wait for the bow and arrows to dry. Let's wait for it." After that, he didn't care about the others' reaction. He found a stool and sat down. He took out a cigarette from his waist and lit it. He slowly smoked. Cheng Yaojin looked at Zhang Feng's leisurely face. He rolled his eyes as if he was thinking of something. After a while, he walked up to him with a smile. "Fengzi, what do you think of the matter just now?" "What matter just now?" Zhang Feng took out the cigarette butt and asked. Cheng Yaojin's eyes flashed with a trace of dissatisfaction, but he quickly covered it up. With a smile on his face, he said, "Just give me some bows and arrows." "Bows and arrows?" Zhang Feng smiled. So this old guy was still thinking of something? However, this stingy character of his was. He smiled and said awkwardly, "Old Chen, it's not that I don't want to give you anything. It's just that you don't want to give me any compensation. You know, these materials are all provided by me, and these workers are all from my cave." Cheng Yaojin felt a headache coming on and wanted to scold Fengzi for being shameless. This material was clearly from his family, so why did it change when it came out of his mouth? Furthermore, he had also contributed quite a lot of manpower. Iron Bull, Buggy, weren't they humans? He suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a smile, "Fengzi, you're not being kind. These glue are all provided by our Chen family. Also, when we were working just now, we did it ourselves." "That's enough." Zhang Feng sneered and said with a little disdain, "Buggy and Debing also contributed a portion of the glue, and these two guys also helped just now. How can you take all of it for yourself?" Hearing this, Zhang Sun and Du Go's eyes lit up. They cast a grateful look at Zhang Feng. In fact, when Cheng Yaojin said this, the two of them wanted to stand up and refute. What did he mean by the Cheng family providing glue? Did Lao Tzu not provide glue? However, they didn't dare to say this. In the face of this great demon king who ran amok in Chang'an, the title of being a playboy obviously didn't work. Fortunately, Fengzi helped them vent their anger. Now, they only felt grateful to Fengzi. There was nothing else. However, Zhang Feng obviously didn't notice this. He was still talking with assurance. "Old Cheng, you did help a little. At most, I'll give you a bow and arrows later. Your Chen family will give you 2 bows and arrows. That should be enough, right?" 2 bows? Cheng Yaojin was stunned. Lao Tzu wanted all of it. What did you mean by giving Lao Tzu 2 bows? Were you trying to get rid of a beggar? His face was a little ugly. "Fengzi, did we discuss this just now? You'll give me all the bows and arrows?" "Give you all of it?" Zhang Feng's eyes widened. They did discuss this just now, but he didn't agree. Wasn't this guy thinking too much? Now he wanted it? He said with some dissatisfaction, "Old Chen, your appetite is really big. I didn't agree to it just now. Why are you bringing it up now?" Cheng Yaojin didn't care and laughed. "You didn't agree to it just now. Aren't I here to discuss it with you now? How about it? It's not impossible to give it to you." Zhang Feng's eyes turned as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something. He smiled and said, "How about this? I can give it to you. However, you have to give me your glue in exchange. 1 tael of glue for a bow. You can make the arrows yourself." He naturally wouldn't give the bow and arrows away so easily. In fact, he already knew what old Chen was thinking. If he didn't get something, he would feel sorry for himself. Glue was a necessity for making bows and arrows. There was no harm in exchanging some. Cheng Yaojin's face was bitter. There wasn't much glue in the house, and it was stolen. How could he give it to Fengzi? Moreover, this guy's price was quite high. 1 tael of glue for a bow. Chapter 1981. How much glue would it take? He looked bitter, but he didn't want to give up. Fengzi, can you make an exception? Your price is a bit high.
No. Zhang Feng refused and said righteously, you know how difficult it is to make this thing.
I'm just asking you to give me some glue, and you're still so hesitant. If you don't want it, just say it. Chang Yaojin was very unhappy when he heard this. What did he mean by hesitant to give him some glue? This was cow glue, deer glue, and rhinoceros glue. Each of them could be said to be expensive. Who dared to say that it could be taken out casually? If it was someone else who said this, he would definitely go up and slap them. However, this was Zhang Feng, and he was a bit scared. He could only suppress the resentment in his heart and said unhappily, Fengzi, it's not like you don't know how expensive this glue is. It's not so easy to get. How about this, you can change it to something else. I'll definitely get it for you. Expensive? Zhang Feng sneered in his heart. Lao Tzu wanted expensive things. He didn't want anything else. Besides, what was the use of anything else besides glue? Glue could be used to make bows and arrows. Even if it was a little inferior, it could still be eaten. It was also good to beautify the two girls. Why should he change it? Thinking about this, he smiled. I'm afraid that won't work. I don't want anything else except glue. Chang Yaojin was stunned. He originally thought that he could have a good talk with this kid. However, this kid was stubborn. Was he going to give up on bows and arrows? That wouldn't do. If such a good thing were to be given to others for free, it would be a big loss. However, Fengzi was stubborn. Was he going to snatch it? That didn't seem to work. There were so many people in the cave. He and Iron Bull might not be a match for them. Besides, Iron Bull was a dog who sided with outsiders. He was simply unreliable.
If this matter was reported to the Emperor.
The Emperor? If the Emperor made a move, he might be able to persuade this stubborn guy. After making up his mind, he turned to look at Chang Chumo. Chang Chumo shuddered and felt uncomfortable all over because he felt that his father's gaze was not good. The last time he looked at him like that was in the warehouse. He did not dare to say anything. At this time, Chang Yaojin was about to speak.
He quietly leaned over to Chang Chumo's ear, but the latter evaded his gaze, seemingly unwilling to listen. He narrowed his eyes and pulled Chang Chumo's ear, not caring whether the latter was willing or not. He whispered in his ear, "Brat, go out and find His Majesty right now."
Looking for the Emperor? Chang Chumo was stunned. Why do you want to find the Emperor? Could it be that this damned old man was plotting something?
He turned his head and asked softly, "Dad, why?"
Is that what you're asking? Chang Yaojin's expression changed.
He immediately rewarded Chang Chumo with a knock on the head and snorted, "You just have to do as I say. Otherwise, when you get home, Lao Tzu will not plead for you."
Hearing this, Chang Chumo's expression changed. He had taken a risk to steal the glue from the warehouse. If old Chang did not plead for him, then he would be finished when he got back. He quickly said, Okay. I promise you." After saying this, he turned his head and glanced at Zhang Feng.
He did not know why his father wanted him to find His Majesty.
What was even more puzzling was that his father was acting so sneakily, as if he was afraid that others would find out. Could it be that no one else knew about this? Fengzi was also kept in the dark? Forget it, he could not even protect himself. Thinking this, he turned around and walked towards the entrance of the cave. However, this attracted Zhang Feng's attention. He asked curiously, "Tainyo, where are you going?" Chang Chumo turned his head and was about to find an excuse to cover it up when Chang Yaojin stepped forward with a smile and said, "Fengzi, Tainyo was afraid that his mother would be worried, so he went home to tell her that he was safe." Since he had already planned to let Tainyo go out, he had already thought of an excuse. However, Zhang Feng did not seem to believe him. He glanced at Chang Chumo with some doubt, but in the end, he waved his hand and said, "Go ahead. Be careful on the way." In fact, he did not completely believe old Cheng's words because he knew what kind of person he was. He would rather believe Tainyo than old Cheng. Tainyo's constipated expression also made him even more suspicious. However, when he thought about how the father and son could not cause any trouble, he felt relieved. Chang Chumo saw that Zhang Feng did not have any doubts, so he turned around and left. After all, old Cheng's threat was a little strong,
and he had no choice but to obey. Chang Yaojin saw that Zhang Feng was still a little doubtful, so he quickly pulled him by the shoulder and said with a smile, "Haha, Fengzi, we should go take a look at the bow and arrow." Zhang Feng nodded and did not think too much about it. He turned around and picked up a bow and arrow to check it. The glue on the surface was all dry. He reached out and pulled the bowstring. It had to be said that the bowstring was very strong. He used all his strength and only pulled it lightly. After confirming that there was no problem, he turned around and glanced at everyone. "The bow is fine. Then can we experiment now?" Zhang Sun jumped up excitedly. He had been looking forward to it for a long time and couldn't wait to get his hands on it immediately. Chapter 1982. Du Go was also looking at Zhang Feng with a face full of excitement. To be more precise, he was looking at the bow in Zhang Feng's hand. Although he was the weakest among them, his desire to win was no less than the others. Now that the bow had been made, he couldn't wait any longer. "Fengzi, let's go test it out." Zhang Feng nodded and handed the bow to Du Go. "Everyone, take the bow. We'll go test it out." "Okay." Du Go held the bow high, his face full of excitement. Zhang Sun didn't stay idle either. He picked up the bow on the ground and raised it high. Chang Yaojin coldly snorted and picked up a bow. He looked at Zhang Feng with hidden bitterness. He was standing right in front of Zhang Feng, but this brat had given the bow to Du Go. It was obvious that he was looking down on him. When he went out later, he would teach this brat a lesson. As he was thinking, he looked up and saw that Zhang Feng and the others had already picked up their bows and were preparing to leave the cave. He hurriedly said, "Fengzi, wait for old man." The group walked out of the cave. Zhang Feng glanced at the empty space and looked at Arcanon. "Same as before. Put up a few signs in front of us and draw them. It's 1 li away." Arcanon nodded and left. It didn't take long for the preparations to be completed. Zhang Feng turned to look at Zhang Sun and the others, who were having fun. "Don't play with the bow over there. Shoot this." As he spoke, he pointed at the target. This target is similar to Hua Qiong's target, but it's a bit bigger. It's 1 li away. It's just right for you to practice your archery. 1 li? Chang Yaojin frowned and looked at the target with disdain. "What's the point of 1 li? You're setting up a target 3 li away for old man." "Back in the day, old man." "Stop." Zhang Feng couldn't stand it anymore and said sarcastically, "What do you mean back in the day?" "Old Chen, stop bragging. Others might not know you, but do you think I don't know you? Don't you usually just play with the dog?" "What? Once we go up the mountain, what's the big deal?" He had heard from Iron Bull that Elder Chen usually had nothing to do at home. All he did was play every day. How could he miss the past? Moreover, even if he did, his limbs would have degenerated by now. After all, his body of fat wasn't just for show. Chang Yaojin couldn't sit still after hearing Fengzi's denial. He glared at Fengzi and said, "Brat, you dare to look down on old man? Let the old man give you a try." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out an arrow from the ground and swiftly knocked it on the composite bow. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the bowstring to a full moon and suddenly released it. The arrow shot out like a whirlwind and pierced into the target in the blink of an eye. Zhang Feng was stunned. The scene just now played in his mind like a movie. He had always thought that old Chen was just bragging. He didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. One of them hit the target. He was even F*King impartial. This was slightly inconceivable. His eyes were wide as he looked in disbelief at Chang Yaojin. "Old Chen, how did you do it? This is all a small matter." Chang Yaojin raised his head so that other people could see the hair on his nose. He put on an appearance that he thought was handsome and said, "Which one of us Guangzhong men doesn't know a bit of riding and shooting? Just 1 li is child's play. Even if our Iron Bull came, there would be no problem." Zhang Feng twisted his lips and was slightly speechless. He had originally wanted to praise this guy and learn from him. Who would have thought that this guy would be so arrogant? Which Guangzhong man didn't know how to ride and shoot? He spoke as though the people of Guangzhong were invincible on horseback. However, these words did not seem to be without reason. The people of Guangzhong had been brave and skilled in battle since ancient times. In the past, when recruiting soldiers, they had to prioritize Guangzhong. The Qin and the Sui were basically like this. Looking at it this way,
Old Chen seemed to be right. Just as he was thinking, there was another wave of whooshing sounds. Zhang Feng turned his head abruptly, because he knew this was the sound of arrows. He saw 2 arrows explode in the air as Zhang Sunchong and Du Go let go of their hands, nailing straight to the target. 10th ring? 10th ring? He found it hard to believe. It was one thing for old Cheng to be strong, but what were Zhong and Debing? How could they hit? Were all of Guanzhong really master archers? Or were these people all hiding their abilities? The clown was himself? He stared with wide eyes at Zhang Sunchong and the others. He asked with a face full of suspicion, Zhong Debing, you two are so strong? Did you take medicine? Speak honestly. He really didn't dare to believe that this former wastrel could hit the target, and was so skilled with the bow. Zhang Sunchong naturally did not know what Zhang Feng was thinking. He thought that this guy worshipped him. Therefore, he put on a pose that he thought was very handsome and took out the aura of a young master. Fengzi, you don't know? Even though I am called a wastrel, but I cannot lose this most basic skill. In the past, my father often taught me riding and shooting, saying that riding and shooting is a basic skill. Originally, I did not want to learn, but seeing other people learn, I also learned. I said too much. This is a small matter, Fengzi, do not mind. Chapter 1983. These words sounded modest, but in fact, they were full of showing off and ridicule. How could Zhang Feng not hear it? At this time, his face was already red, but there was nothing he could do. They had been practicing since childhood. As for him, there was no way he could compare. But this couldn't go on. Sooner or later, he would be laughed to death by these guys. He had to do something to make himself a godly archer. Didn't archery rely on the eyes? Lao Tzu's eyes weren't as good as yours. Could it be that Lao Tzu couldn't make some support? Got it. Binoculars? They could shoot now, but it wouldn't work when they were far away. Moreover, there were binoculars now. If Lao Tzu made binoculars, it would be Lao Tzu mocking them. As he was thinking, there was a burst of hurried footsteps not far away. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw Old Li leading Old Master Li and the others over. He hurriedly went up to greet them. Old Li, Old Master Li, why are you here? To see you. Li Yuan took the lead to speak. Since the last time in Chang'an, he hadn't seen Fengzi. This time, when he heard Erlang say that Fengzi was coming, he was happy and followed. As soon as he arrived, he looked up and down at Zhang Feng and said with a smile, I haven't seen you for a few days. You've become a lot darker. This was true. Last time on the hot air balloon, Zhang Feng was basked in the sun every day. He was indeed a bit darker. Zhang Feng also knew, so he didn't care. He said with a smile, a little, but I've become stronger. The two looked at each other and smiled like good friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. But at this time, Li Shimin spoke. He looked at Zhang Feng and said with a smile, Fengzi, I heard you made some divine bow? Is it true? Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. He was a bit confused. How did this news come so fast? The bow and arrow had just been made. How did this Lao Li know? It wasn't that he was trying to isolate old Li, but the speed of the news was a little strange. As he was thinking, he glanced at Li Shimin, intentionally or unintentionally, trying to figure out something. But at that moment, he saw a familiar face. It was Cheng Chumo, and the latter's gaze was somewhat evasive. Something was obviously going on. In an instant he understood something. So the reason old Chen sent Tai Nyo out was to send a message. Mother**Ker, if he wanted Lao Li and the others, he could have just said so. Why did they have to be so sneaky? He wasn't a petty person. If it weren't for Lao Li and the others, Gauda would have taught Tai Nyo a lesson. After thinking about it, he put on a smile and said, Lao Li, do you want to give it a try? Looks like it's true. Li Shimin's interest was piqued. He was an emperor on horseback and loved bows and weapons. Just now, when he heard Cheng Chumo praise the divine bow, he was still suspicious. Now, after hearing what Fengzi said, there was indeed no problem. He quickly said, Go, 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 let's go see your divine bow. After saying that, he quickly walked towards Chang Yaojin and the others. Li Yuan and the others naturally followed. Zhang Feng did not move. He smiled and looked around at everyone, as if he was looking for something. Finally, his pupils shrank as if he had discovered a hunter's prey. He shouted, Wait! Cheng Chumo quivered. He knew that Fengzi was calling him.
Just now, he was preparing to sneak away under this guy's nose, but he didn't know that this guy's eyes were so good that he saw him at a glance. Now that it was not easy to leave, he could only turn his head with a helpless expression and laugh.
Fengzi,
Shut up. Zhang Feng interrupted him and said somewhat angrily, "How can you be so heartless?
Even if you want to find Lao Li and the others, you can just tell Lao Tzu. Why do you have to be so sneaky? Do you think Lao Tzu doesn't exist?"
Cheng Chumo originally wanted to quibble, but seeing that even Fengzi had seen through him, he had no choice but to give up the excuse he had prepared. With a helpless expression he said, "I didn't want to go. My father forced me."
"Old Chen?"
Zhang Feng frowned and turned his head to glance at old Chen, who was talking to Lao Li.
He seemed to understand something. Could it be that this guy called Lao Li because he failed to bargain with him just now? That should be the case.
Otherwise, there was no other reason.
Did he want to rely on this to make him submit?
Thinking about this, he walked towards Chang Yaojin and the others and said with a fake smile, "What do you guys think of this bow?" Li Shimin raised the bow in his hand and said with a satisfied expression, "Not bad, not bad, it is indeed a divine bow.
But your target is too close.
Go, put it further away."
Zhang Feng didn't know how to respond to this. He originally thought that old Chen's bow was very powerful. It was indeed powerful to be able to hit the target within a mile. But then he thought that Lao Li was even more powerful. He had to put the target further away. One had to know that 1 li was 500 meters.
These guys actually said it so easily.
Wasn't this a slap to his face? How could this be?
Thinking about this, he waved his hand and said to Algernon, "Add another mile."
Chapter 1984. Jin Nan might have noticed the director's dissatisfaction, so he sneakily moved a few more steps. The distance between them was more than 2 li. Zhang Feng laughed in his heart. "Let's see how you're going to show off now."
His face was calm as he said, "It's fine now. Start showing off your archery."
"Okay." Li Shimin was overjoyed. He had always liked this kind of exciting activity. Even if Jin Nan increased the distance by 3 li, it would not be a problem. Now it was only 1 li. What was the big deal? It was child's play. As he thought, he knocked the arrow.
As he loosened his grip, the sound of the arrow piercing through the air reverberated in his ears.
Another arrow hit. Zhang Feng's confidence was completely shattered. Mother ***, Lao Li was so powerful. He could hit the target 2 li? And he was not biased?
Just as he was doubting himself, another whooshing sound was heard.
Chang Yaojin also hit the target, as did Li Yuan, but he missed by a bit. This time, Zhang Feng was in a bad mood. So they were all experts, and he was the only clown? He was a bit annoyed. Why didn't he learn equestrian archery? Otherwise, he would not have lost so much face today. Only when he saw Zhang Sun and Du Go both miss the target did he feel a bit better. He seemed to have found some balance. He looked at Zhang Sun and Du Go and comforted them. "Don't worry, you two. Take it slow." Na Cheng thought. Zhang Sun's words completely shattered his worldview. My hand just shook a bit. It's only 2 li. It's not like I can't hit the target." After saying this, he looked at Du Go and said with a determined face, "Come, let's continue." Du Go also seemed to have a telepathic connection. He knocked an arrow and shot it at the target. This time, the two were much better than before. Although they did not hit the target completely, they did not miss the target. They hit the 5th ring. Originally, this was not a big deal in their hearts, but it was a complete blow to Zhang Feng. He had thought that the two of them were like him, dabblers or something like that. Na Cheng did not expect that they could actually hit the target. This was a bit hard to understand. Just as he was doubting himself, he heard Li Shimin's voice. "Fengzi, why don't you come and try? Here, take the bow." Zhang Feng was stunned. He thought of an excuse and was about to reply when Zhang Sun rushed out from the side. He waved the bow in his hand and said with a smile, "Fengzi can't do it. He can't hit the target. You mother *** can't do it. Your whole family can't do it. You can't hit it. Your whole family can't hit it." Zhang Feng glared at Zhang Sun, his face flushed red. He wanted to slap this talkative guy to death. He was already angry and had nowhere to vent it. Who would have thought that this dog would be so mean? Say that I'm not good enough? Can't hit the target? He was simply courting death. Looking at Zhang Feng's furious appearance, Zhang Sun was a bit confused. He was just telling the truth. He did not know how he had offended this guy. He was even scolded to his face. Who the hell could he find to reason with? In fact, he was also a bit angry.
If it were not for His Majesty here, he might have already gone up.
It was just inconvenient now. Thus, he could only suppress his anger and ask, "Are you crazy? Why are you scolding me?" "I'm scolding you."
Zhang Feng snorted coldly.
He did not care about Zhang Xuan's reaction. He turned to look at Li Shimin and said proudly, "Isn't it just shooting? I can hit 100% of the time. This is a piece of cake." 100% of the time? Li Shimin frowned. He did not believe it.
He was the emperor of horses and could be said to be very proficient in equestrian archery.
Even at his peak, he did not dare to say that he could hit 100% of the time. This kid said that he could hit 100% of the time? How was that possible? He was simply bragging. He was not the only one who did not believe it. Chang Yaojin also looked at Zhang Feng with a face full of doubt. He had fought for half of his life and had never seen anyone who could hit 100% of the time. Even ruthless people like Qin Qiong and Li Jing did not dare to say that they could hit 100% of the time.
Now, this kid actually said that he could hit 100% of the time?
It was simply a joke. He questioned impolitely, "Kids, stop bragging. If you have the ability, shoot a few arrows and see. If you can really hit 100% of the time, Lao Tzu will kowtow to you 3 times." The best way to test a person's archery skills was undoubtedly to shoot arrows. He did not believe that Zhang Feng could hit 100% of the time.
That was why he dared to say so.
However, what he did not expect was that Zhang Feng seemed to be confident.
He smiled slightly. "Old Chen, this is what you said.
When the time comes, don't go back on your words."
As he spoke, he looked at Li Yuan and said with a smile, "I'll have to trouble old Master Li to testify for me.
If I can hit 100% of the time, Old Chen will have to fulfill his promise." Li Yuan was in a difficult position. He did not know if Feng Zi could hit 100% of the time, nor did he know why Chang Yaojin wanted to make a bet. He wanted to let these two leave it at that. However, when he saw Chang Yaojin smile, it seemed that victory was in his grasp. It was not good to dissuade him. Besides, he also wanted to see if Feng Zi was really so powerful. Thus, he said with a serious face, "Okay, old man will testify for you." As soon as his voice fell, Chang Yaojin could not wait any longer. He urged, Hey. Since there are no more questions, let's start shooting." Chapter 1985.
"Don't worry." Zhang Feng waved his hand, glanced at everyone and said with a smile, "I do have a way, but not now.
I'm going to make something. After I'm done, I guarantee that it'll hit 100% of the time. If you're interested, you can come and take a look." Li Shimin was a little confused. What kind of thing could hit 100% of the time? Wasn't this a joke? However, Feng Zi never seemed to joke about such things. Just as he was about to ask, he saw that Zhang Feng had already walked towards the cave entrance. He hurriedly said, "Feng Zi, wait for me." "Lao Li, wait." Chang Yaojin stopped Li Shimin and asked a little worriedly, "Do you think what Feng Zi said is true?" He was angry just now, so he made a bet with Feng Zi. Now that he saw that Feng Zi didn't seem to be lying, he was a little flustered. What if he lost? Was he really going to kowtow? Then where would old Cheng's family put their face? Li Shimin also saw Chang Yaojin's worry, but he couldn't do anything. The bet had already been made. Could it be that he had to withdraw it? Therefore he could only comfort him. "Old Cheng, since you've already made a bet, why don't you go and see what kind of tricks Feng Zi is playing? I can't do anything if you look for me." After saying that, he ignored Chang Yaojin and walked side by side with Li Yuan into the cave. At this time, Cheng Chimo walked over. He looked at Chang Yaojin with a serious face. "Dad, don't worry. Feng Zi is just bragging. How can he hit 100% of the time? Even Uncle Qin can't do it. That kid?" With his son's comfort, Chang Yaojin gradually relaxed. However, his heart was still beating. He felt that something was wrong, so he stared at Cheng Chimo and said with a serious face, "Kid, if Lao Tzu loses later,
you will complete the bet.
After saying that, he turned and left, leaving the petrified Chung Chumo standing in place. He didn't expect that comforting his father would end up harming him instead. This is kowtowing. You're not afraid of losing face, but I am. She really knew how to trick her son.
Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, he realized that his damned father had already disappeared.
However, at this moment, Zhang Sun and Du Go walked over with malicious smiles on their faces. Hee hee. Iron Bull. Don't worry. If Feng Zi can't do it, we'll make him kowtow to you. But if you succeed, you'll have to kowtow to him, haha.
After ridiculing Cheng Chumo for a while, the two of them left with their arms around each other's shoulders, not giving him the slightest chance to talk back.
Chung Chumo wanted to curse, but he didn't know who to curse.
He felt that he had been tricked by his father.
He couldn't possibly curse his father, right? Therefore, he could only walk into the cave with a face full of resentment. He secretly cursed Zhang Feng in his heart to alleviate the resentment in his heart. Inside the cave, Zhang Feng looked at Arjunan and said seriously, heat up the resin and melt it. Then make 2 molds.
It should be something like this. As he spoke, he pulled out a pen and paper from the side.
As he drew, he said, it should be something like this. Then, find some rubber to hold the resin in place. By the time he finished, the drawing was already done. Arjunan took the drawing and asked curiously, Dean, what is this called? What is it used for? This is called a telescope.
Zhang Feng pointed at the drawing and said word by word, this is the thing I said would help me hit the target.
As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Yaojin rushed out. He snatched the drawing from Arjunan's hands and looked at it seriously. However, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that something was wrong. He flipped the drawing over, but still couldn't figure out what it was.
He could only look at Zhang Feng and ask, Feng Zi, what is this thing?
Is it as magical as you said? It is just that magical. Zhang Feng snatched the drawing and handed it to Arjunan. He gestured for him to leave. Then he looked at Cheng Yaojin angrily and said, What? Are you scared now? If you are, you can kowtow in advance. Scared? Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened. His head was about to hit the sky. He had never known what fear was in his entire life. He played with crickets when he was 3 years old. He brought his dog up the mountain when he was 4 years old. He peeked at widows bathing when he was 5 years old. Now, he was saying that he was scared? It was ridiculous. However, looking at Feng Zi's posture just now, it really seemed like it was some kind of treasure. This made him a little uneasy. If he were to fail miserably, it would be embarrassing. That was why he jumped out of the boat. However, he wanted him to say that he was scared? That was impossible. Therefore, he looked at Zhang Feng arrogantly and said, It is impossible to make Lao Tzu admit defeat unless you really do it. After that, he casually found a stool and sat down as if this matter had nothing to do with him. In fact, he was already doubting the authenticity of Feng Zi's thing. If it was real, then Lao Tzu's Qing family would lose a lot of face. As he thought about it, he kicked Cheng Chumo's leg. The latter stumbled.
He grabbed his ear and whispered, Go and find out what Feng Zi said.
Chapter 1986. Cheng Chumo looked at Cheng Yaojin with an aggrieved face. He had been beaten badly by his father, and now he was being abused. He felt terrible, but he did not dare to refute. After all, it was related to the face of the Cheng family. He could only nod with tears in his eyes and turned around to ask Feng Zi's opinion. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. Zhang Feng was talking with Li Shimin, Li Yuan, and others at this time, so he had to stand aside and act as a servant. Feng Zi, I didn't have a good time when I went to your place last time. When do you want to drink again? Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng with a smile.
Last time at the academy, they were in the mood for drinking, and Yu Shernan and other old men rushed in, which made him feel uncomfortable.
In the end, the party ended on a bad note, so until now, he was still thinking about how to drink again. Zhang Feng naturally knew what Li Shimin was thinking. After all, the last thing was related to him. His teacher did it for his own good, so he could not say it. Now that Lao Li asked, he could only respond awkwardly, You can drink whenever you want. I have a lot of good wine. Before Li Shimin could answer, Li Yuan said excitedly, It's better to do it today than to choose a day. How about today? He usually stayed in the palace, and his favorite thing was good wine and delicious food. Since he tasted Fengzi's wine, he felt that the wine in the palace was just a... Now when he heard that he wanted to drink, he was naturally happy. Unexpectedly, his enthusiasm was immediately extinguished. Zhang Feng said with embarrassment, "There is wine, but now we are doing something important. The telescope will be made later. It's not good to leave now. Besides, my teacher is still in the academy." "It makes sense." Li Shimin nodded in agreement. He was not afraid of Yu Shernan and the others, but he felt that the telescope mentioned by Fengzi was more important. Although it had not been made yet, he would rather believe that it was real, because as long as it was real, this thing could be used in the army. In this way, the national power of the Tang dynasty would be more prosperous. Wasn't this more important than drinking wine? Although Li Yuan wanted to drink wine in his heart, once he heard the two people both verbally refuse, it was not good for him to say anything. He could only spread out his hands. "You guys do as you please." At this moment, Alkinen walked over with some molds. "Dean, the materials are ready. What should we do now?" Zhang Feng took the rubber and resin and looked at them. After confirming that there were no problems, he looked at Arkanon and said seriously, "Next, we need to polish the lens. The lens is still ordinary resin. As long as it is polished accurately, it will be effective." After that, he got up and walked to the side of the furnace. He raised the resin lens and roasted it next to the fire. While roasting it, he said to Arkanon, "Roast the oil on the surface first, so that the smoothness and transparency can be guaranteed." Arkanon nodded as if he understood. In fact, he did not understand these things at all. He just felt that whatever the dean did was right, and he wanted to follow the dean and learn some wisdom. That was all. After about a quarter of an hour, Zhang Feng took off the resin lens and looked at it in front of his eyes. A smile appeared on his face. Seeing the dean smile, Arkanon was also happy. He hurriedly asked, "Dean, is it effective?" Zhang Feng handed the lens to Arkanon and said with a smile, "Look at it in front of your eyes." Arkanon took the lens doubtfully and looked at it in front of his eyes. He felt that the things around him were a little bigger than usual, which shocked him. He began to wonder if there was something wrong with his eyes. But when he thought about it, there was nothing wrong with his eyes. Was it because of the lens? With doubts in his mind, he put the lens in front of his eyes again. Sure enough, everything around him was the same as before. Even the dean's head was much bigger. He took off the lens in surprise and said with a trembling voice, "Dean, what is this?" He knew that this must be the dean's masterpiece. Otherwise, no one could create such a miracle. The crowd didn't know what the two were talking about, but they were attracted by Alkinen's puzzled expression. Coupled with the lens in his hand, the crowd couldn't figure out what was going on. They all looked at Zhang Feng, hoping that he would be able to figure out something. However, Zhang Feng just smiled faintly, as if it had nothing to do with him. "Don't look at me like that, everyone. This is just a processing. It will be better in the future. Arkanon, go and get some fine brushes. Prepare to polish it." Arkanon nodded and handed the lens in his hand to Zhang Feng. Then he turned and left. Everyone was confused. They gathered around Zhang Feng and looked at the lens. They all wanted to know what was going on. Li Shimin was the first to speak. "Fengzi, what happened just now? What's so good about this thing?" "Yes, tell us." Cheng Yaojin echoed. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong when he saw Arkinen's expression. Now he wanted to ask for more details. See for yourself if you want to know. Chapter 1987. Zhang Feng handed the lens to Li Shimin and smiled. "Put it on your eyes and you'll understand." Li Shimin took the lens with a puzzled expression. He wanted to ask something, but when he saw Fengzi's confident expression, he held back and put the lens on his eyes. At this moment, he felt that the people around him seemed to have grown a lot bigger. Cheng Yaojin seemed to have grown 2 heads, and Fengzi became fatter. What was going on? He suddenly took off the lens and asked subconsciously, "Fengzi, what's going on?" Zhang Feng smiled and said proudly, "This is the power of the lens. I've only used a little now. You'll know in the future." Used a little? Li Shimin was startled. If he could magnify the things around him now, wouldn't it be even more powerful in the future? Could he see more than 10 miles away? Or more than 100 miles away? He was the emperor. His thoughts were jumpy, and he thought more than others.
Now, it was just a model, but he thought of the possibilities in the future.
Cheng Yaojin was different. He looked at Li Shimin and Zhang Feng and felt that something was wrong.
There were not many things that could make the emperor so serious. Now, looking at the emperor, it was obvious that this thing was very powerful.
The bet. He didn't dare to think about it anymore.
He quickly said to Li Shimin, "Let me see the lens."
If it were someone else, he might have already snatched it. But this was the emperor. Even if they were outside the palace, he still didn't dare to go too far. Li Shimin was pulled back to reality by Cheng Yaojin's imagination.
He didn't say anything and handed the lens over.
Cheng Yaojin couldn't wait to take the lens and put it on his eyes. With one glance, he instantly regretted it. He saw that everything around him had become bigger. Even the things that were usually small had become clearer. There was nothing to be afraid of, but what was scary was that Feng Zi had just said that this was only the first step. Thinking about it, just the first step could achieve such an effect. If the rest of the steps were completed, wouldn't he lose without a doubt? If that was the case, wouldn't this be a sure bet? When he thought of this, he felt bitter in his heart. Lao Tzu was a duke. How could he kowtow and admit defeat because of a bet? If he really couldn't do it, he would have to wait for Iron Bull to do it. In any case, he had already agreed.
Thinking of this, he looked at Zhang Feng and said in a fawning tone, "Feng Zi, when will this thing of yours be done?"
What happened? Zhang Feng looked at Cheng Yaojin in confusion. Just asking, just asking. Cheng Yaojin chuckled, trying to cover up the awkwardness in his words. Zhang Feng could tell that this guy was trying to get information out of him, but he didn't expose him. He smiled and said, "I'm not sure yet, but it should be soon, right?" Cheng Yaojin smiled awkwardly, turned around and fled. At this moment, he wished he could crawl into a mouse hole so that Feng Zi would not be able to find him, lest he mention the bet again.
"Feng Zi, let me see that thing of yours."
Li Yuan walked up. He was usually bored deep in the palace. Now that Feng Zi had made such a novel thing, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Just now he wanted to see this thing, but Erlang gave it to Cheng Yaojin, which made him unhappy. Now that Cheng Yaojin had left, he came up. "For you." Zhang Feng handed the lens to Li Yuan and said with a smile, "Just put it on your eyes and you can see it." Li Yuan took the lens with a smile. He first played with it in his hand, then put it on his eyes with satisfaction. But at this moment, he was stunned. Because he realized that he could see things clearly, and he could see very clearly. What was going on? It turned out that his eyesight was not very good, and he could see things a little blurry. If he was far away, he couldn't see things clearly at all.
Now that he put this lens on, he could actually see things clearly?
How could this not make him excited? The muscles on his face trembled a little. He took off the lens and looked at Zhang Feng with an excited face. "Feng Zi, this thing of yours is really so amazing. Quickly make more for me." Zhang Feng looked at Li Yuan with a puzzled face. "Old master, what's wrong with you?" "Aya, it's a little hard to explain to you." Li Yuan's face was red. He didn't know how to explain to Zhang Feng. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let me tell you this, I used to see things a little blurry.
If it was far away, I couldn't see clearly. But when I put on this lens of yours, it suddenly became better."
"Presbyopia?" Zhang Feng frowned. This was his first reaction. Seeing things blurry and not being able to see clearly at a distance. Wasn't this presbyopia? This presbyopia already existed in the Tang dynasty?
He looked at Li Yuan with a curious face. "Old Master Li, other than these, do you usually have any other symptoms?"
Li Yuan frowned, as if he was thinking about what this was. After a while he said, "Usually, my eyes are a little sore, swollen, and sometimes I will cry for no reason." Zhang Feng was even more certain about this. This was King presbyopia. No wonder this old Master Li would be different from others when he wore the lens. Chapter 1988. Just as he was thinking, Li Shimin's voice rang out. "Feng Zi, since you know about my father's eye problem, then quickly help him." In fact, he knew about Li Yuan's problems, but the imperial physicians in the palace were useless. They had treated him countless times, but there was no effect. Now that Feng Zi's lens actually had an effect, he definitely needed the other party's help. Zhang Feng could understand what Li Shimin and his son were saying, so he was naturally happy to help. After all, this resin was not worth much.
It was just that the experiment had not been completed yet, so he said, "Lao Li, old Master Li, there is no problem with what you said.
It's just presbyopia. However, the lens experiment has not been completed yet.
After the experiment is successful, I will make a pair of glasses for old Master Li, and it will be completely solved."
Presbyopia? Glasses?
Li Yuan and Li Shimin looked at each other, a little confused, and asked, "What are these things?"
Zhang Feng forgot a problem.
These words were too old, these guys did not understand, so he casually explained, and the two suddenly understood.
But at this time, Alkinen came back with the brush. Zhang Feng did not talk much with the others.
After all, making a telescope was important, so he casually sat on the stool and began to polish it. Cheng Yaojin asked for a rebuff, and it was not good to be thick-skinned and look, so he called Cheng Chumo to inquire. At first, Cheng Chumo refused, but when he saw that Feng Zi's thing was quite novel, he went over without waiting for his father's outburst. Li Shimin and Li Yuan, the father and son pair, did not need to be said. They had been in the palace all year round, and now that they saw such a powerful thing, they naturally did not want to let it go. Moreover, this thing was related to Li Yuan's eyes, so the two gathered in front of Zhang Feng like curious babies. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Zhang Feng stopped what he was doing and stretched. "It's finally done." Cheng Chumo couldn't wait to ask, "Feng Zi, how is it?" He was now looking forward to the result, because he already knew that his damned old man wanted to use him to fulfill the bet. If Feng Zi really succeeded, then he would have to kowtow to Feng Zi. This was something he didn't want to see the most. Therefore, he didn't want Feng Zi to succeed. Zhang Feng didn't know about this. He just thought that this guy was curious, so he said angrily, "What's the hurry? I haven't read it yet, have I?" As he spoke, he picked up the lens and placed it in front of his eyes. The corner of his mouth unconsciously raised into a smile. Obviously, the effect this time was better than before. Not only could he see things clearly, but he could also magnify things that were far away. Zhang Feng's smile quickly attracted Li Shimin's attention. He asked curiously, "Feng Zi, how was it this time?"
"Come, give it a try."
Zhang Feng smiled and handed the lens to Li Shimin. Li Shimin couldn't wait to take it. When he put it in front of his eyes and looked at it, he instantly felt uncomfortable. The effect was not just a little bit different from before. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Now, not only could he see things clearly, but he could also magnify things that were far away. He put down the lens and looked at Zhang Feng in surprise.
"Feng Zi, how did you do this?"
Zhang Feng raised his head and said proudly, "This is just a small trick.
The lens hasn't been completed yet. It still needs to be polished.
When the two lenses are put together, you will know the effect."
Hearing Feng Zi's words, Cheng Chumo couldn't help but be curious.
He quickly said, "Can you show it to me?"
Hearing this, Li Shimin handed the lens to Cheng Chumo. Cheng Chumo took it and put it in front of his eyes.
He knew that something was wrong because he saw a very clear image.
Didn't this mean that he had to kowtow?
Thinking of this, his face became bitter.
He couldn't help but blame his father for tricking his son.
He was also angry that Feng Zi had made such a magical thing.
However, he couldn't do anything about it.
He could only give the lens back to Zhang Feng and smile bitterly. Zhang Feng seemed to have noticed Cheng Chumo's abnormality.
However, he didn't pity this guy, who asked old Chen to make a bet.
It was too late for him to realize his mistake now. He handed the lens back to Arkanon and said seriously, "Continue to polish it according to my method. Then, make 5 more identical lenses.
Give them to me when you are done."
Arkanon nodded, took the lens, and left. He had seen the dean's process and had roughly memorized it. It wouldn't be a problem for him to make some. Zhang Feng naturally believed in Arkanon. After telling him everything, he sat back on the stool, as if none of this had anything to do with him. However, everyone's curiosity had been completely aroused. How could they be dismissed by these 2 sentences? Li Shimin came up to Zhang Feng and said with a smile, "Feng Zi, if you succeed, how far can you see?" He had just seen that he could clearly see small things within 5 meters. If he could see further, he might be able to use it in industry or military, which would be beneficial to the Tang dynasty. Zhang Feng seemed to have seen through Li Shimin's thoughts. He said with a smile, "Lao Li, are you thinking of something?"
Chapter 1989.
What kind of thoughts could I have?
Li Shimin denied it. The item had not been made yet, and its effects were still unknown. Naturally, he could not say what he was thinking. Thus he said, "I'm just curious."
"Oh." Zhang Feng nodded as if he understood.
He smiled and said, "I don't know how far it can see, but it should be about 2 miles. 2 miles? These 2 words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, immediately setting off waves of ripples. 2 miles? You're not bragging, are you? What kind of thing can see so far? Everyone exclaimed. Among them, Chang Yaojin's voice was the loudest. He could not believe it. To be precise, he could not believe it. How could a few pieces of resin be able to see things 2 miles away? If this was not bragging, then what was it? Although he had used the lens to look, he had only seen the things in the cave. How big was the cave? It was only 1 mile in radius. What Fengzi said was 2 miles. This was 1 kilometer. Using just a little bit of resin? This inevitably made him suspicious. Fengzi, you can't speak without thinking. Otherwise, the bet just now will be doubled. This bet had always bothered him. He had been thinking about how to get rid of it. Now that Fengzi had thrown out such a heavy bomb, he did not want to get rid of it anymore. Why? Because this was simply impossible to achieve. In his knowledge, even the best soldiers could only barely shoot 2 miles. In other words, they could only see 2 miles. He did not believe that Fengzi, who had never joined the army, could shoot 2 miles with the help of some bull**T resin. This was simply nonsense. Apart from this bet, he actually had a glimmer of hope that Fengzi could make this thing. It was not that he wanted to kowtow, but because he had another identity, and that was a soldier. He had to think for the soldiers. If Fengzi's thing was really powerful, then he could get it into the military hospital. In the future, he would not have to worry about not being able to see the enemy's situation clearly. However, when he thought of the bet, he was in a dilemma. On one hand, he hoped that it was true, but on the other hand, he hoped that it was false. He didn't want to lose the bet, and even wanted to raise the stakes and take all the treasures in Fengzi's cave. Li Shimin, on the other hand, did not think so much. He really hoped that this thing was real because as long as it was real, it could be fully applied to industry and military. In this way, the strength of the Tang dynasty would be further improved, and his father's eyes could be cured. So he asked with a hopeful face, "Fengzi, are you kidding me? Is it true?" Zhang Feng frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, "Do I look like I'm joking with you? Didn't you use it just now? Why don't you believe me?" Li Shimin saw that Zhang Feng was a little dissatisfied and nodded with a smile. "That's not it. It's just a little hard to believe." It was not that he didn't believe Zhang Feng, but that he couldn't believe it. Just now was just a moment ago. How big was this cave? Its radius was less than 1 mile, and it couldn't be compared with 2 miles at all. But when he thought about it, Fengzi had made so many magical things before, such as hot air balloons and so on. This time, it didn't seem to be a big deal to make a telescope, so he added, "Fengzi, can you make more of this thing? I want to try it too." As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Zhang Feng. Some of them had never used lenses before, but they had already heard so much about it. Now, if Fengzi could make more of it, they might all have a chance. How could they not be excited? Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and couldn't help laughing. "What do you think this thing is? Do you think it's easy to do it? First you need to collect the resin, then you need to polish it and do repeated experiments. This is just the first one. We can talk about it after the experiment is completed." Everyone felt that their enthusiasm had been dispelled, but they didn't feel like giving up because they knew that Fengzi could definitely do it. After about a quarter of an hour, Alkinen came back with several lenses. "Director, the lenses are all polished according to the method you just said. I also brought the rubber mold. What do we do now?" Zhang Feng took the lenses and put 2 pieces together in front of his eyes. When he looked at it, the distant objects were clearly displayed in front of his eyes, and they were magnified a lot. When he looked in other directions, the effect was exactly the same, and it was more than twice as good as before. He put down the lenses with satisfaction and was about to give them to Li Yuan to try, but he saw that Li Yuan's eyes were already wearing the lenses. He smiled. "Old Master Li, how is the effect?" Li Yuan turned his head and held the lenses with both hands. He looked very funny. He smiled and said, "Fengzi, this thing of yours is really good. Is there any way to fix it? It's not the same if you keep holding it like this. Zhang Feng smiled and reached out to take off Li Yuan's lenses. Old Master Li, you'll be tired if you keep holding your hands like this. I'll find a way for you. Give me the lenses first. Li Yuan handed the lenses to Zhang Feng skeptically. Zhang Feng took the lenses and turned to Alkinan. He said, go find some steel wires to make a bracket that can cover the lenses. The most important thing is to hang it on the ear. As he spoke, he kept gesturing to Alkinan with his hands. Alkinan quickly memorized it and left with the lenses. Chapter 1990. After instructing everyone, Zhang Feng picked up the lens and the rubber mold and prepared to install it. He had ordered Arkanon to make the mold, and it fit perfectly with the lens. Once it was put in, it could be used. However, no one had ever seen such a thing before, so they were curious. They all gathered around and asked at once. Feng Zi, is this the telescope you were talking about? Why does it look so weird? Is he deliberately mystifying us? Obviously, the last sentence was said by Chang Yaojin. In his heart, he was worried that Feng Zi would succeed, but he was also worried that Feng Zi would fail. Under these two complicated emotions, he was very conflicted. He even regretted the bet just now. However, the bet had already been made. How could he, a dignified duke, admit his mistake? That was simply impossible. That was why they mocked him in such an eccentric manner. Zhang Feng was not a fool. Naturally, he could tell. He ignored this guy and explained to the others, this is called a telescope. The rubber is just a mold. The lens is the most important part. As long as the lens is installed, it is basically a success. As he spoke, his hands had already started to press the lens into the rubber mold. As he was pressing, he seemed to have thought of something. The corner of his mouth curled up. I suddenly remembered something. Who made a bet with me just now, saying that he would kowtow to me? As soon as he said that, everyone instantly understood. Wasn't he talking about Chang Yaojin? Just now, this guy had made a bet with Feng Zi. If Feng Zi could make something that could shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away, he would kowtow 3 times. Was he going to settle the score now? Thinking of this, they all looked at Chang Yaojin. Facing the sudden stare, Chang Yaojin felt a little uncomfortable and shivered. He was already feeling guilty, and being stared at like this, he felt even more guilty. However, he had been on the battlefield before, and at this time, he couldn't help but calm down. He deliberately coughed lightly to hide his nervousness. Then he said, isn't it just the bet just now? You haven't made it yet, right? Wait until you can shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away. After that, he snorted and crossed his arms in front of his chest, putting on an arrogant look, as if he was not afraid of Zhang Feng's binoculars at all. In fact, his heart was beating like a drum, and he was secretly praying that it would not succeed. Zhang Feng saw through Chang Yaojin's pretense, but he didn't expose him. He just smiled and said, wait a minute. I hope someone doesn't go back on his word. Feng Zi, don't worry. Li Yuan patted his chest and said with a straight face, if this old man dares to be shameless, old man will break his legs. Don't forget that I am the guarantor. Chang Yaojin's heart skipped a beat as he cursed inwardly. Originally, he thought that if he really lost, he would just have to give Feng Zi something as compensation. But now that the emperor had spoken, there was no way he could get away with it. If there was no other way, he could only let Tainyo go. This brat had a good relationship with Feng Zi, so he should be able to resolve this. Zhang Feng did not know about the schemes in Chang Yaojin's heart. He thanked Li Yuan and continued to install the binoculars. Everyone's gaze once again gathered on him. After about a quarter of an hour, the binoculars were finally completed. Zhang Feng let out a long breath, picked up the binoculars and tested it in front of his eyes. Sure enough, the effect was much better than before. Not only was it clear, it could also be magnified. The most important thing was that it did not shake. Just now, when he held the 2 lenses in front of his eyes, his hand would always unconsciously shake. Everyone looked at Zhang Feng's strange actions and did not find it strange. After all, they had all seen Feng Zi put the lenses into the mold with their own eyes. However, they were all curious. Just how powerful was this binoculars? Thus, Li Shimin asked, Feng Zi, what's the difference between this time and before? Zhang Feng was too lazy to answer because he knew that no matter how he described it, it would not be clear.
It was better to see it with his own eyes. Therefore, he handed the binoculars to Li Shimin and motioned for him to see for himself.
Li Shimin was naturally happy. He took the binoculars and kept exploring.
However, just looking at it, it was as if he had opened up a new world.
His vision was very clear.
It was as if the things in the distance were pulled in front of him.
It was completely different from the previous 2 times.
If the things in the previous 2 times were magnified by 5 times, then this time it was magnified by 10 times. There was no way to compare.
Li Yuan was attracted by Li Shimin's appearance. He quickly reached out and grabbed the binoculars.
He also began to imagine in his own world. He had a bit of presbyopia and saw things a bit blurry. However, when he used this binoculars, he instantly felt that his eyes seemed to be better than when he was young. The metal slag in the cave, the rat feces, all of them were clearly seen.
Looking at Li Yuan's appearance, Cheng Yaojin's heart thumped. Just now, he had already tried Feng Zi's lenses and knew the effect.
Now, looking at the Emperor's appearance again, could it be that the effect was even better than before? He did not dare to think about it anymore. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Old Master, can you let me see?"
Chapter 1991. Li Yuan frowned. He took down the binoculars and glanced at Cheng Yaojin. Originally, he was still looking at the scenery inside the cave. Who would have thought that this guy would come and ruin things?
He originally wanted to scold him, but then he remembered that this guy still had a bet with Feng Zi.
If he let this guy look with the binoculars, it might dispel his confidence. Thinking of this, he handed the binoculars to Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin couldn't wait to take it.
He put it on his eyes and looked.
Instantly, his whole person became unwell. This Mother****, did it really become powerful? Not only could he see clearly in the distance, but it was also a bit blurry. If he took it out of the cave, how far could he see?
He didn't dare to imagine because there was still a bet on him. Cheng Chumo saw that his father was stunned in place, and knew that there was a problem with the binoculars.
He hurriedly went forward and snatched it. He didn't care about his father's reaction, but when he put it on his eyes and looked, he quivered. This was simply a divine tool.
No matter how far he could see, he could still see clearly.
Then wouldn't he lose for sure? Would he have to kowtow to Feng Zi?
He didn't dare to think about it. Before, he thought that his father would lose, but he didn't expect Feng Zi to be so powerful.
Zhang Sunchong didn't know that Cheng Chumo had so many thoughts. He went forward and took the binoculars and go to study.
The two of them were very curious just now, but the things had always been in the hands of Feng Zi and His Majesty.
They couldn't get them. Now that they were in Cheng Chumo's hands, they naturally had to take a look. The two of them scrambled, and the binoculars finally fell into Zhang Sunchong's hands. When he put it on his eyes, he was dumbfounded, because he had never seen such a magical thing. Normally, his family was prominent, so he had seen everything. He had even been in a hot air balloon, so there was nothing to be surprised about. But this was different. When he put it on his eyes, he felt like he had an extra pair of eyes. His vision instantly improved, and now he felt that he could be compared with an eagle in the sky. He felt that he could now see the eagle. After that, Dugo also tried the binoculars. His reaction was basically the same as Zhang Sunchong's. He was shocked. How could there be such a thing? It was simply heaven-defying, because in his knowledge, resin was a kind of liquid secreted by trees. It could actually be made into such a thing. How could the eyes see things in the distance? Was this really inconceivable? Zhang Feng smiled in the face of everyone's incredulous expression. He knew that the telescope's function had not been fully utilized yet. If they went out, they would be able to see even further. Thus he took the telescope, glanced at everyone, and said seriously, "Now let's go out and try. Let's see if we can hit the target 100% of the time." As he spoke, he glanced at Cheng Yaojin.
Anyone with a discerning eye could see that these words were said for Cheng Yaojin to hear. He also understood in his heart, but he did not dare to say more, afraid that he would accidentally say the wrong thing. At that moment, Alkinen walked over with a pair of golden spectacles in his hand. "Dean, the spectacles are ready. I even sewed them with gold thread." Zhang Feng was just about to take the glasses and examine them, but he saw Li Yuan's fiery gaze. He waved his hand. "Give the glasses to old Master Li."
"Is it okay to confirm that there are no problems?" Algernon nodded to indicate that there was no problem. He then handed the glasses to Li Yuan. Li Yuan took the glasses and looked at them. He looked at the exquisite frame and could not put them down. He was a little confused. Fengzi, how do I wear this? It's like this. Zhang Feng took the glasses and put them on his face. He demonstrated to Li Yuan and then handed them back. Li Yuan instantly understood and could not wait to put them on.
However, the moment he put them on, he felt that his whole person was much more energetic. Not only could he see things clearly, but there seemed to be a temperament added to his body, which made him stretch his waist involuntarily. He glanced at everyone in the cave and felt that his whole eyes were much clearer. However, what puzzled him was that the glasses seemed to be a little yellow. He did not like this color, so he said to Zhang Feng, Fengzi, these glasses are a little yellow. Can you change the color? This? Zhang Feng's mouth twitched.
He was a little embarrassed. The resin itself was yellow. It was good enough that it could be made into glasses. How could he be picky? But what old Master Li said was not unreasonable. Yellow did not look good. How could he change the color?
As he was thinking, he inadvertently saw the ink on the table.
Suddenly he had an idea and said with a smile, Old Master Li, I have an idea. Give me the glasses. Li Yuan originally thought that there was no way to let it go. When he heard this, he immediately took off the glasses and handed them to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took the glasses and used his right hand to pick up the ink pen and smear it on the glasses. In a moment, the dark yellow lenses turned black. Zhang Feng handed the glasses to Li Yuan. Li Yuan did not reach out to take them. Instead, he was a little confused. Why were the glasses full of ink? How could he take them? And what he could not figure out the most was why did Fengzi smear ink on the glasses? Was this not nonsense? How did a good pair of glasses turn into a pair of black and dirty things?